I hope this next team can find the momentum a little bit quicker than in the qualifiers, because it is now or never for Myanmar.
Well, they are the powerhouse, a team of precision and practice, and they are here. Please witness the expertise with Team France.
The former host country for WEC 2023. They claimed third place last time. Can they make waves on foreign soil? It is Team Romania.
With their crazy dedication to their craft, they are here to bring not their A game, not their A+, but even to the S tier, all taking place right here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's hear for Team Morocco!
The team synergies should certainly give these boys a bit of a boost. Please welcome Team Turkey.
Hailing all the way from Central Asia. And ladies and gentlemen, they are here to place and put their mark with tenacity. Let's hear it for Team Mongolia!
A long-standing team hoping to prove that they have what it takes to walk away with $40,000 to their name. Please welcome Indonesia.
Our host country, fueled with pride and national practice taking place right here and heading out with a vision. Let's hear it for Team Saudi Arabia.
The #1 team coming through the EU qualifiers. Can this old boy teach his team some brand new tricks and walk away with a victory? It is Team Ukraine.
Acknowledged by the world for their exceptional skills. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Team Pakistan.
Barely making it to the big stage here in Riyadh. It's time to bring out the big guns. It is Team Bulgaria.
Hailing from South America, they are known to bring up the hype pretty much with fearless gameplay, and more than that, they got boundless energy. Let's hear it for Team Brazil.
The reigning 2023 WEC champions. Can they do it back to back though, is the real question. Please welcome Kyrgyzstan.
With their majestic strength of the pharaohs, with their Asian culture, all that bring up to the stage, let's hear it for Team Egypt! Well, there you have it. 16 teams, the best of the best, from national, regional to the championship right here in Riyadh. We're just warming up. But it's time to fire it up. You ready?
I'm ready. Let's do this, baby. Over to the analyst.
Let's go.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the first day of the Iesf World Esports Championships 2024, coming to you live from the heart of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Riyadh. And today, we embark on a 9-day journey and $1 million on the line. And today, we begin with Pubg Mobile. I'm your host, Dawood Sandstorm Dawood, and it is my pleasure to be here on this analyst desk with my lovely analysts, Neptura and DK. Neptura, DK, we have 16 teams, we have 64 players representing those 16 countries. Talk to me. How are we feeling going into this competition? Because there's so much for us to go over.
It really is. I am super duper excited for this, honestly, Sandstorm. It's going to be so much fun. I think there's a lot of teams here that could have a really, really good shot. Some teams I think are going to be a little bit of a dark horse coming in here, but I'm ready to see them do what they need to do and do it their best.
DK, I mean, we got some new faces, we got some old faces coming up as well in the competition. Quite a lot of names in terms of like teams or players. So much for us to go over, but I want to talk about, let's say, like the vibes. How is it feeling being here at this competition? What might you expect from the teams that we have with us today?
I expect today to be quite a bit of a vibe, right? Just looking at the caliber of teams that we've got on stage, the competition that we have lying ahead of them, I think we're in for quite a bit of a ride, and I'm pretty sure the teams are going to make sure that we are thoroughly entertained all the way.
Yeah, I believe so, because, I mean, when we're talking about some of the teams that are here, I mean, for example, Kyrgyzstan, they won last year's title, and they're definitely looking to get a back-to-back. And if we want to go into specifics as well, like one of their players as well, most recently, made it to PMGC, like Pubg Mobile Global Championship, took over in PMSL and got first place in MEA, so a lot of experience that he can bring to his team, and he's definitely on a high right now, and I know for a fact they're going to be pushing for a lot more. So how exactly will they be getting their points? With the system that we have in front of us. We are used to this for the past couple of years. 10 points, of course, for the first place, 6 for second, and you can see the rest, and of course, 1 point per elimination. And of course, every single point is going to matter when we have $130,000 on the line for Pubg Mobile only throughout this competition. And when it comes to the schedule, it's also something that we're used to. We're going to be talking about first map. It's going to be Sanhok, 3 Erangels in a row, followed up by ending the day on a double back-to-back Miramar. I mean, I like the schedule. It's I sometimes like mixing it up, like, you know, maybe Erangel first, then Sanhok, throw a Miramar in there, and then change things up. But this kind of gives the teams the ability to kind of have like set plans going into. It's like we have a plan for Sanhok, we have a plan for the 3 Erangels, a plan for the last 2 Miramars, something like that. I feel like it gets them in a rhythm, DK, don't you think?
Yeah, I think it's going to help quite a lot with the pacing, right? So whatever team feels like they might have been slacking out in the first match, they've got game 2, potentially game 3 to try and make up for that. The only difference, of course, being Sanhok, as you mentioned, there's only going to be 1. So they're going to have to rumble in the jungle. They've got to get right into the action, hit the floor running, and I'm curious to see just how these teams are going to look to push.
Yeah, definitely want to see that. But we mentioned this before at the beginning of the broadcast. I'm sure there's a lot of teams and players, old faces and new, in this competition. But are there any players that kind of they're very clear to you, like that you think that they might be able to show us something different in the competition today, or anyone that stands out really?
I mean, there's a couple of teams that have been here before in the finals last year, right? We're going to probably talk about them a little bit later, but one that does stand out to me is going to be Ragnarok from Team Jordan. He was here last year. We've seen him many times before over the years. He was in Team Nassar, Team Fate, Team Twisted Minds, and he was also in R8 as well. So he's got a lot of experience across a lot of rosters, and he's bringing that experience to this final. So I think he's really one to watch for that.
Yeah, definitely agree with you there. But I mean, when we're looking on one of the teams that they mentioned on the stage, Ukraine, Old Boy, can he teach his teams new tricks? That's what I want to know, because I mean, Old Boy has a lot of experience under his belt. 5-6 years maybe at this point. He's one of maybe the oldest players that we have in Pubg Mobile at this point.
See, I think what works in Old Boy's favor is that the saying is you can't teach an old dog new tricks, but I'm pretty sure Old Boy can teach them whatever they need to know. So there's only going to be one way to find out, though, right? We've got to step onto the battlefield. We've got to step onto the battlefield. They got to show us what they can do. So I think we're in for quite a bit of quite a bit of a PUBG day here.
Yeah, today is going to be quite a treat, ladies and gentlemen. So make sure that you're tuning in. Make sure that you follow the channel just so you don't miss any of the live streams. Because again, we have 9 days of competition across 4 different titles, and it is going to be a very exciting week, I want to say. 'Cause I just love getting into the mood and seeing the fact that we have some of the best players in the world also with us here on the stage, fighting for pride, fighting for glory, and representing their country on the highest level possible. And when it comes to teams that have been doing that, we can talk about Turkey, for example, who are represented by an organization known as Fireflux. They've been around PUBG Mobile scene for quite a few years at this point as well. And I want to say, with them being together for maybe the longest time out of the other teams, they have quite a lot of synergy, and I think they might have a little bit of an edge.
Yeah.
So definitely one of the teams to watch out for.
Absolutely, yeah, definitely. Their coach as well was here with Team Turkey last year as well. So again, it is a slightly new roster for this event, but overall they are a really well-gelled team. I just will be interested to see how, from a coaching perspective, he's going to bring them together and go, actually, this is what we're going to do. Because when you get to this sort of event where it is for your country, it is a little bit different. There is a slight variance there from the globals that they are used to. So it is really going to be a lot about mindset, about maybe slightly different strategies, but just bringing in a whole new kind of vibe into this event specifically.
Yeah. I feel like another team that's going to try and bring a whole new different vibe has to be Morocco. Because, you know, these guys previously known as Cryptics or 1 Million Esports, different names for these guys. And they were very prominent in, I want to say 2020, 2021, a little bit throughout 2022 as well. Disappeared for the full duration of 2023, and now they're back at the end of this year. So I want to see, how do you think they're going to be able to bring back that kind of energy that they showed in the Middle Eastern region over the past couple of years, after going dark for quite a while?
I mean, if the qualifiers is one thing to go by, I'm expecting to see quite a bit of performance come through the Moroccan team, because we have El Chapo, we've got Marshall coming in here, we've got the Senku, we've got Carry Boy as well in that squad, and you know, we've seen what they could do in the past, and sometimes good things come to those who wait. So Morocco being away for a little while, coming back.
Do you think they've been waiting all this time?
Who knows? Who knows? I mean, there's no better time to strike than right now. So, yeah.
Wait for the game.
Okay, obviously, well, match number 1, right? We've got to wait a little while longer. But yes, I do expect that we are going to be looking quite a bit of performance coming through from their end. And to what extent that's going to be, not quite sure. Right, because we've only seen these teams play in their separate qualifiers. We've not seen them all on one battleground.
Yeah.
Bashing it out, looking to see who's going to be the one to claim that winner chicken dinner at the end of the day.
And I want to see what kind of play styles we might expect, because we're going to have a lot of teams that are going to be playing either center zone as early as possible, a lot of teams that might just kind of sweep around the edge, get as many eliminations as possible. I want to see which strategy each of these teams adapt to, which strategy they choose, and how it works out for them, and how they're able to adapt to those scenarios. But we've talked about Kyrgyzstan, the previous champions, Ukraine, and a lot of their experience, Morocco. We also have Turkey. I want to talk a little bit about Pakistan, actually. You know, what might we see from them throughout, specifically the first day as well?
The first day, from what I can remember of them, first day, they're pretty darn good. They will go in guns blazing. They don't mess about. As we get on through the days, you might see a little bit more hesitancy, which I'm really hoping they're working through and getting past that, because this is an incredibly talented team. Their IGL, super, super good. His instinct is phenomenal as an IGL. You know, he knows the plays. So if he can just get through that kind of, oh, maybe second guessing a little bit, I think he'll do really, really well, and I hope for big things for them.
Well, can't wait to see what they're going to bring to the big stage here on day number 1. But another team that must be feeling the pressure, Indonesia, represented by Boom Esports. And I think them and the likes of Fireflux, they've been together for the longest time out of the other rosters. So a lot of synergy, a lot of experience under their belts as well for the side of Indonesia. DK, what do you think?
I mean, if we just base their performances from what we've seen in the qualifiers, I think we're going to be in for quite a run, especially when we make it over to, I would say, Erangel, right? Because they've shown to be quite an aggressive team when it comes to Erangel, based on how they were performing against the other squads. So I think Erangel, yeah, there might be quite a bit of a thing happening there. Qualifiers, we didn't necessarily see chicken dinners coming their way, but there's always that opportunity to find that extra little bit of a click, right? To push it that extra bit further. I mean, we've been seeing quite a bit of a distribution with those chicken dinners across the board from the respective squads and their regional qualifiers. So I want to see what's going to happen when we put them all in one map, right? Put them up in the Erangel, say, okay, cool, we've got a few teams that share drop locations. What's going to happen?
Exactly.
Right.
Like, are we going to be
Who's
seeing
gonna
hot
win?
drops from the get-go, or?
Yeah.
And here's the thing. Like I've always noticed this in some competitions. There are teams that, let's say, you lose the first fight, the first hot drop, you change, and then there's other teams that decide, nah, we're going to fight for it every single time. We will drop with you. I mean, but I feel like in those scenarios, it's a lose-lose for both teams. Because it's like if you start a fight in the very early stages of the game, you lose a player or two, that hinders you for the rest of the game. And so, what would be the best solution at that point? Do you think maybe revert to their second or third drop location, or go for the hot drop and just give it everything you got?
I think that it comes down to the level of what your confidence is when moving into a location, right? If you know you can take on an early fight and win it, guaranteed, sure, go for the drop location. I would say if there's a slight bit of hesitance, maybe go for the ult, right? I mean, don't unnecessarily give eliminations away, right? This is a competition at the end of the day. You're going to try and keep as many points to yourself without just dishing them out. So, yeah, I'd maybe go for a strategy like that, but of course, it's my opinion, right? I might be right, I might be wrong. Only one way to know.
I mean, you're here for a reason, you know? I'm hoping you're right. We'll see. But, I mean, look, when it comes to that situation, I also feel like it might, or rather, their placement in the overall ranking definitely has a role to play as well. It's like if you're at the very bottom of the overall ranking, you just want to try and climb as much as possible,
Yeah.
you definitely take the gamble.
Yeah, you do. And it's a very fine line between feeling like we're at the bottom and there's a lot of big teams and I'm not sure we can do this, but we're gonna try, versus, hey, we're at the bottom, but we can beat them. We
Yeah.
got this. Like, we're good to go. And yeah, it's going to be tough, but we've got this, and we're better than them, actually. You know, there's a very fine line between that. And when you say it out loud, it is very different. But the line is so thin between the two. And it's really difficult to keep that in check, especially with a lot of players. You know, one player might not be doing so well one day, but the team overall is okay. But that one player is not going to do well tomorrow, and he's going to bring the whole team down to in day 2 or day 3 or whatever. So it is very, very difficult to try and keep that. And that is really what PUBG Mobile is all about. It's not so much the strategy, although that's super important. It's the mindset in between that, and especially if you're at the bottom of any sort of ranking, it's like, how do you keep that going?
Yeah, it's like, what do you even think about it in that situation? It's like, let's say, game number 16 or 17, you're 16, 15, 14. It's like, what are you fighting for at that point? So what do you want to do? How do you want to end the tournament for yourself, and just take it from there? But going back to a couple of the teams that we have participating with us, I feel like having the tournament here in Saudi Arabia definitely must add a little bit more pressure on these Saudi Arabian representatives. 3 players from Power, 1 player, I believe, from Vision Esports as well, a couple of Saudi orgs, and very experienced players, I want to say. And when we're talking about, let's say, like regional performance as well, Power recently had the Saudi E-League's Major 4 title. So definitely also another team that's coming off of a title win and a little bit of a high. And I want to see if they're going to be able to transition that coming into this tournament. But Neptur, what do you think? What can we see from Saudi Arabia? And do you think the pressure might get to them?
It's the thing is I don't think they're a team that would really be pressured like that, right? You say they have experience, they're coming off a big. They should be good to go. However, I think the first match is going to be super duper important. Certainly the first day, first 2 matches. But the fact that it's on Sanhok is going to be really, really interesting to see, because anything happens on Sanhok. Normally, I prefer when it's like game 4, game 3, because then I often find that when the team that's not doing well goes into Sanhok, they win and they do better the rest of the day. So for them, I feel like Sanhok is going to be a real trendsetter for the rest of the day. It's the first game. There's a lot that you can kind of do to counteract whatever happens in Sanhok, but it is Sanhok, so it's going to be interesting to see how they navigate that.
What's your take, DK?
I think Sanhok is going to be an interesting warm-up round, right? To get the nerves, just to get kind of loose to them, right? To get a good assessment of what the synergy is looking like for the team at the start, at the start of the day. And we are going to be doing it for 3 days, right? So I think it's a nice bit of a flow, nice bit of a rhythm for the teams to get into. I mean, if something goes wrong on Sanhok, it's okay. It's okay. It's a quick little map. Well, not really little, but it's a quick map.
I mean, it is the smallest map that we have in the competition.
It's
So
the littlest, yeah.
But I think definitely bouncing from Sanhok, moving over into 3 Erangels, right, it definitely gives you a nice bit of a litmus test as to where you're standing coming into the day and what you could look to improve on, potentially moving into game number 2, game number 3. What do you think, man?
Well, the thing is, And I've lost my point as soon as you pushed it over to me, so I love that. No, thing is, yes, this is what it was. Sanhok, do you think it being the first game of the day over all 3 days, it's kind of treated as a throwaway for these teams then? Because they go, yeah, Sanhok, no one really cares. Here's the 3 Erangels and then the 2 Miramars. This is where the real games start.
I mean, it could, especially if you're a team that focuses on a map like Erangel or Miramar. That's your stronger map. That's the map in which you're capable of really like letting quite a few things out of the bag. I can see where that comes in, right? But if your focus is Sanhok, it's a bit unfortunate, right? Because you've only got that one match, the first match of the day, to prove yourself, to show, this is me. And then what after that, right? You got to try and pick up a little bit of something moving into the later stages of the day. So I think there's pros and cons to it. I definitely got to lean more towards the pros of like, just helping to get rid of a few of the nerves, so you can flow nicely into the remaining matches of the day.
Now, DK, you said you like having it might as a little bit of a throwaway game for Sanhok. When it comes to those kinds of mistakes, or let's say like a game where you end up with 0 points, how many mistakes do you think they can afford to make when they're fighting for that first place spot?
Ooh.
That's the thing. Remember, it's 3 days, 6 games a day, 18 games in total. And again, if you want to go for first, you have to make the least amount of mistakes possible.
Yeah.
Obviously, you will at some point. It's going to happen, but it's how you adapt to those mistakes.
I'd say realistically, looking at how many matches, for instance, you could have a bit of a tough, bumpy road on, I'd go for 3. Right, pushing 4, 5, I'd start to worry. Right, I think 3 is a kind of a good number to sit at. Maybe 3 on day 1, I don't know, or 3 over the 3 days.
Yeah, I was gonna say
whichever.
Actually, yeah, how like that would definitely impact the player's performance.
Yeah.
If it's like 3 in the first day, it's like, well, this is terrible. Or if it's like the first game of every day, it's like, really, we're going through this again. So there's pros and cons to it. So I don't know which would be worse.
I definitely think three maps back to back. That really kind of makes the mood quite difficult to lift.
That's the thing,
Right?
yeah.
If it's one a day, that's fine.
Yeah, but like if you're making, let's say, the same mistake at the beginning of the day 3 times in a row.
Yeah. Then there's like you gotta check.
I mean,
something.
at the end, you might be like, well, I'm not gonna make it a 4th time.
At least you're consistent, right? At least you're consistent.
And
Maybe not the right
consistency
kind.
is key in PUBG Mobile.
Yes.
It is very important.
Yeah. Maybe not the right kind of consistency, but it's consistent.
Exactly. I mean, if I had a player or a team who was making the exact same mistake every single day, I'd start yelling. I'd start throwing things like, "Come on, dude! This is not. We're not playing here, right?
Well, we are, but we're competing.
We're competing. This is not a scrim. This is not something where you
This
can
is
go,
not a
yeah,
TDM.
it's fine."
This
No.
is the real show. This is it. This is the real competition. We gotta get going.
Yeah.
Honestly, I'm waiting for that first game. I want to see what's gonna, like you said, the litmus test. Who will pass? Who will fail? Who's gonna come out with that first winner chicken dinner on Sanhok? So, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to get the show on the road and get started with our first game of the day. So, over to our casters with Falix and Koa.
Thank you so much, Sandstorm and the analyst desk. Thank you for keeping us warm, for keeping us entertained as we're waiting for that first match to kick on off here. Woo! We're ready for some PUBG Mobile here. We're ready to kick off day number 1. They've talked about everything I could have imagined. But we're starting soon. We're starting on Sanhok, and it's 6 games a day. There's not a whole lot to waste here. There's not a whole lot of time for these teams to waste, Felix.
No, there really isn't. It's going to be 6 games for today, as you've heard on the desk already. And, man, I can't wait to get started. Once again, so many different countries with so many experienced players in this lobby, and so many favorites as well. I know we've heard some of it on the desk, but I want to put you on the spot, as we always do, as I love to do. Who's your favorite going into this?
It's a tricky one. It's a hard one, right? But I think I'm sort of torn. Yeah,
There's torn between.
Indonesia is there. 100%. Full lineup. These guys have been looking good. I think they got something like a 4th place at the PUBG Esports World Cup. That's crazy. That's a good result.
A lot of money as well.
And that is, that's crazy money. But a lot of teams have had results like that in this lobby. Like, they're not alone on that. They're not the only team with merits like that. It's just full lineup. They've been looking good recently. You've got to give them a bit of favoritism.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be the story of favorites. As we've seen so very often in these Iesf competitions, who's going to be able to take the grand share of the $130,000 US, ladies and gentlemen? We're going to find out right about now as we head on over to the first game of day number 1. you've talked about your favorites.
Yeah.
Now it's my turn, I think. I know we set some of the predictions already.
Yeah.
I know you've gone for Ukraine.
Yes.
I've gone for Turkey. Back then, we didn't know all the
Exactly.
lineups.
Didn't know the
You
full lineups, didn't know the
Exactly. Some
rosters.
teams have been replaced, some countries have been replaced. Bahrain, for example, isn't here. Jordan is instead. And that
Yeah.
obviously mixes up
Yeah.
our predictions to some degree. And I got to agree with everything you said. I think it's going to be the story of the favorites. I think some of these teams are going to run away with the majority of the points. And it's going to come down to who's going to be able to third-party other favorites as much as they want to and can. And I think that storyline is going to start right about now in Sanhok.
Starting right about now. Drop spots looking fairly clean so far. We've seen some drop maps lying around on stage. These guys, they're definitely in a Discord. They're posting each other drop spots to try and figure out where everyone's going. But there can still easily be clashes. The only thing I can see is Paradise Resort. That's looking a little bit too stacked there with Turkey and Miramar. The rest of the map is mighty peaceful. As you can see, a few players here and there just trying to get themselves out of space. Morocco, though, on the north as well. That's a thing, too.
Yeah, look at Jordan's split as well. Look, Jordan has the entire area between Quarry and north of Boot Camp. That's crazy. That's a big split coming out from Jordan. A little of map control as well. But we head on over to Turkey. And as you said, one of the only real contests that we have going on in Sanhok right now, at least on match one, right? I mean, that can still change the couple of games. It hasn't really changed often, but matter of fact, it still can. And there goes the first frag. It's going to be Morocco opening things up. And it's going to be two players, I think, immediately being taken down.
Morocco, they've proven that they deserve to be here. We've seen them pop off in the African Esports Championship, securing their spot at this tournament. And they're starting it off aggressive in the north there. Looking good, taking a few frags. Quite off the bat, no problem for them at all. You talked about Jordan split here, but there's aggression still coming out in the north. It's both Turkey and Morocco popping off in Paradise and Cow, and that's looking like a fight that's almost over. Yes, it is over. I think Morocco has just picked up all four, and they haven't lost a member. They might get themselves up back to full and quickly rotating as well here. They've got all the time in the world. This is a beautiful start for them.
Yeah, for Romanian boys, the new roster, so to speak, with Lawrence being the last one being taken out as the first team that has now been eliminated. But it might just happen that we might see another team that's being eliminated any second now. And that's Turkey going really aggressive against Myanmar. We saw the first knock a couple of minutes ago. And it looks like they want to finish things off with a bang. Two more players being knocked down. I think one has been revived in the meanwhile. And that brings it back to a 2-on-2 as Turkey has lost two players on their own as well.
Yeah, it's a messy hot drop. This might still turn to the better here, especially if they find this trade now. They could try and isolate the 2v1 on the low ground. They don't exactly know where it is, but they know where their knocks are, so they want to just breach over that ridge and try to close that out. That res is coming through for sure, though, and that's the fall away for Turkey. Yes, they've gotten themselves a frag, but they've lost half of their members here in the first seconds of the first game, and that's the last year's champion losing one. That's Kyrgyzstan losing effect as well.
Yeah, Kyrgyzstan, my personal favorite now, just with recent performances. I think one of the strongest rosters in this competition, in this lobby. Yeah. And once again, I think if you would put me on the spot, take one team, I think Kyrgyzstan is going to be up there on the one spot for me now that, you know, the new rosters have been revealed. But yeah, they're going to lose a player very early on, not the start that you kind of want to have, as you said as well, you know, reigning champions going into this. Yeah. And they will be down to 3. And I'm very surprised, going back to that fight we've just seen, I'm really surprised Turkey didn't commit to this. It was a 2v2, and they know that chances with that circle wouldn't be perfect whatsoever. So I'm surprised they kind of ran away from this.
The thing is as well, are you ever going to get a better fight than a 2v2 where like a 2v4 where two players are knocked? You're never going to get a better fight. You could get yourself 4 kills right off the bat. Yeah, sure, it's not an easy push, but I think you go for the high risk, high reward play there. But to be fair, they had little information about if the res had maybe already come on through much earlier, right? Like, we see that the res is just being started. They don't know that at all. So for now, they fall away, and I'm not going to be honest, I think that's a little bit of a first game thing as well. We do tend to see people a little bit more hesitant as they shake off the rust, they get used to the setup, they get used to the stage. This can take a toll on people, and this can make things a lot slower and a lot more passive than we would usually see them.
4 frags being picked up by Morocco phase 1. Who would have thought? Definitely one of the strongest rosters coming in as well. Wouldn't say the strongest rosters, obviously, but that's just based off of the fact that Morocco has a couple of players that have, you know, momentarily been almost retired to some degree. They've come back for this event representing Morocco, obviously, as they have been the most experienced players from their country as well. And then they came into the WEC that we've seen 2 months ago. excuse me, African Esports Championship,
Yes.
the AEC. Man, I'm getting mixed up on these abbreviations. For the African Esports Championship, they came in. They started off relatively slow, but they ended it with an absolute bang, and thus qualified here to the WEC, the World Esports Championship by Iesf, and deservingly so. Once again, incredible fraggers. I think to me it kind of comes down to how much have they really practiced and gone back into finding that way of style and you know, that new kind of PUBG meta. If they have, I think they've got great chances here as well for a top 5, top 4 finish.
Yeah, I think it's also just hard to estimate what's going to happen in a tournament like this. Like we said, right? You've got the experienced rosters, you've got the recently well-performing rosters, you've got some crazy mixes with players that have insane pop-offs in the recent past, but other players that you haven't really seen on the big stage yet. So there's a very wide variety of teams here, and either of them could really work out. A team that's going to be a little bit sad about how the dates went for this tournament is Bulgaria, because if you watch the qualifiers, that team was a whole lot of Icy, and he's gone now. He's not playing. He's at the PMGC. So Sicario definitely has some really big shoes to fill here for this event for Bulgaria.
Yeah, a whole lot of ice. He might even be an understatement. I think he just... is it too much to say he carried that team? I don't think it is. I hate that word because obviously it's a team sport, and you have to, you know, pull yourself together. But we all know how icy can be. He's such an influential player for any team, and just off of stats alone, he's been bringing these guys to this event, to the World Esports Championship. So incredible storyline. Now they have to find their own footing. They have to work together. This is a good start. Egypt loses the first one against Bulgaria.
Egypt, a team as well, right, that you have to keep your eyes on. They're not the most profile players, but they're right up there, and they've just won the African Esports Championship convincingly as well. Kind of out of competition. That's how well they were playing. I feel like at some point they were looking mighty good, and that just goes to show that they work as a team. Whereas a lot of other rosters, they have to show that first, because yes, they've got massive players, but they might have never played on this exact roster together before, and that's something you do tend to underestimate. If you look at the roster on paper, it doesn't really tell you all that much sometimes. Yeah. As we see Arthur falling away from that nade. Not a whole lot of support from the squad just yet. They have to try and get this together quick and maybe find a bit of retaliation towards the side of Bulgaria.
Egypt now, one of the best performing teams at the AEC as well. And I want to say that, was that a nade knock?
No, close.
No, I think it was really close, but a great nade nonetheless. Arthur trying to defend his line of sight here. He's got 2 more players to back him up, but they're nowhere near. I think he got caught on rotation, and that's how Bulgaria's already opening up the angles. This is good counter fire. Almost takes him down, but he just barely makes it behind the rock.
He's on borrowed time.
That also means Arthur not getting that frag. Means, more nades raining in, more angles are being shot now, and he should go down any second. He still somehow makes it behind the vehicle. He's trying to get something, but just nothing there to be found. Now the reinforcements arrive, but it's just a little bit too late.
Yeah, it's a little too late for him. Not sure if they weren't as mobile as him. Maybe they didn't all have vehicles to work with, but he was stuck on an island there for just a little bit too long. Bulgaria opened up the angle nicely, and as soon as they open up that angle, it is pretty much decided. And Arthur's fate is sealed. So nice first few glimpses of team play from a squad that I didn't have my hopes up. But like I said before, I feel like everybody in this lobby can prove us wrong, and everybody in this lobby can really show that they're made to fight for the top here.
Couldn't agree more. Zaxi, one of the biggest fraggers on that lineup on Egypt, together with Kronai. I want to say both of these have actually been the biggest fraggers on that roster. Left alive, we'll have to find a new place in the next safe zone. Zuxi especially is going to have to move across the street, and I think Bulgaria is just waiting for this. They're letting the blue zone touch him, force him out of position, to then be able to shoot him when he runs across the street. Should be an easy pickup for them. I like what Bulgaria is doing. I think they tried to make a fast rotate, but as soon as they realize they have kill potential on that edge, slow it down, make sure to get all these remaining frags.
First knock comes through for Egypt though. We just saw it in the kill feed, so they're making this a little bit more painful than it maybe could have been. Mongolia on the other side, a team that's taking casualties right now, a team that still has to prove to us that they can be a threat in this one. But the shots are landing. Instant knock. That's also a player that's not going to get rezzed at this point. All the more likely. The rest of Myanmar, unsure at this point, but I think they are falling away from it. They're resetting. They're trying to get themselves into the play zone. and cut in their losses. This is barely a res here for Suki. He should be able to get this on through. But in 26 seconds, the next zone is going to pop, and then they really have to start getting a move on here, Felix.
Yeah, it's going to be dangerously close. As soon as the next phase touches, I don't think there's going to be a way, but I think he might just make it.
अच्छा, मेरा नाम अब्दुल वहाब है और आई विल बी द मॉडरेटर फॉर टुडे। ये पबजी की तरफ से ऑर्गेनाइज कराया गया है एक सर्वे। तो बेसिकली इस सर्वे का मकसद हमारा जानना ज़रूरी है। अस्सलाम वालेकुम एवरीबॉडी। अच्छा, मेरा नाम अब्दुल वहाब है और मैं आज मॉडरेटर हूँ
पाकिस्तान। और दूसरा ये कि मेरा ख्याल है कि पार्टनर प्रोग्राम हम फ्रेंड्स की। अच्छा, मैंने
अस्सलाम वालेकुम एवरीबॉडी। अच्छा, मेरा नाम अब्दुल वहाब है और मैं आज मॉडरेटर हूँ यहाँ पे। मैं आप लोगों को असिस्ट करूँगा और ये बेसिकली एक कंपनी है जिन्होंने एक सर्वे ऑर्गेनाइज कराया है पाकिस्तान के अंदर गेमिंग इंडस्ट्री और जो गेमर्स हैं उनको बेहतर अंडरस्टैंड करने के लिए। तो आप जो 10 लोग हैं वो एक प्रॉपर प्रोसेस के थ्रू आए हैं। तो इस सर्वे का मकसद ये है कि हम मैक्सिमम और बहुत ज़्यादा इन्फॉर्मेशन आप लोगों से ले सकें और गेमिंग इंडस्ट्री को कैसे इम्प्रूव करना है पाकिस्तान के अंदर, इस चीज़ को हम देखते हैं
पाकिस्तान में। और
पर अपने इंजॉयमेंट के लिए फ्री टाइम में खेलता हूँ। बाकी कंटेंट फेसबुक, टिकटॉक और यूट्यूब में देखता हूँ फ्री फायर का स्ट्रीमिंग वगैरह बस।
ठीक है, थैंक्स।
जी बिल्कुल, गेम का साइज मैटर करता है। और ये जो
पहला क्वेश्चन, ये गेम डिफरेंट कैसी है, कॉड और पबजी से डिफरेंट कैसे है और क्या वजह है जो आपको ये कॉड और पबजी से ज़्यादा अट्रैक्ट करती है? प्लस फ्री फायर का कौन सा इन्फ्लुएंसर है पाकिस्तान में जिसको आप फॉलो करें या आउटसाइड ऑफ पाकिस्तान?
But you can see as well, getting across these bridges, getting across to another island on Sanhok is just so brutal, right? And yeah, this is a little bit of why the analyst desk was saying this map is very the rotations are extremely limited, but getting yourself just a few kill points, even if it's just 2 or 3, goes such a long way to just set yourself up and say, hey, we're in this. This was the first game, we were in it, we've got a little bit of what we wanted. And at least not going out with a 0-pointer. Bulgaria there, 3 frags for them. They're in a whole different mindset than a Romania who died 1 minute off the drop with 0 points.
Absolutely. That's what Sanhok is all about. Salvage the rounds that you have no chance winning in, which you can kind of tell very early on by the way the zone shifts, let's be honest. Sanhok is the map where the zone has the most impact, which is why it's also the least liked map. That's just down to the fact that you can't really have deep rotations. You can't really play around on edge as much. You most of the times just have to take straight up fights. And if someone is gatekeeping you, you're going to be at a disadvantage whatsoever. And that's what we're seeing right here with Morocco as well, especially being shot from even across the lake, even across the river. There were shots coming in from Saudi Arabia, taking out Chapo. So that's just how disastrous this map can be if you don't rotate early enough.
And I love what Chile's done here as well. They've just completely locked down that bridge and given themselves a bit of an advantage to use later on, looking for any frag they can find. 2 for now. Yes, there's teams that got more frags than them, but they had to work for them. Holding it down. Headstone finds Zerridge. That's 2 Titans colliding on the southeastern side here. You can see that Kyrgyzstan, they don't want to fall away from this. They want to close this out. They might know that Turkey is weakened, but they might just sort of smell it based on the presence that's coming towards them. They want this fight, Alex. They're not looking for rotations. They're looking to take a fight when they see one in front of them.
I like it. That's what Turkey did not do in phase 1. And now they are kind of paying for it. Kyrgyzstan in that 2v1, you can, as you said, really tell they want to clear this. There's not really much to rotate to afterwards. So picking these 2 frags would make it 4 points for them, given that 5 teams wouldn't be eliminated before that, which is really unlikely. So no placement points either, by the way the zone looks. In the meanwhile, it's going to be Ukraine taking down 2, maybe 3 players, and I think so the Pakistani players have just gone down. I think that's 1 flash and a knock as well.
They've just gotten absolutely melted, and that's a big move for Ukraine. Remember, they were slow on the western side. They really just have 1 or 2 teams next to them. they've instantly done the damage when they had their first chance. The Indonesian swimmers right now, they're not looking all too hot either, but they might just make landfall a little bit far left for Alian to close them out, and you can see he's trying, but he hasn't found the angle. They might be getting the first aids off, and they might become an actual problem for him now, as he's trying to play the ridge, trying to survive. Pretty much trying to lick their wounds here that just have been inflicted from that Ukraine.
I think that's that third frag now coming in from Old Boy, who's having one hell of a game. Now the Indonesian players are trying to take that 2v1, and he's the last player left standing. He jumps across and takes him down as Randy somehow keeps Indonesia left alive in this round. What a performance. Be reminded, they were stuck on that northeastern side at the bridge, and no one thought they were going to make it in, but somehow they end up on the western bridge. I'm not even sure how that happened. How did that rotate come to be? Incredible story coming out from Indonesia.
It's a really good question. That's a really good question right there. Tell you what though, there's a few questions still to be asked from that Kyrgyzstan squad, and the question is, when will they stop fragging? They're now putting themselves in the prime position, maybe even getting another res back up, maybe, not just maybe, closing out Morocco and making sure that they make whatever they can out of this Sanhok. Just like you said, get in the points when you can't win the game. Chile still a 4-up on their east. Ukraine still sitting pretty. Also, Ukraine, big factor for them is, yes, they're sitting in a compound, but they've done damage to the teams around them. They've made their late game so much easier by killing one of Saudi Arabia and completely ruining Pakistan that was going to play that bridge side. So when they have to move out of their compound eventually, they know they have weakened teams around them. They know they have weak points they can exploit.
Brazil has lost a player early on to Ukraine, but he somehow got revived. I'm not even sure how that happened either. Old Boy wasn't able to get the flush apparently. And thus, as of right now, they are back as 4 players in the same kind of prime position they were in earlier. We said we expected it to shift on, it did. And thus they should be once again in the prime spot. More skirmishes now on that southern side. Everyone needs to move in. That means limited options, except kind of frag out as much as you can.
Yeah, does not get away with the kill point there though. He does get the knock. He brings a bit of pain to Chile, but he does not get the knock himself. Now, M2M trying to prone it out. He spotted the enemy. He's trying to get some util over. Nice little cross. Good timing for Nort on that cross. He's going to bring out the shotgun here. Surely catches him in the open. This could be a good chance, but no. Tiger rings and true, and that's Nort going down. Flikey is trying to do what he can, but it's not enough, and they finally fall here. With the hands of Jordan, who keep themselves in this as Chile is struggling on that eastern side.
Yeah, you could tell Flikey how much mechanical skill he has just based off of that one run across the street, the pre-fire, the leaning shots as well. Unfortunately, I think it's going to take a couple of more games to get used to the new phones as well. It's just LAN environment. That's, you know, what kind of comes into it as well. But yeah, I want to say 8 out of 10 scenarios, he wins that fight as well. So Kyrgyzstan, unfortunately, losing out on any more points. 5 points is what they will take away here in game number 1. We're down to the top 7. That means placement points have arrived as well, ladies and gentlemen. And we still have 3 teams left with all 4 players, France, Ukraine, and Brazil.
And a zone shift that goes far towards Brazil, but I'm thinking this is pretty good for Ukraine, because what this zone shift does is it eliminates Saudi Arabia, which means they have to start pushing this, and Ukraine can still play on in. So if the zone would have gone further towards Ukraine, maybe Saudi Arabia could have just stayed put and been a problem later on. Now they're forcing this issue while they still have the space. And if Old Boy holds true here and doesn't get knocked, which is easier said than done, the jumping shotgun's coming on in. He's got dance, he's got a weave, and he's the one going down. Easy equalizes the numbers just like that. It's a 3v3 in the compound. That's buying time for everybody on the outside as well. It's another nade knock.
Another nade knock. Sonika takes down Easy to really low HP, but how was no one there to trade Old Boy? That's what I'm asking. Ukraine's position's unfortunately just not as strong as the rest of them. Now Brazil chimes into the action as well. Hafley gets taken down immediately. Headshot to top it off. And now Slonik out of the question as well. Ukraine unfortunately falling apart here. They had such a good chance at this edge. But with Old Boy flash, it's just Tulika left alive, and he's the last one as well. Ukraine just down to 1 player, and Saudi Arabia as well as Brazil both making it in with players.
Knocks one from the outside. Tulika knocks a second. It's just 1 up on Saudi Arabia at this point in the compound. And And it's all fallen into place for Brazil. France now starting to make the moves on the outside. They've been quiet, they've been passive, but they are trying to activate. Do they know about Indonesia below them though? I don't think they do. I don't think they have any idea about this, and it's going to cost them dearly. The knocks are coming on through, they're bleeding members. This is looking like it's Brazil all over, Felix.
Yeah, Mr. Blue goes down to the blue zone as well. And the rest of the France squad unfortunately follows very shortly after. Everyone is being taken out, and one of the only teams I wouldn't have expected in the late game to be is Indonesia. Are you kidding me? What kind of rotation is this? Still down to 2 players, but they have secured 6 eliminations in the meanwhile. Based off that rich line that we've just seen as well, I think they've gathered another 2, maybe 3 points. Now with Jordan and Brazil left alive, I'm not sure that if the chances are really that great, especially since Brazil is the one now taking the fight towards them. But either way, I mean, the top 3 is great already.
They spotted the Jordan swimmer as well, so there is still a chance for Indonesia to take place. Not looking like it right now, but Randy is still on the swim, and he's still trying to make meters towards that middle of the zone. This game is all but over. Brazil is efficient in their first game of the World Esports Championship.
Wow.
We can talk about how Indonesia has stepped up massively with those kills and the few placements they are able to find themselves, but it's Brazil who kicks this off in style. They control their edge, they poison, perfectly time the fight into the compound, and then they clean it up in the end. Big win for Brazil.
Wow, what a performance. Brazil coming out very strong in the first game of the WEC. Unbelievable scenes. We said we weren't exactly sure what to expect from that lineup. Let's take it a notch back, because yes, the zone has played a part in it, but still, individually, they seem to be absolutely on point. And as we said, man, I wasn't sure. There's so many strong teams from that Brazil region that I would have obviously maybe given more of an advantage than they would have been here, but still, that's a great way to start things off.
Especially because it's, for me, this is big. It's not just the individual gameplay, it's how they played their position. They took their time. They, like you said, right, they didn't lose a player tall boy. They made sure to stabilize that. They made sure not to overcommit to any of the fights. And once the compound explodes, they're not hesitant either. They're not waiting around. They're not saying, oh my god, nice, the other guys are fighting. They take that game by the horns and they ride it home. So beautifully done by them, and well deserved win. I think, what did they have, 7 elims before they got the last 2?
I think so.
A massive start to the day and a massive confidence booster for them as well.
They seem happy as well. They definitely seem happy as well. This is how you want to start, especially on a map like Sanhok, as we've said. And that, yes, zone plays a big role, but that you only get very limited chances to actually take a win off of. So as a favorite going into this is how you want to start, because once again, this is the X factor of a map. If you play as good in this, you know, chances are you not only take that confidence into the next couple of games, but chances are also that your points average is just going to be immensely higher than everyone else, especially your direct competition.
Yeah, exactly. Like we talk about this, right? It's hard to win on Sanhok. The zone plays a massive role, but that also means when you do get the zone, you do have to win it. You can't let these chances slip, and they did not let that slip at all. Ukraine, I think, had a chance, but we talked about it in the compound, right? It wasn't super clean, and it was an easier situation for Brazil to deal with than it was for Ukraine, but I still thought they kind of had that ready. They were all cooking the nades. It looked like they had some sort of setup, but then Old Boy was left alone for so long, and it kind of fell apart for them there.
Yeah, it was really unfortunate. I think if they would have had maybe one player to back Old Boy a little bit more, but then again, we don't know the exact sightlines, because it looked like Ukraine was really pushed into the buildings as much as anyone could have, because Brazil was watching from up top.
They're respecting the overpeaks to Brazil, so it's not as easy as it looks from the outside.
And Brazil knew as well that this is the biggest competition right now in this round. If we clean up this edge or like interfere as much as we can, it's going to be our round to win. And that's also what I really like about Brazil's play there. They kept it passive when they needed to, but when they needed to actually interfere with everyone else fighting on the edges that mattered, they activated.
Yeah, the decision making was clean. And that's a thing you love to see, because we do see it time and time again that teams don't make that switch in time, and it's the hardest thing about PUBG, honestly. When are you aggressive? When are you passive? That's pretty much the name of the game. Once you have that figured out, you know how to play PUBG. They do it really well.
Have you figured that out as a coach yourself?
Let's not talk about it, all right? Let's not talk about that.
Last 2 tournaments have been
let's not talk about it. Moving on. Indonesia, how on earth do they end up from the northeast bridge to the southwest bridge?
Yeah. We gotta take a look at the map
How
stream.
do they fight it up from there?
Honestly, scratch the map stream. I want to walk over and ask them, because that's insane. Like, they have been stuck to the edge. The blue zone was literally like a couple of meters away from them, and they've been on the eastern bridge, on the northern bridge, let's say like that, on the northern bridge stuck to the position, and Saudi Arabia was watching them.
Yeah.
And Saudi Arabia has been there throughout the entire game, so it's not like they moved away and they were able to rotate. No, Saudi Arabia has kept that edge on lockdown for the entirety of the game. So, I don't know, have they found a boat? Is there even boat spawns there? I don't think they are. I think the next boat spawn has to be somewhere on the northern side of the map.
They
Like
would have gotten slaughtered,
northern
surely.
coastline. Yeah.
Surely. There was, remember Chile was just 4-man in that compound
Yeah,
on the
true,
river
true as
cross,
well.
right? Like, you just blow up that boat. There's no
I
way
have
you
no
make
idea.
that play. There's no way you do make that play.
No.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah,
they clean up Pakistan there. They clean up France right on after. France comes off the bridge,
Yeah.
instantly steps into the absolute landmine that is that Indonesian duel, and it ends their game. So a little bit unfortunate for them, because I think they were really waiting for this game to give them a chance. And once they had one, they just stepped on Indonesia and it was over.
Yeah. Incredible points being secured by plenty of the favorites. We got to give it up for Jordan as well. Replacing Bahrain, being reminded they wouldn't have originally qualified for this tournament, but due to the fact Bahrain obviously has PMGC to play, so they couldn't make it here. Crazy. Let's take a look at the stage because we have an interview ready for you guys.
And here we are right now with Fireboy from Team Indonesia. How do you feel about the last match?
Maybe it was difficult at the beginning, but we can do it.
You can do it indeed. So this was only one Sanhok, right? We're gonna go for 3 more maps, all Erangel. So are you prepared? How are you gonna make that happen?
Before we come to this, we are already prepared for all worst things. I think we can do it.
You can do it indeed. Let's see what's gonna happen in the next map. And that was Fireboy from Indonesia. Now back to you, Alice. Let's go.
They can do it indeed. They are still one of the strongest contenders that we have. Yes, they may have stumbled. I mean, not really. They didn't really stumble in the first game. Zone didn't really help them out in the last couple of circles, but still coming out top 3 in game 1, getting a couple of elims. Great start. But you know who didn't have a great start? Surprisingly, it's Romania. We talked about it in the pre-show. Hot drops, yay or nay? Is it gonna happen? Is it not gonna happen? And DK, we had two. But talk to me about that first one, Morocco versus Romania.
It proved to be a little bit of a tough spot, right? And I mean, it's not such a different angle that we saw Romania going towards. Normally they go towards Tatmark, but they pushed a little bit further north and they found themselves in a bit of a sticky situation. It's unfortunate, but I think that's part of the game. Moving into a map like Sanhok, right? We're expecting to see potential hot drops. The team's delivered, but it comes down to how you're going to be able to kind of handle those engagements and whether you could, you know, rise above it and walk out of there with still some of your players intact. Unfortunately, that wasn't necessarily the case here for Romania.
Yep, they lost every single one of their members in that first skirmish up against Morocco. But that wasn't the only one that we actually had. We saw Turkey, hot drop with Myanmar as well. Turkey, I believe, lost 2 of their players early on, and that definitely affected their performance for the rest of the game, Natura.
Yeah, it did. It's something that you have to account for. It's something where, you know, you have to have that adaptability as well. But yeah, in this game in particular, it was going to prove a bit of a problem. It's Sanhok, right? You want as many players as possible on your team, and the minute you lose 1, it's okay. 2, you're starting to have to backtrack plan B, plan C. We're going to have to play this quietly. We can't go full, you know, gung-ho on everybody. It does change your game a lot, so it's something that they're going to have to think about and maybe not repeat tomorrow. Or tomorrow.
Yeah, and that's the thing I want to throw out there from now. A question for ourselves for day 2, game 1, and day 3, game 1. Will the hot drops repeat? That's gonna be my question. But we're done with Sanhok for now, but we're not done with the stats coming out from these players. Let's have a quick look. I would say like quite average, because when we're talking about Brazil and what they were able to do in this game, their focus was center of the zone, and it benefited them so much. They didn't have to move, I want to say, like after getting themselves in the center of zone 2 or 3, if I'm not mistaken. From then, they were very, very safe, nothing to worry about. They managed to get a decent amount of eliminations as well, Natura. So for Brazil, great start for them in that first game of the day.
Oh yeah, excellent start for them. It's one of those things where, you know, people are going to go, oh, they're zone blessed, you know, they didn't really get that, they're zone blessed. No, the zone went to them, it's what you do with it, right? if the zone goes to you, then you've got to still make it work. You can't just go, oh, we have the zone, so we're good now, and then you just die.
Yeah.
Because that's not how that works, right?
You can't just rely on the placement points.
You can't, and you can't rely on that zone. You've got to work it, and they really did. They saw, look at this zone. I mean, it was a perfect zone. They had all of the land. There were only 2 players in the water, and then some outside of zone. So they had all
year by year. Korea, Indonesia, Israel, Romania, worldwide. The World Esports capital changed, each year expanding significantly, getting bigger and bigger. Fast forward 15 years, Iesf was determined to show the world the most valuable World Esports Championship. 140 nations gathered in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. The WEC 24 story. 2024. Saudi Arabia prepares to host the 16th World Esports Championship after a spectacle made in Iesf, Romania by Iesf for WEC 23. New president, new challenges, and quite a bumpy road ahead. As the calendar turned to January, the national qualifiers took place, breaking dozens of records. In a wingspan of 3 months in every nation across the globe, athletes competed to get one step closer to the World Esports Championship and represent their nation on the global stage. However, as fate would have it, the road to WEC 24 was far from smooth. Things went south. 2 out of 3 offline regional qualifiers were forced to go online. Even though that barrier occurred, the online regional qualifiers shattered previous viewership records. The hype for WEC 24 was real. Meanwhile, Africa. Iesf showed just how much potential is hidden in Africa. Over 180 athletes, 17 nations, and thousands of fans. All in one place for one specific reason: esports. The bumpy road came to an end. The slots for WEC 24 were secured and everyone was ready. The much anticipated 16th World Esports Championship set sails. WEC 24 Day 1. cause they know they can never touch this. So they let me talk my shit, or I might just throw another fit. You know I can't help but this, cause they know.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to match number 2. It's been Brazil that has taken the very first match in grand fashion. It's been Sanhok as well, but be reminded, that is the only time we're going to see Sanhok. So if you are here for some high strategic gameplay, then this is the time for you. We will have Erangel 3 times coming up, and then 2 times Miramar. Any predictions again, Kobo?
I'm looking out for drop spots. We talked about it a little bit. We'll see what happens on Miramar.
Yeah, fair enough.
This is the first time we play the map. If you're going to hot drop, you better do it now. You better get it out of the way.
Yeah.
If you're a team who did well in game 1, you have a bit of a better leg to stand on than if you're a team who had a really rough start. So that's something that I'm looking out for. But basically what you just mentioned. A little bit more strategy, a little bit more nerdiness, you know, a little bit more cleverness in the rotations. Because Sanhok is really the brute force map. We saw a lot of good fights. We saw a lot of good team fights being taken. And a lot of rotations that didn't go that well.
Yeah, I mean, we said it during the game as well, right? It's that kind of map that, as a professional player, if you get the zone, you're going to be really, really happy about it, right? You're going to sit there and just know that you're going to have some kind of kill potential going your way. If it doesn't, it's horrible, right? There's so few options for you out there. So, yeah, Erangel coming up next. Whole lot of different kind of early game strategies that you can apply, and that's what we're going to see as well. Some of these favorites, I am pretty sure, are going to come out swinging on that map, and I think one of them that we've just seen coming into the game as well, which was Indonesia, by the way. It's going to have a good game as well. We saw it in the interview. How much are really going to change? Not too much. I guess that's kind of the storyline. Yeah, fair enough.
After that game.
Yeah, because if they pull off rotations like this, I'm not sure what can go wrong.
Yeah.
After what we've just witnessed in game 1.
Yeah, and I think another team that I have my eye on is a little bit Kyrgyzstan. I think they would look very convincing in their fights. They didn't get a zone at all. They had a tough early game to work their way through, and they were looking good as a team. They were looking like a unit, and that's I think one thing that you cannot understate in a tournament like this, where there's so many rosters that are just pieced together. Team play is not going to be as good as in a tournament where everybody's been practicing together for months and years and everything. So they looked clean in their fights, and we saw a glimpse of the mechanics, right, coming on out. So even if the zone was very disadvantageous for them, they looked good in what they could do, and that's a really good sign when you come into the maps where they're not as limited into what they can do. They can be more creative. They can figure out more ways to get into zone and get those fights. Yeah,
absolutely. I mean, 5 frags is what we've seen in the last game. That is a good indication of how frag strong these guys are. And ladies and gentlemen, we're heading into match number 2. It's going to be Erangel for the first time today, for the first time at the WEC Championship here in Riyadh. Live from Riyadh as well. We have this beautiful venue, this beautiful stage right in front of us. You should come here if you're anywhere close and watch this spectacular event in person.
Yes. It's got the Esports festival vibe again. I'm so in love. I'm so in love with the vibe. It's not just one event. There's a ton of different stuff going on. There's a few PlayStations around the place. You know, booths where you can do some fun stuff. It's a good time. But we're getting serious here. All right, the talking time is over. We're ready for our first Erangel of the tournament. We talked about it plenty. What this map has to offer. And we're going to see what the teams make of it now. Indonesia in Milta. We've got Myanmar in Novo. So far, no hot drops to be seen. An insane amount of space for Chile here as they are trying to push Romania right into that Lipovka edge. But I'm feeling like there's got to be some spice at the end of the playing path here with a few teams still left in it.
Yeah, Brazil and Morocco, I think, both making their way towards northern Georgia Pole. And if that happens, we might see a contest. Same goes for Bulgaria. They're flying towards the South Georgia Pole area as well. So dodging towards it might just result in another hot job as well. Not too easy to find any kind of ground at the moment. Zone shifts far towards the north. France is going to be the team in deepest inside the circle center at the moment. But then again, there's a Bernie in that specific zone. Not exactly the place you'd play. I think they're going to rotate out of there sometime soon as well. I mean, the warehouses are incredibly strong. The cross-section compounds are incredibly strong. Lots of really strong compounds overall on that northern side. If you have prio towards it, it's going to almost secure you a relatively strong early game.
yeah, you do have to take those odds. You do have to take those positions to see if you can play them into late game. Romania, really, really bad start for them into their game 1. Now to game 2, they're trying to correct some of those issues, as they only had 2 of their members from the qualifier actually in the finals as well. But I have just been told we've got a little bit of a re-host coming on through, so this match does have to be restarted. And yeah, we'll have to keep you guys waiting for another short bit. We're going to keep it nice and sweet. But that Erangel wasn't the one to be.
No, it was not the one meant to be. France is going to be fuming. I think France is going to be fuming. They want the same circle again. Yeah, we can see the desk is fuming as well. Some France fan girls, I guess, at the desk. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, quick tech delay. We'll head right back into the next match. Someone must have not connected, I guess. The only explanation I have.
Didn't see a 3-man, but that's a very likely thing. That's something that could have gone wrong with the game settings as well, right? Sometimes you see the first circle and you realize, oh, that's a little bit too big. That's not.
Was it too big? Did you spot that?
No, I didn't spot that. That does sometimes happen. I am running on very low sleep and very low caffeine to make my way to this tournament. I'm not spotting circle sizes today.
I had like 17 hours of delay.
I'm just here to smile at the camera and talk about the video game, right?
Yeah. That's kind of sad because I wanted to see France now, what they do with it. Because we've said like these northern circles with Saverni in the very deep center, just overall lots of prio, they kind of give you lots of options. But as you said as well, it's kind of a gamble, right? If the circle doesn't go your way, as with these circles towards the northern side, as it always is, it's really hard to rotate out of it if you've committed to a compound. Because there's so much open space. There's very few rotation paths you can take later on as well. So you kind of have to just roll with the zone and maybe try to take an edge fight later on, because
you can quickly find yourself in a position where you committed to a compound that doesn't really give you enough options. So like the warehouse on top of the hill is something that's super popular for that reason, because it does give you all the information at least, right? You're committing to a compound, you gotta commit at least 2 players into it. That's usually enough to scare off the opposition, but it does give you a ton of information around. So you couple that maybe with 2 players in Saverni, 2 players in the crossroads, something like that is quite popular amongst these teams, and then you're okay. But the zone shifts hard west, you're still sending it in phase 3, right? So you're never guaranteed in a phase 1. Phase 1 can be a bit treacherous and can sort of give you a false sense of security, but you still play the odds, because a lot of the times a good zone 1 will be good for you.
Yeah, as you said, especially these western circuits, it does shift west, and you have an originally very north side circuit. It's going to be really tough to rotate out of these compounds. Very few spots.
Wave to the camera.
It does go east. Sometimes even tougher, but at least you can work your way in. And there goes the reigning champions, ladies and gentlemen. They're some of the most fabulous fraggers that we have in PUBG Mobile. Some of which play at the very highest level internationally as well, in their respective organizations, not only for their country, but for their organizations as well. Kyrgyzstan, maybe I have right here. And I saw Old Boy as well with a paper in his hand. He's preparing.
Yes.
He's looking at the drop spots. He's looking at the strats.
Yeah.
He wants to make this one work. First game, unfortunately, they just about fell short of the very top placements, but it's been a good showing as well.
This is what I'm saying. These guys, they know their drop spots and they know how to prepare for them, and they know what to do about it.
Oh,
Brazil.
That one was for me.
Love to see that.
That was for me.
Oh, nice little hearts.
Right back at you.
Got some hearts in the chat maybe for this pretty man, as they were massive in game number 1.
And there we have it. The Turkish representatives as well. I know they've struggled this year, but I believed in them anyways. Look at him smiling. I love it. Okay. He's been my favorite player in recent times. Yes, they've struggled, but as I said, I believe this is going to be their tournament. Fragging power is definitely not a problem for that roster.
Something you can say about a lot of squads in this as well, right? This is why it's so unpredictable. It's why it's so tricky to say what is going to go down.
Yeah.
I love this. I love just getting a little bit of an impression. You just get a little bit of a sort of a mood snapshot, you know?
They have the same hair dye.
You see
I
how
just noticed. That's really cool.
You just see roughly what's going on in the minds, in the heads, right? You get a little bit of an impression. Some people, they're in the tunnel, they're mega focused. Others, a little bit more joking around, a little bit more relaxed and confident, right?
There it is, France. They look happier than I thought they would look after that rehost.
Yeah. They got robbed.
Yeah, they got robbed. Who is the culprit? Show it to them. But yeah, they've been struggling first game. Nevertheless, it's been Sanhok, as we said. That was kind of the big problem. Then we have it, Bulgaria as well. These guys came prepared. They've shown us a couple of good frags in the early stages of Sanhok as well. So excited to see them play. And ladies and gentlemen, headsets are being picked up. That might just mean we are getting into the game.
Yeah.
Yes, everyone's picking up the headsets. That's a good sign.
Looking good.
That is a good sign.
Looking good. The players are locking in. I have a feeling like they're loading in as well. And we will finally get that Erangel on the way that everybody has been waiting for. Drop maps soon to be put away. This is where the preparation ends. And it's where the action starts.
Pillows being readied. The hand warmers are not really needed in this climate, fortunately. That's why you don't see them as much here. That's the good thing about playing in Riyadh. Even in winter, it's a cool like 28, 30 degrees, which makes it quite comfortable to play. Obviously, everything is AC, so we might even have like 20, 22 in here, which, yeah, as we said, does actually make a difference when obviously playing these games.
Yeah.
Not only does your phone stay cool, but also you just don't need these hand warmers that you sometimes do. Even at very big international lands, I've seen them on the table.
Perks of being in the desert, essentially. But yeah, lights are out, players are in the lobby. I think it should be a matter of seconds for us to get into the game, but the lights are turned back on, so I'm scared now. I'm scared now. I'm scared.
Are we being baited?
I'm
by
scared.
production?
I have baited as well. I've
Yeah.
baited everybody that's watching into getting excited. I just hope nobody takes their headset off right now, right? That would break my spirit.
Team ready. I think we're going into the plane. Ladies and gentlemen.
There we are.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to bring it back up. We are going into match number 2 of the WEC, the World Esports Championship by Iesf. And this time around, for sure, I think. Maybe. Anyways, it's match 2. Let's hope for not another rehost. This is a disastrous plane for anyone that wants to be in the eastern side. And I think, yeah, that may... Okay, that... I don't even know what to say anymore. This is, okay, well, it's not as horrible for France, but for everyone else, that's kind of horrible.
Yeah.
And they're going to be fuming as well.
The thing is as well, the last plane gave us a bit of an impression of where everybody really wanted to loot, and if there was any uncertainties about drop spots, they were kind of being cleared up in that first map.
Yeah.
And now we come into a map where half of the teams cannot go where, half of the teams is an overstatement, but maybe 4 or 5 teams cannot go where they want to go. We had a team North George, South George, and a team in crates.
Yeah, South George can't even be reached right now. That's disastrous.
They could all drop for the same few cars and try to go there, but
I mean, they are right now. Look at Bulgaria and Morocco.
I think it's Morocco trying to force their way into South George. Brazil is not here this time, so there's a little bit more space. But they still have to.
Military base?
They still have to flex around here a little bit. It looks like Brazil's still in the plane,
Novo,
and
I
they're
guess,
quickly adjusting. And I love to see that. It's another good sign for me. They're not just trying to do what they did last game. They're adapting on the fly, and they read this very nicely. They realize there's no sense of going South George here or North George.
Interesting. Interesting to say the least. And, well, okay. I'll take
even
it back.
better. That's even better for France than the last circle.
Yeah, that is even better because everyone
nobody
else
is close.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, I think the circle is a little bit tougher to predict in terms of ending. I think that we've seen instances of this where it shifts down south all the way.
Yeah.
And there isn't really that specific compound that you take in this one, knowing you're going to be in for the next 3 phases. But yeah, either way, we have a contest. I haven't even seen this. It's Jordan against Myanmar. Myanmar opted to go for Noble, so does Jordan. First knock has been secured, second one as well. They went down just afterwards, and now the players are raining on through. Shotgun in hand, doesn't even matter. It's Lewis who takes him down with a micro Uzi, and I think it's just one player left arrive now, and that is Miracle.
It's a disaster for Jordan at this point. They are getting one of the lanes on through. The res has come through. He does get one. Godspeed taken down. There's just life left, and he does get cleaned up as well. That was fast, clean, quick, whatever you want to put it. Myanmar has ran through this hot drop.
I mean, if you would have told me that that was going to be the outcome before the fight, I wouldn't have believed you. Jordan just generally, in my opinion, the team with the more fragging power, frankly. in that roster, but they make it clean as well, and that makes it really fast too. Miramar just not wasting any moment whatsoever. First note comes through immediately afterwards. Any kind of utility they had, Molotov rained in. The nade raid in, did another 50 damage to the guy up on the stairs, and then even shotguns can't help you at this point, right? So massively played by Miramar. 4 frags being picked up in the early stages, and unless it's going to be a rehost, that's a good start.
Don't jinx it. Don't stop talking about that rehost right now. It's not happening. It's not happening. But yeah, I think it's a really interesting circle. We talked about it a little bit. You said, well, you can't really predict where it goes, and that's absolutely true. But just because the plane path is so far away from it, playing the far side can just give you so much space and so many options. So I would love to see a team like France really go deep in this one and play more towards the western side of the center and take a huge amount of ground for themselves. That should be fairly uncontested. The only team that's anywhere close would be Morocco. Should be a good way for them to go. First few rotation shots coming out. It's an early one for the Romanian squad. But no matter how early you go, when you're this far away from it, you're not really catching up to teams that were looting much closer.
Not really. Saudi Arabia, they have one of the strongest teams right now. Three representatives from Power in their respective region. And then obviously, I would have loved to have seen Satan in there as well, but obviously he's Syrian, so he's not going to be able to play for Saudi Arabia. But if that would have happened, these guys would have definitely been in the top favorites for me as well. The one player that joined relatively late, the newest addition in that Power roster. I think he joined a couple of months ago, I think July maybe even June. I have to recheck that, but either way, he's not going to be here. That means it's going to be the 4th player that is kind of new to that roster, and it also means new practice has to be done, getting him up to speed in terms of all the ways they play.
Yeah. As someone that's gone through that recently, it's easier said than done. You do have that honeymoon period at the start sometimes, but it does cost you a lot of cohesion, a lot of team play. That you do have to rebuild. This easy again to think a roster is strong on paper, but you do have to put in that time that everybody else is putting in to try and get yourself back up to speed. This is a team I've been looking at, and a team that's in a good spot right now. Again, not going mega center, but taking a nice little compound split, and they have one player off to the bunker, scouting further in. So I love this from Kyrgyzstan.
Good stuff. We expected a contest in South George, but I expected a little bit more aggression from both of these teams, but they seem to let each other rotate on through, which I'm very surprised about. So Chile almost made it through, but apparently they know that there's still one player in there. And has Chile just left him stranded? Have they actually sacrificed this player to be able to send 3 across? I'm not so sure I agree with that, but apparently that's what happened, and Brazil knows this. This is the smart thing about it. I wouldn't even necessarily expect someone to still be in there, but they must have had the sidelines perfectly on their building. They must have known. No one really exited that, and now they're hunting him down.
They're hunting. Shotguns, util. He's going to be proning on the left, but he can't get more than one here, surely. It's a one and done angle, but he's not done yet. Dance around a bit, makes it a bit harder, but not a chance there. This is what I mean. Cohesion is what you need. Nice play from Brazil. Like you said, they had the info from somewhere, but they act on it cleanly. No problem at all. Not waiting around. Nobody's going in solo. You love to see it.
Massive stuff. Brazil picks up the first frag. The ones that have just found themselves 10 placement points in the previous game will start off strong again. This is methodical. This is just overall really, really smart and sound play. They're not taking things too fast. They know the kind of pace they have to go for in this lobby. And they've got the confidence to back that off as well, off of that first Sanhok game. So Brazil, one of the best spots right now in general. Not only in the overall leaderboard, just generally in that lobby. So gotta be the team to watch for the next couple of games.
Pakistan. Slow approach. Playing it safe. Trying to keep all their members alive as Goku is on a sliver of HP right now. But it's been a quiet early game. It's really just been Chile, I think, bridge camped, and then it's been that one hot drop. Now it's starting to kick on off. That's Kyrgyzstan. Remember, they were in a fairly central position. They have picked up a knock towards Mongolia, a team that hasn't really gotten anything going just yet.
Endless has been knocked. Should be brought back. As far as I can tell, the smoke is already there. The players on that northern side are looking for the flash, and they will find it as well. It's Flyky that will find the first one as Kyrgyzstan finally finds the first frag in this round. Be reminded, they haven't gotten any placement points last game, but they have found 5 eliminations, which is a good sign. A good kind of indication of how strong these guys are in terms of fragging power. I've said it time and time again, but it is true. When these guys get into that kind of flow state, there's very few teams that can stop them. We might just see them again.
Oh, and also they're warm, you know? They're ready. They're fired up. They're a little bit disjointed right now, though. I think there's a player a little bit caught off to the north there, if I'm not mistaken. They are trying to group that back up, trying to not get caught out. Phase 2 has come on in. It's evidently shifted west because everybody we see right now is in a car driving west. But it's, I think Kyrgyzstan is in the compound first, but this might be an instant breach. This might be 3 teams around here, Felix.
And the breach came on through, and the question only is Pakistan going to third party that because they have the option to do so? But no, even Kyrgyzstan is dodging the contest. They're not breaching this, they're driving on through. They don't want to have any part in this whatsoever, and I think part of it is due to the fact that Pakistan was really close, and they would have potentially third-partied this from the outside, and that would have not gone well for Kyrgyzstan. They make it out alive as full. That's the big and essentially good decision as well. As Pakistan is still rotating on through. They haven't reached the compound either, instead they're chasing around the northern side of it, all around the plain area, as they've realized that position is open for grabs as well.
What an absolute mess around that compound. Everybody tries to go for it at the same time, and in the end it's Romania that pays the price. Not what they signed up for, but it is what they got, and plenty of teams able to reset cleanly. Kyrgyzstan, can they get that res back on up? I'm not 100% sure. But Pakistan has reset fully out of this one, even fueling up some cars, making themselves ready for the next circle once that comes around. France, though, on the other side, that's not looking pretty.
Oh, really? I think 2 players have immediately been taken down.
They're out.
Well, yeah.
Must have breached this app.
They've lost a player early on as well. That means, yeah, they're eliminated. Jordan and France both out. 2 of the teams that we said were in a pretty good spot coming into the circle, especially France. Like, seeing France out as one of the first teams, that's got to be a really big miscalculation how they wanted to play this circle, because they've had all the access towards the northwestern side.
It goes to show about what we said earlier, right? Phase 1 is nice and dandy, but it doesn't mean that much. And once a hard shift comes in for Phase 2, everybody makes hasty decisions. Everybody has to try and be fast on their feet. And if somebody is fast to catch you out, your game is done just like that. Pubg is very cruel in that regard. As Mongolia, they were also one of the teams to lose one earlier. But they have redeemed themselves now with that France wipe. That's going to feel good. As we see Brazil taking it very, very slow on that western bridge. A treacherous bridge at that. A very easy to camp bridge. Nobody likes crossing it. But they've really taken their time at this point. They've stuck around here for so long. They should have a good idea of what they want to do with it.
Brazil. First time they really have to move. It's gonna try and find a spot towards the northern side. But first of all, it's gonna be an air job for them. As if that position wasn't good enough, they get an air job. It chopped that off as well. Ukraine in the meanwhile, activating. Havlik finding a quick down with a headshot. Not sure towards who, now we see it towards Miramar apparently. Godspeed being flashed out. Means the first frag has been secured as well. Kyrgyzstan and the Miramar has made their way towards that little shack. Not exactly the position I want to see Kyrgyzstan at, but at least it's relatively centralized for the time being. And even these knocks will be revived, no problem whatsoever. So they will stay alive as full.
It's not a power position for now, but it is a power position in the late game because you do get to play out to the ridges around you, especially if it does go west of you. And I think they're a little bit further towards the eastern side of the circle, so this could have been a good position. But their cars will be popped, and again, it was very early. It was phase 2, right? So there's a lot of chances for the circle to still go absolutely to the other side of the map, and then you're caught out. Still, they're keeping members up. They're keeping themselves alive. And I am never counting out a 4-man Kyrgyzstan. This is looking spicy, though. This might be a 4-on-4 fight here in the compound, Felix.
Yeah, Indonesia has to be ready for it. Let's see if Randy is. He's got that DBS in hand. Doesn't even matter. First knock comes through. And the nade to finish it off as well. Spark immediately being taken out. I mean, Saudi Arabia is down to 3. But the Reno comes on through. Nawaf, originally the 5th player for Saudi Arabia. Apparently he's been the stand-in now who some really big damage, but is it going to be enough? That's the question. I don't think they found the flash on it. And the meanwhile, Indonesia really has on that 3rd player.
Oh, it's a close nade as well. They want to close this out, but there's more people coming on in. There's more people interested in this. It's a very isolated compound. Makes it all the more powerful. Nawab wants to pull on through. That's a nice little peek. That's a nice little knock. Slows them right back down. And Indonesia now, they've got their own wounds to take care of. They can't speed through this like they have been in the past few minutes.
Good stuff. Rez comes on through. That was an incredible knock, to be honest, from the Saudi side. Finding him up on that balcony area through the leaves. That's a really tough shot to hit, but they did it. But the question still stands, is it going to be enough? I don't think so. They found that one flush, but that's just about it. Their positions should be weaker than the Indonesian side. And the only way I can see this really go their way is if Indonesia pushes across and somehow loses play on the way there. Playzone is going to take down Zuxi. That's the next country eliminated, with Egypt being the 3rd one in total here, as we are down to just 13 teams in phase number 3.
Doesn't look like a big compound to fight for, but it is, as you can always play up on the hill from here. You're always good in this lower ground. As Randy lets a few shots ring on through, just letting his presence known, hoping to scare the vultures away. But they do have to take care of Saudi Arabia in the compound if they want to play a good game out of here. They can't sit around and let them be happy neighbors. And you can see they're not aiming to do that either. The util's been looted up, and it's been expanded right away. 2 more nades on Randy. Maybe going to try to do something with that, but they do want to make this push whenever they can. And you can see they're smoking up for it, they're grouping up for it. They want this, Felix.
It's the smart way to go about this as well. Nate doesn't quite get inside the building, but I don't think it would have taken down Fidan anyways. And DBS on both sides is going to make it at least somewhat interesting. And man advantage doesn't really matter that much anymore now that it's down to these really close range battles. One more nade in hand. This might just be the one that gives Indonesia the advantage. It pops barely inside the door frame, doesn't take down any of the Saudi players, and now they run inside. Third party comes in. Brazil is there to charge into the action too, and this is falling apart. Indonesia is being taken down one by one by one, and Saudi Arabia somehow still makes it out of that scenario alive. 3 frags as well for them. What a turnaround coming out from Saudi Arabia.
Oh, that's big, and that's a heartbreak for Indonesia. They were looking good. They got the first early frags. They were looking to take control, but just like that, few good DBS shots. The nade's not really doing any damage, right? The nade's just barely tickling the players, and it's not enough. It costs them the game. Pakistan, once again, back into that plane crash ridge. This time it's not going to be as easy to reset. This time they have a full Team Turkey on their side, and well, the car play is not going great either.
Nah, don't tell me they... Did it get stuck? Oh my lord, it got stuck. Solka is going to be able to take a frag because of that. They might just find 2 more. 3 angry Turkish players right on the outskirts of this huge dip, and Solus finds Shamir now finally as Alien goes down to this is disastrous, this is falling apart. No real trades happening so far. There's one, Solus gets flushed out too. Oh no, that should not have happened. Turkey, unfortunately, despite that great engagement, loses a player, and that also makes it kind of somewhat not really worth it. Now it kind of does, as they are up to 6 frags. But they've lost a player that they shouldn't have, in my opinion. And they're in a great spot to work with that still, but
Hold that
and as
thought.
a foreman, they would have done so much more.
Yeah, here's Ukraine though, flying in onto Morocco. Drive-bys are there, the utils there is good, but it's not good enough. The DBS though, to seal the deal. Ukraine with a big clear on this eastern side, but they won't have a lot of peace for themselves. Look at Chile, looking over their shoulders, and then we still have Kyrgyzstan, still in that shop, still waiting to gatekeep whatever they can on that southern side. So they got to be quick on their feet here, Ukraine, if they want to get anything more done this game.
And Ukraine, in the meanwhile, we can see it on the leaderboard. They have been able to revive both of the knocked players. Chapel, before being taken down, he threw a really great nade himself. I was excited because the nade coming back from Ukraine was perfect, but he threw a perfect nade as well. So Ukraine was in trouble for a second there, but now the pressures come on through and they are back to a full match. So Ukraine has salvaged as much as they can, gathered 5 frags and brought it back to a full format. Ukraine in a perfect spot now to make even more out of this round. You said this is a power spot, by the way, from Kyrgyzstan. I would agree with you, if not for their circle. Shifts barely outside that little shack. And with Mongolia playing that ridge line, yes, it's a 2-man, but still...
That's the problem as well. The ridge is still fully in. If it would have shifted further away, at least Mongolia would have had to leave that ridge line at some point, but now they can sit this out fully, and Kyrgyzstan can only hope that Ukraine goes the other way and maybe starts a fight on that ridge, right? Maybe starts a fight that they can third party, but even if it's so... I don't know if they have a single vehicle to do it, Felix. They might just have to go full honest here, take the fight up to the Mongolian duo. It might be the only thing left in the tank for them. And not really the outcome they would have wanted. Nice spray coming out from Balia. But once again, this is just a duo. And they've got Saudi Arabia on their doorstep now. They've got Kyrgyzstan. Kyrgyzstan has already made the run, Felix. Kyrgyzstan is in this.
Yeah, and they're not leaving anytime soon. They can't really either. It's going to be big, big trouble for them. Now the smoke ball comes out. I love to see this. It's 5-6 smokes already being popped just outside the buildings. There's one nade. A little bit too early, but it popped absolutely perfect. I'm kind of sad for him that he didn't get anything off of that. That was a perfect nade, to be honest. But yeah, Kyrgyzstan kind of waits a little bit more. Kind of baited them into using their utility. And now... 2 nades left. Could still mean trouble, but it's only 2 nades at the same time. More smokes now being thrown out by
Kyrgyzstan. Could be disaster,
This could be good. Around 60 damage done to Nord, but it's not enough for enough. Maybe this one is. One more nade. It takes him down, and it's down to a 2v2. This is going to open things up massively for Mongolia now.
It's a big, big chunk of damage. Some time bought as well. Makes this push so much harder, but you can see the longer this takes, the more... Nawaf and the rest of Saudi Arabia is going to get interested in this. This is just, they're living on ball time at this point. And there it is. Zerij finds the trade, and now it's a disaster because now Saudi Arabia knows this team is weak. Now they know for a fact that they can start making the plays. So does Kyrgyzstan. I would not be surprised if Kyrgyzstan gets the res on through here and cleans us up after now. They only ever needed one of these knocks. They've got it. It's another grenade coming on through. Just don't get flushed now. Don't get bought into a single 1v1. You should be alright. But the DBS versus Saiga is still ringing on through. Finally cleaned up. But Kyrgyzstan is not getting these frags. They are falling to Saudi Arabia, and they've lost one in the process.
Yeah, that's the sad part about it. Yes, you stay alive, but it's only top 7. Like, what do you realistically get off of this except a 1 placement point? It's not much. It's really not much. And that's going to mean it's a problem for Kyrgyzstan in terms of securing points. They've made it this far, but if you go out now, yeah, once again, 3 points. The 2 Alims and the 1 placement point is just not going to be enough for you. A little bit of a drive around here. Flykey tried to hit the shot with the DBS. He's going to get another chance. Oh, that's a 1-shot. Are you kidding me? He takes him down. In the meanwhile, it's giving Zarek, though, who loses his 1v1 on his own. And thus, it's down to the 1v1 now on this edge. Southwestern side. Who's going to get 1 more placement point and the Alum to top it off?
And you could tell there with the scope in from Flykey, he can't believe that they have so much space. He can't believe that that's the only player next to him, that buggy is really all he's got to deal with. Now, the send comes on through, and Flykey is left all alone on his side. A lot of space for him to run on through and try to find a way into the circle. This fight's not over yet, but it's now been made possible for Kyrgyzstan. A scrappy one of that, a messy one. They're both just fighting on for dear life. While on the other side of the circle, we still have 2 4-mans that play entirely different games than these 2 solos are playing here.
Smoke is more than just perfect, man. If he would only know, that's one hell of a perfect smoke. To hit it like that on a down slope is nasty, to be honest. I've seen that very rarely. Hitting nades like this is might just be even tougher. But yeah, great stuff coming out from one of these teams. Holding down the ridge lines, salvaging as much as they can. But with how many solos are left alive, I think it's going to come down to a lot of 1v1s now on these remaining edges, as everyone is being pushed apart now as the zone starts to move. Likely takes him down. And Hidden is going to be the next one to fall. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is out in 7th place, but be reminded, 8 points, that's far from a bad game.
It's a beautiful game for Saudi Arabia as well. They are in placements too. But Flyke is not done just yet. He can hop into that car and he can send it north. We know that he can, he doesn't. He doesn't have as much space as he would maybe want to, but still not out of it. Still not done for. Ukraine finds a knock onto Chile. That's actually that solo cleared on out as we move into our top 5 for the first Erangel of the tournament. And look who's there again with 4 players, Felix. It's the winners of the last one. They were clean on Sanhok, and so far they're looking clean on this Erangel.
Yeah, look with how much confidence they scout this area. This is exactly what you need to do. This reminds me of very, very high-level play in a lobby that you would kind of just have the advantage on based off of who you're playing against, right? And yeah, this is the type of play that gets you the point, right? And if you can back it off with individual skill, obviously, then this is the perfect type of play that you want to see in a grand final. In Brazil, they've gathered the confidence in the first match, and they're showing it now. A couple of smokes being taken out. They want to secure this ridge line. They want to secure this high ground. It's the highest spot in the circle as well. And you can tell that it's really important to them by how much defense they're building up here. How early as well. It's 45 seconds of the zone closing. They're already popping the smokes. They're already putting the vehicles into the right spots. They really, really want to secure this win above everything else.
And this is a perfect zone for them as well. They can stay in on that northern edge. They can just not let Ukraine come on up, and they should be controlling a ton of this space. The compound's going to stay, and Ukraine is going to stay on their side of the ridge here, most likely. It'd be crazy to see them do anything else. But there's a chance that Ukraine steps on the Miramar solo. There's a chance something goes awry there. And we should really, really see Flyke's adventure here, come to an end. Because there should just be no way in hell he makes it into the zone, but I've seen crazier things.
Yeah, so have I. I'll have to wait and see. Brazil, for the time being, has now secured that dip on the northern side. Have kind of rotated downwards. They try to kind of harass everyone else on the edges, Flyke included, but it's not really worked out perfectly up until this point. Haven't really gathered any frags in the last couple of minutes. But as you said, Flyke should be the next to follow realistically. No one really has to fight except Flyke, or really has to move except Flyke, and there goes. It goes the way of Ukraine, though, who found that 10th frag.
10.
With Tulika grabbing 4, even though he's being taken out already for a couple of minutes. That's massive as well. Yeah. Ukraine has fought absolutely everyone on their southern side, and they've come out on top on absolutely everyone as well.
10 elims is absolutely massive. As I think they're very easily going to make that 11. They should, even if they trip over the Miramar solo, they should clean that up in the end. And they should start getting ideas of how many players are where as well. I think they're well aware of Brazil being the major threat on the north, but it's very easy for them to think that there's just a 3-man in the compound here. It's very easy for them to think that that's the setup they're working against. But if my boy there has a car that he has cover behind, then maybe they'll start smelling something. Maybe they'll start realizing something's up. But once again, I'll say it again. Brazil is in the power position here with all the high ground in the world. And Ukraine is the one that really has to pull something out of the bag here.
I'll see what happens. I mean, it's a good zone. It's a really good zone.
That's the shift they needed.
For Ukraine, for Romania as well, though. Because that ridgeline, sooner or later, it's not going to be in. At least it's going to be in this zone, but never in the next phase, which is going to be center anyways. That I just realized it's phase 8. But either way, yeah.
Brazil has to make a play.
Being center, they're going to be the first ones to have to leave that ridgeline. Yeah, as you said, Brazil is going to be the first ones to have to really move and take in a fight. And look, there's nothing you could fight. Honestly, I think even breaching the compound at this point is a valid option. I think that's what they're going to do.
I think that's what you have to do, and I think with as low amount of pressure as coming out of this compound, they might opt for that. because sending it in between the compound and Ukraine, yes, you have a little bit of a low ground on exactly where Manitboy is playing, but it's almost suicide. They should be breaching the compound, and they are breaching the compound.
Oh, I love it.
If they get out of this clean, if they manage to pull this off, it's massive for Brazil, but that's easier said than done.
First nade comes on through as the breach commences. Brazil has arrived. No one's been taken out on that rotation, so that means Brazil is 4.
Ukraine's already pulling up. They're not even letting this play out. They're not wasting any time. They know that this is really possible for Brazil to come out as the victorious team in the compound, so they're not waiting around for it. That's another knock coming on in. The pressure is there. Ukraine is playing this to a T, but I don't know if they know about the solo that's in between their lines right now, Felix.
Yeah, Miramar could be the X factor here. One more frag comes on through. Kristen goes down. Arabao goes down as well. These are 2 massive frags for Brazil that they will secure as well. 6 frags have already been taken onto the leaderboards by the Brazilian squad. And these guys are just continuing that performance whatsoever. Havlik has been spotted out. One more nade comes on through. Takes him down to Brazil. Are you kidding me? That's massive. That's absolutely insane. As they're clearing out the second team too, and Romania has been eliminated. That just means it's Ukraine with 2 players left on that ridgeline, and the 1 solo from Myanmar.
Oh boy, as well now caught out. There's the solo striking. I think the kill said stolen away. The solo doesn't even get it, but it's so clean from Brazil. Slonic, what can you do? He needs 3-4 knocks here for the 3x. It's not meant to be. So smart from Ukraine, but so clean from Brazil to instantly turn that around, instantly isolate the solo, take him out. They're looking fantastic right now, Felix, and they're taking this win, no doubt in my mind.
I don't think so either. That shot comes on through. It's the DBS across 30 meters or more, and Brazil takes it home again. Back-to-back chicken dinner. Is there any better way to start this? I think the answer is definitely not.
That was so clean. They make the right decision to breach the compound. And even though Ukraine, I was so impressed how fast they reacted and how they instantly get that instant knock, make it so hard for Brazil, but Brazil cleans up the compound and they don't waste a second. Adrian was out on that outside wall, starting the push with a shotgun, instantly has the teammates in the top floor, nade in the corner. It was perfect. Like, that was so fast, so smart, so aggressive. They deserve that win. With every fiber of their being, they deserve to win that. And I'm just shocked. They're playing this really damn amazing.
Man, I was worried for Brazil. I said that Brazil has so many great talents and players and such a thriving and active scene that I wasn't exactly sure whether or not they were going to be the favorites, right? Because obviously I put a couple of players before them, just realistically, mechanically, coming out of that country. But I mean, they've proven me wrong so very much. I mean, is there anything to prove up until this point? I don't think so. Incredible storyline coming out from Brazil, but also good out for Ukraine. This is the second time they've had a chance of the match. The second time they've unfortunately just about lost out on it, despite making the correct calls. Yeah. Right. This specifically, you said it during the game. I didn't even notice it. Havlik running into the combine, knowing that Brazil is a 4-man. We're a 3-man only. If we don't get the third party in right now, we're not gonna have a chance because they're running out of this one as a 4-man.
Yeah. The only thing you could maybe say is do that as a 2-man, right? But then you're putting yourself behind a little one story with just 2 players. You don't really know what's going on in the compound. One nade can just ruin your day. So I think that was so good for both sides. And I just thought, like, if you're watching this from home and you're like, what are they so excited about? Put yourself in the shoes of Brazil. Think about everything they're communicating in that fight. They have to nade players in their top floor. They have to worry about maybe potentially a spoiler from Romania in their bottom floor. They have to worry about getting knocked from the outside. Ukraine suddenly in our compound. What's going on there? And they still coordinate that pincer attack on Havlik so damn well and so fast.
The 2 nades from whoever was on that balcony, or maybe it was from the windows of
the window on the stairs,
Unbelievable.
So good.
Right, that he hits the second nade as well. And that was, as you said as well, that was the pincer movement as well. That was while his teammate was already on the outskirts of the compound on the western side, right? So they knew exactly what to do.
Seconds after they cleared the compound.
Decision after decision after decision, right immediately afterwards. We clean this one out, he's done. We clean this one out, he's done. We have one more Ukrainian player, clean him out, done. No one's wasting a second. And I think Ukraine was kind of overwhelmed by that as well, with how fast Brazil dealt with everyone else.
Yes. I was watching, I knew where every player on the map was, and I was overwhelmed by how fast I went. So no chance for having that to do anything about that. I just wonder, there's two schools of comms you could have in that moment if you're Brazil. Either everybody's yelling and everything just works out, or they just in full focus mode, and there's not a whole lot of talking going on, but everybody realizes what's happening. I wonder how their vibe is. We'll talk to them about that after the game. But that was nice to see. And honestly, we'll talk to some of the players most involved in this one. We have an interview here ready for you guys. It's no one else but Old Boy from Ukraine.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with the big guy himself, Old Boy. How do you feel today?
I feel so good. First of all, I want to say, Assalamu alaikum, Habibi.
Wa alaikum assalam. Look at that. Assalamu alaikum, Habibi. Well, you know, the accent is beautiful. The flow. Woo, you're an Arab. That's it. I'm sure of that. Well, we got a few questions about what happened in the last match, on the last map. So, Rosehog, right? You've been putting a lot of pressure on a lot of teams as they were trying to enter the zone. How did you do that?
This question should be for Tulika, I think, because he's our Erangel, he have idea and tactics. We playing how he's saying for us.
Okay. Fair enough. Speaking of Tulika, free man, free bird, pretty much going out there and gave us 4 eliminations. How did you manage to make him a free man?
I just know that here our Ukrainian machine, that's why.
Ukrainian machine, let's go with that, man. Woo, let's go. You see, man, they are hyped right there. So now, with that being said, all's good and great, pretty much, but you forgot about that one player in Myanmar team that pretty much came in and took away one of your team members. So how do you forget about him?
Yeah, that's our mistake. Next time gonna be better. Next time we're gonna focus about solo players who can ruin our games. So next time it's not gonna be a problem, solo player.
Ooh, Ukrainian machine. It's not going to be a problem next time. Well, Old Boy, the world is watching. We're watching. And we are ready for the next thing happening right here, the EWEC24 Iesf. Guys, take it away.
Do Brazil! Brazil come out with a back-to-back winner chicken dinner in our first 2 games. And what a statement to make at the very beginning of our journey here at the PUBG Mobile Championship at the WEC. I mean, we got to talk about it. We have to start off with Brazil. The rotation that they made once again from South George Pool to, I want to say, like a central location, Zone 3 and onwards. It was just, I love the control. I love the spacing. I love the 2-2 split. Very well played from the side of Brazil. Neptura, break it down for me.
It was just insane. That was so nice. It's really aggressive. It's really confident, right? You can tell how they drive, how they're moving, how they're communicating. You can see everything that's happening. They're communicating really well. They're ahead of each other. They're knowing what each person's going to be doing. They're on the ball all the time. And the zones coming in, they had that really nice zone prediction coming through. It really worked out for them, and actually really nice play coming into the compound as well at the last minute, because I was talking to you about how, hey, you know, actually Ukraine, they're looking really good to actually play spoiler to that hill, right? Yeah, but no, they went into the house and they cut that off. They stopped it in its tracks. So fantastic.
Yeah, I have to say, and DK, we talked about it. Are they going to be able to build on that momentum that they set up in Game 1? And it looks like the answer was yes.
It's a big astounding yes.
Yep.
Right. I mean, Brazil, it was like they just came in, they just started kicking down doors wherever they went. Right. And I mean, just the level of control that they were showing in the zones, moving into the later stages of the game, phenomenal strategy. Right. It's such a powerful position that they were holding there, and that's definitely them just capitalizing on that momentum they were able to establish come Game 1. Game 2 looking great, and now we want to see, is that going to be able to move them even further forward? I mean, speaking about stats, I mean, here we have their stats on screen right now, and the only person not to bring anything in was Seven.
Got to step it up.
Right? Seven needs to step it up. I mean, looking at
he's 0 right now.
Looking at the rest of the crew, I mean, they've definitely brought their share to the table, so now we want to see a good balance come through from the entire Brazil squad.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, look, he may not have had the elims. He may have had a couple of knockdowns with the damage that he dealt, but at the end of the day, like the boys mentioned during the cast, it is a team game. That's what matters. Individual performance, sure. If you want to fight for that MVP, by all means. But I just want to win the whole thing. That's what matters to me. Like, as a team player, I want to get the championship, I want to get the title, I want to get the lion's share of the prize pool, and I want the title of champion. I want the bragging rights of it, you know? But stepping away from the side of Brazil and their incredible rotations and how they were able to take complete control, I want to kind of bring it back to the early stages of the game, like the same thing that we've seen in Game 1. Hot drops still happening. Once again, Myanmar, and this time it was with Jordan. They took down, Myanmar took down 2 players from Turkey in Game 1. This time, they wiped the entire Jordanian roster in the first couple of minutes in the game in Novo, I believe, in... I'm surprised. I thought there was more space, DK. What happened? Like, the map is big, right? Or am I blind?
They got to put a sticker on there that says, you know, objects are actually closer than they appear.
Yes.
Right.
Agreed.
They got to put it up. They put it on the rear view mirrors. They got to put it up on Erangel as well. But it's no surprise really to see that kind of flow comes through from the teams, right? I mean, and both instances that we had of teams moving in, right? We had the first drop, then the rehost. Both instances, exact same thing rather happened over in Novo. So it shows you that it was on purpose, right? It wasn't by mistake or anything. And speaking about on purpose, though, I mean, look at Sanhok right here.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Sanhok was put in a 1v4 situation at the end, or rather 1v4v1. He was still able to get that last elim, I believe, from the third place team. I'm not sure if it was Indonesia or Myanmar, rather, but he managed to get another extra elim for the team. And these points are definitely going to be very important come the end of the tournament, because every single point that you manage to get throughout every single game will make a difference. Yeah. It'll be the difference maker between you being top 1 and top 2. And obviously, everyone wants to get that first place spot at the end of the 3-day journey that we have for PUBG Mobile. But Ukraine, great to see that, you know, the experience that Old Boy has, bringing it to the table with the rest of the team. And it's not like he hasn't been playing, for example, with Havlik for a while as well, and their coach Bambino as well. Me and you, DK, have spoken to him before, and he's had quite a lot of impact on the team, and he's very well invested, very well, I would say, involved with the team. And I love seeing his impact along with the Ukrainian side in the tournament so far.
Yeah, I mean, you can definitely see quite a bit of an insightful play being had by these players. And I mean, you can all just already look at the kind of pacing that we've seen come through from the Ukrainian side. Game 1 leading into Game 2. Yes, as the casters mentioned, we've not necessarily seen that level of success for Ukraine just yet, but they're pushing, they're building, right? So I'm expecting Game 3, Game 4, we could definitely see quite a bit of a change up come in for the Ukrainian side.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you got Tulika as well, you know, as we just heard, he's the IGL, he's the mastermind behind all of this, and it's looking very, very good for them. As you said, they are building, and that's what you want to see in day 1, right? I'm not really all that bothered about the first game, about the second game. It's the progression. Okay, first game, that's okay, it can be bad. Second game has to be a little bit better. Now we're looking at what we're going to be seeing in game number 3, and that is going to be the real show of how they might be going forward.
Yeah, getting to that halfway point of that first day, and I definitely want to see if Brazil... You know what? I would say, like Alex mentioned, this was the best way to start. Is there a better way to start it? I don't think so. You know what? I disagree. If they get another winner chicken dinner, that would be better. I mean, that would be insane. Getting 3, starting off the first day like that, that would be quite a statement to make for the Brazilian side. And I want to say, like, we had a lot of conversations about what to expect, who are our top 3, top 5 teams. And the names that we constantly talked about were, like we mentioned, Indonesia with Boom Esports. We mentioned Kyrgyzstan as the champions of last year. We mentioned Ukraine with Old Boy and his experience. And I would say, like, the entire roster's experience. It's not just him at this point, but he does have the most out of the roster. We also mentioned we mentioned Jordan at the start as well, but we didn't really get a chance what they can provide and what they can kind of put forward. So I don't want to say, like, I'm surprised by their performance, but I'm surprised that it's this strong.
This early.
Yeah, and this early, like, in the tournament as well. Back-to-back chicken dinners, and it's not like they had, like, 1 or 2 elims. No, they had a lot of elims in both games. So I definitely want to have a look at the overall ranking and see, like, who's going to be chasing Brazil, and who are going to be the teams that are going to be competing with them, Natura.
Yeah. Honestly, I mean, looking at the graph, it looks kind of obvious what I'm going to say next, but Ukraine. Because in that second game, right, you did see, yeah, Brazil had 6, 7 kills, I think 7?
Yeah.
Yeah, 7 kills in the win, that's awesome. Ukraine had at least 10, 11, there you go. They had 11 eliminations there. So it's looking like we're going to be doing a little bit more kind of battling it out between these two, because Ukraine have not backed down. They were in a really tough spot there, and they managed to work it out super well. So I'm very excited for what they've got.
Yeah, and I do have to give a shout out to Myanmar as well. They've been performing very well in Game 1 and in Game 2. They're not afraid to take fights. The hot drops aren't really affecting them. So now my question to Myanmar is, you won the hot drop in Novo. Do you think Jordan's going to try and drop again? And are you going to be ready for something like that? Listen, I want more hot drops, okay? I want more actions. I want more eliminations. I want more fights.
Yeah.
Keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, the scoreboard that we see in front of us is only for the last match. It is not the overall ranking. So we can see, like you mentioned, Neptura, it was 8 elims for Brazil, but the 11 eliminations for Ukraine put them just 1 point behind Brazil in that second game. But yes, DK, hot drops. I want more.
11 points go a long way. Right?
Okay.
11 points.
11.
I mean it, yes.
11.
Yes. Let that one sink in. But anyway, so I'm pretty curious to see, like, yeah, well,
Oh,
there's
there
the
we go.
answer.
There
As
we
it all
go.
falls over onto the board. Brazil, no surprise to see them sitting right up there in pole position, coming through with a glorious 36 points. I mean, 20 placement points, that is kind of to be expected, right?
Yep.
Coming off the back of 2 winner chicken dinners. If they get the third one, it's with Turkey.
Yeah,
right?
but that's in bowling, though.
Yeah, but still, I mean, it sounds so good, right? You go from chicken to double chicken to... You can't say
Actually, you know what?
stuffed
Hold
chicken.
up. What do you think is like higher in the hierarchy of poultry? Is it chicken or turkey?
Well, turkey's
Asking
bigger.
the important
Turkey
questions
is
here
bigger.
at the
Turkey's bigger.
WEC 2024.
Yes. Turkey's bigger. Right? You can put a chicken in a turkey. You can't do it the other way around.
Don't try doing that.
No, don't do it. Don't do it.
Listen. We're here to talk about gaming and esports. Do not listen to us when we're talking about food, okay? We don't know how to do that. We're gamers.
We're hungry
we can't
guys,
cook.
okay?
So we're gonna take a short break. Maybe look up a YouTube video on how to cook something properly. And if we can actually put a chicken in a turkey and a turkey in a chicken. Anyways, short break. We'll be back with gameplay.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're landing in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, for the World Esports Championship.
In a world where victories can be measured in gold and silver, some things are priceless.
Fully expected, and it's Baron will find him. Can shine for one with a quick trade from Impulse.
Some things are not bought with money.
Open. Now Philippines is now taking the base of Indonesia. Remember their name.
The feeling of standing alongside your fellow countrymen, the emotion, the home crowd, the weight of a whole nation on your shoulders.
Sometimes I get emotional by the fact that I got chosen to be one of the representatives of my country. And it's just a dream, honestly.
Here it's not just about the game, it's about the pride that unites us. Every match tells a story.
He needs to some missed shots. Sound picking up another one, another headshot. No way! 4 kills! What has happened?
From every corner of the globe. All eyes on WEC 24.
Early 1970s, the world was discovering the boundless possibilities of esports. While esports offered endless enjoyment and addictive allure, it lacked a certain depth and a sense of purpose. It needed something more, something larger than a trophy, something beyond individual gratification. That's when a vision emerged. A vision of uniting the world through esports. The International Esports Federation and the World Esports Championship were born. Its mission was clear: to create a stage where nations could unite and compete for the ultimate title, World Esports Champion. For these athletes and nations, the World Esports Championship was more than just a competition, more than just a game. A chance to make history, to leave a lasting legacy, to inspire a generation, and to represent their nation. Over the years, Iesf started achieving greatness, year by year. Korea, Indonesia, Israel, Romania, worldwide. The World Esports capital changed, each year expanding significantly, getting bigger and bigger. Fast forward 15 years, Iesf was determined to show the world the most valuable World Esports Championship. 140 nations gathered in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. The WEC 24 story. 2024. Saudi Arabia prepares to host the 16th World Esports Championship after a spectacle made in Iesf, Romania by Iesf for WEC 23. New president, new challenges, and quite a bumpy road ahead. As the calendar turned to January, the national qualifiers took place, breaking dozens of records. In a wingspan of 3 months in every nation across the globe, athletes competed to get one step closer to the World Esports Championship and represent their nation on the global stage. However, as fate would have it, the road to WEC 24 was far from smooth. Things went south. 2 out of 3 offline regional qualifiers were forced to go online. Even though that barrier occurred, the online regional qualifiers shattered previous viewership records. The hype for WEC 24 was real. Meanwhile, Africa. Iesf showed just how much potential is hidden in Africa. Over 180 athletes, 17 nations, and thousands of fans. All in one place for one specific reason: esports. The bumpy road came to an end. The slots for WEC 24 were secured and everyone was ready. The much anticipated 16th World Esports Championship set sails. WEC 24 Day 1. cause they know they can never touch these. So baby, let me talk my shit, or I might just throw another fit. You know I can't help but these, cause they know they can never touch these. So baby, let me talk my shit, or I might just throw another fit.
Well, there's no problem. If you had a gun, shoot him in the head.
that this gun was a loaded one. He was ready for him. Decided to go for the run. Just fire. Just fire.
Well, there's no problem. If you had a gun, shoot him in the head.
This gun was loaded when he was brave, boys. Decided to go for the run. It's the fire. It's the fire.
If you had a gun, shoot him in the head.
We are back from the break. We're back and energized. The players have had their lunch, and I think they're about to cook up a little bit more for us, Felix. It's been the Brazil show with a little bit of Ukraine on the side, but so far, overwhelming what the guys from South America have been able to cook up.
Yeah, incredible. Just really clean PUBG Mobile from start to finish. I don't think we've seen a mistake from them in the first 2 games, and if that's about to continue, then it's going to be really tough for anyone to catch up to these guys at the very top of the leaderboard. I don't think I've seen the standings yet, but it must be somewhere around the 30+ mark, easily.
Yeah,
just based off of placement points and obviously the elimination points that they've gathered as well. So massive start from Brazil. And
even more.
Yeah, maybe easily more, actually.
Slightly above, like 35 or something is realistic for sure.
Easily. And especially considering we had Sanhok played already, and we were kind of unsure on what's going to happen as soon as we get to the, so to speak, real maps. I know you hate that, but I'm just going to put it out there like it is. And they still perform like they have. Decision making has been absolutely important. We got to highlight that fight they had on the compound as well, right?
Yeah.
Beautiful. You cannot play it any cleaner.
Yeah. I was nerding out. I was enjoying that. I was a big fan of how all of that went down. I thought Ukraine played it perfectly, but Brazil had a little bit more in the arsenal. They had the manpower, they had the utility. We talked a little bit to Old Boy about it in the break as well. They knew that there was a chance that utility destroys that play, but they have no other play. They have to make it, and both of these teams played that pretty much to perfection, and both of these teams also playing 2 good games, right? I don't think anybody else is in the mix that has really played 2 good games. Indonesia was pretty good on the Sanhok, didn't really make a stand here. We had Kyrgyzstan sort of in the mix, a few frags, a few placement points, but nothing crazy. But Ukraine and Brazil right now have been mighty consistent for the first 2, and that doesn't mean a whole lot when we're playing 18 games, but it helps you to get that ball rolling, right? It helps you to get into the groove of things.
But then again, I think you cannot underestimate how much 35, maybe 40 points is in the grand scheme of things. I mean, best of 18. If someone gets to 150 points, it's already like a huge success. You're already at 40, 2 games in. So, I mean, you're I don't want to say halfway there, because obviously mathematically you aren't, but just in the spirit of things, you're halfway there. Like, if you have that many great decisions being made in the first 2 games, then, you know, at some point, sure, it's not gonna work out like that every game. But if it works out once or twice, even today, then it has in the first 2 games, then that's a perfect day, almost in my books. Like in a competition like this with that many favorites, that many experienced teams, that's to me is almost halfway there.
Yeah, and like we said, right, a big part of it is the mental. This is a LAN. You're sitting next to your opponents, you're sitting on a stage, you got to get used to the equipment, the audio, the temperatures. Everybody's still figuring out where they are in this lobby, and you win in the first 2 games, you're feeling right at home. You're feeling ready for whatever the game might throw your way, and the game will throw another crazy plane at these players. We've had an insanely far eastern plane, and now we're going to an insanely far southern one.
Disgusting. That's just disgusting. I mean, what a plane. What a plane. Interestingly enough, it hasn't really favored, at least the teams that have performed at the very top haven't really been favored with the playing path as much. I mean, we were talking about France, for example. They not only had it before the rehost, they had it after the rehost as well, essentially. They didn't only have Circle, they had the playing path as well. One of the first ones to exit the playing path, and one of the first ones to have pry on anything that's inside the circle. Yes, it's debatable that on Erangel, the northern map is not as important to have pry on as it is, for example, the western map, right? Because there are certain compounds that just really tend to have a finishing spot somewhere around them. But still, I mean, it's still prio. There's so many good positions to be taken, and for them to go out that early just, goes to show you it's not as easy as Phase 1.
Phase 1 isn't everything. Phase 1 is just a tiny little advantage sometimes. Sometimes, depending on the playing path, it might not even be a big one. But what I do like to see, especially in these tournaments, from teams is flexibility, and I love to see Brazil already in their 3rd loot spot here of the day. They're figuring out what's free and they're taking it.
Okay.
And they're not messing around trying to force loot spots that they won't get. Circle is, I'd say, around as close to a 50-50 as you do get for a Millie and main island. We'll talk about it a lot when Phase 2 comes around. But right now, this is a tricky one for teams to decide what they want to do, because there's only a handful of teams that can really play for both endings, right? That's the obvious answer. But only a half of them can really pull that off.
Yeah, it's, yeah, you're right. I was about to say, maybe it's not really 50-50. I'd say it's kind of favors the southern side, but the more I look at it, the more I realize, yes, it's actually 50-50. It could go either way. Good on Brazil, I think, you said it yourself, to kind of find a third loot spot now that is, once again, perfectly inside the zone. They obviously couldn't have read that, but it works out massively in their favor. They will not only have great loot, they also have potential a couple of kills in the first phase, and then obviously to bank that off, maybe even the zone in phase 2, and then at that point, it really is becoming dangerous for everyone else, because they'll just run away with it. If they play anything like the first 2 games, they're going to take this game as well if it shifts south.
That's the thing, right? Like, it's not hard for them to set themselves up for a phase that ends on midi. It is pretty hard for them to set themselves up successfully for both, because they have Jordan right in front of them, right, occupying that western bridge. They have a team in Novo, that's Myanmar, occupying the eastern bridge. So whatever they do, it's going to be tricky to set up both circles, and I'm super interested to see what they pull out of the hat, because so far, strategically, they've been really, really good, but they haven't had these crazy challenges coming at them yet, right? The Sanhok was fairly calm and quiet for them rotation-wise. The Erangel was super clean, but it wasn't complex either. They made pretty much 2 good rotations, 1 good rotation, and played a fantastic game out from there. So interested to see what they do with this, because they have a ton of options at their disposal, but I don't see an obvious good one. I don't see the obvious best play for them, so let's see what they do with it.
I hope they will keep things slow. I hope they will try and focus on that southern side, set themselves up, maybe get someone across the street on the west-hand side up on the hill to have Fry on all the west-hand circles. We've seen this go southwest on the military island as well a couple of times. And at that point, having one of these compounds, or maybe even toward the hill with a little 1-story building, can be really, really strong. Kyrgyzstan, on the other hand, and they're kind of a weird spot as well. They have the opportunity to now just sit and wait on the edge, even though they have some kind of prio across the coastline. Because if they do and wait here, they always have the opportunity to just take the boat across, and I think that's what they're gambling on as well. You can tell that they're taking things really slow. They're looting as much as they can. Saruk, absolutely no rush to get anywhere close to Primorsk at the moment.
Yeah.
And I think that's the play to be made here as well.
They're one of the teams that can play for both. It's just not as obvious as a team that would play on the bridge, right? They could definitely get themselves a compound on the northern side that has a lot of info and gives them a good compound if it does shift north, and then they can just leave 2 players in or around Primorsk ready to jump into the boat, right? They might have multiple boats there on the beach as well, so they could scout out the boats, take one instantly, let the other 2 take one a little bit later. Plenty of options for them. Again, not a clear best one, but I think for them it's obvious that they should be playing both circles here. Like, there's a few teams that should really gamble on one. There's a few teams that should make a decision now and just accept that they can't play for all outcomes. Kyrgyzstan is not one of them.
Indonesia has also had an opportunity to win a game already. They haven't been able to conquer it, unfortunately, but they've come pretty close. They said they don't want to change too much so far. Well, they are far behind Brazil, but they're far from the very last place here in this lobby. It's been working out semi-successfully. Also one of the countries that had to kind of change their, team. Don't want to say last minute, but on relatively short notice. Some scheduling issues, otherwise we would have seen the most prominent players here from Indonesia as well. But these guys are far from inexperienced as well. Randy, Azriel, definitely names to remember. And they've shown us that they can fight as well in a lobby like this. Not too worried about them just yet. But at least in this round, they have big competition just outside their buildings. And as I speak, it's Brazil driving on through. First player goes down immediately. And that's going to be Indonesia with the first frag being picked up.
Oh, that's crazy. It felt like they were riding that compound. It felt like they were hiding out, waiting for the breach to happen. But then I saw a Brazilian player already low. I thought it was over. I thought the game was up. Now the shotgun's coming out on long range. That is not looking clean. Brazil gets one back instantly. And now they might even have the numbers advantage in this compound. I think it's 2 Indonesian players here. Brazil can take this, but they've already lost a member. That's a big knock, though.
That's a massive knock. Flash comes on through too. Brazil is taking things back. It's a 2v one trade so far. Unfortunately, Rafa has been finished. In the meanwhile, now there's a good trade. It's Kalja activating. Brings it back to a 2v2. A couple of more nades now in the inventory of Brazil. As Seven tries to figure out where the last player is. He sees one right outside. It's the DBS against the Asphalt guy. Hits the first shot. Is it gonna be enough? Yes, it is! And there goes Ezreal. And suddenly the last player left alive is fighting a 1v1 as well. And even he goes down. That's Brazil picking up all 4 frags. Yes, they've lost the first player, but my goodness, they're not to be joked with at the moment.
No.
They will still clean things up in an incredible fashion. 4 more points being secured.
4 points secured, 1 player lost. Tricky to say if you're happy with that or not. In a circle like this where you might have a chance of winning the game, you might not even be happy with that trade, but usually you are. Egypt on the other side is picking things up on the coast here. They bring the pain towards Pakistan. At least getting the knock again. We've seen him do great amounts of work in the African Esports Championship. They've had a slow start to the tournament here today, and it's not looking fantastic now either. Krona, though, is on the beach. Might be a little bit of an unknown quantity here with, again, in the shack, getting him the information. Krona might be the one that gets himself the angles and makes this hard, but we do have a zone closing on in. It's going to tell us so much about how this game's going to go down. There's the knock from again, and we have a zone in just 3 seconds.
And the zone, it does shift north. That's crazy. It does shift north. It's not going to be a military zone, so it's not as easy for Brazil as they might have hoped. And not as easy for Egypt either. They just made the way across. Yes, they're finding themselves frags, but they're going to have to turn around. And so does almost everyone else that's just now arrived on that southern side. That's a switcheroo. That's definitely a switcheroo. They do not like this circle whatsoever. So many teams have been in such a good spot a couple of moments ago, and they really aren't anymore.
It's the trickiness of the 50-50. It's one of the most, probably the most iconic part about Erangel is this military island. It's so hard to traverse. Krona is pulling up. They don't want to waste any time. Good damage coming through the window. And just like that, they're looking for the flush. They've got the player down to 1 HP. It's looking almost over. He does get him with a nade, but it's an instant trade. Trades himself out, actually. And Egypt is happy that they got away with 3 frags here. After losing the first member in that fight, they bring it back a little bit. They've got themselves cars now. But I wouldn't even be that surprised to see them swimming back here, Felix.
Yeah.
It's a reasonable play, and there's a reasonable chance nobody's holding the Northern Rocks just yet. But once again, they're giving up control again to swim over, and they will have to hope that it works out, because you really are just laying your faith in the hands of the Pubg gods.
I could understand it both ways. But I'd swim over as well, to be honest. Then again, if I see that rotation, I might think twice about it. Miramar is trying to take things on the other side of the river. And so is Chile. They've already done so, to be fair. They found themselves up at the lighthouse. Glass house on the other side is taken as well. So Chile is all around that northern side of the West End Bridge. And they've got a pretty big split going on right now. Saudi Arabia is the only one that really tries to contest them, but Easy hasn't really found an opening.
And that knock, actually, and that flush on the bridge is big for Brazil as well. Jordan's the team on the bridge. They were 4-man strong. Now they're 3, and now Brazil is pinching from the backlines. If they find an opening, suddenly they're in a very advantageous fight. So them hearing that knock, seeing that flush come on through is big news for them, because they know they will have to cross that bridge, and they're happy to fight their way through here. They're happy to try and scrap their way across instead of going for a desperate send. So Chile helping them out here by holding their side down.
They're still taking things slow, as they have been for the last couple of rounds. They don't want to...
There's that opening.
Make any decision that might cost them. And yeah, you've said it yourself. That is the opening. That's what they wanted. The Jordan player down. They tried to go south. They tried over... Do you think this goes south?
Nah.
Yeah, I was about to say that would have been crazy, but still possible. To be fair, still very much possible. No, it goes towards the west, and that means Saudi Arabia is in a really good spot. So is Kyrgyzstan, and so is Chile, who will have, I think, to give up a couple of positions there. I think it's too big of a split. Right? They have glass house, they have gas station, they have lighthouse. At some point, you got to give up something.
I wouldn't mind if they were just holding down the bridge, because that does make sure that you are playing as the last team from your side. As we see it, exactly what we thought was coming up. We see it play out here in front of us. Brazil found that opening. They knew it was already a 3-man. They go punish. Now they've brought it down to just one member of Jordan in front of them, and they will scrap their way through this bridge piece by piece, step by step. And they will try to take a fight, whatever is in their way. Completely different gameplay on the other side of the map. It's wild sends through the fields. Everybody's looking for a position, a shack, a dip. Maybe a bit of forest on the southern side here, but it's not looking good. Todika picks up another one. And it's just absolute carnage in the field here. Look, there's more teams as well. It's not just Ukraine, it's Morocco on the northern side as well.
Ukraine holding down strong. We've just talked to them actually, about them and to them in the past. We said that these two games, they could have picked maybe even both these games up, right?
Yeah.
Arguably, they could have picked both of these games up. Unfortunately, Brazil just not making any mistake whatsoever. That's ultimately what it comes down to, because they were at a disadvantageous position, but Ukraine far from bad games. And this is what we used to see from these guys as well in the Iesf tournaments. Right, when it comes to representing their nation, these guys are on point. They have so much spirit, they have so much drive to perform as much and as good as they can. So I think that's definitely part of why that really experienced roster as well is always getting some of these top spots. Let's see if it's going to be enough for the one spot in this game. They have picked themselves up to 2 frags, then a pretty good position, pretty centralized as well.
I'd love to see that from Ukraine as well. That what we just saw there. They have the best compound in the circle, but they've got Tulika just in the field, out by his lonesome, going for some frags. So the confidence is there. It looked dodgy for a second, but they are bleeding confidence right now, just reeking it across the lobby. Morocco on the other side, they found entries towards Myanmar. Nades are coming on back though. A bit of damage should be traded out here. Carryboy has got all the information for the squad. He knows exactly where Godspeed is. Couple can run it down. Good nade. Player in the blue zone now. It's not looking good for Myanmar, but Morocco wants to get these kills. They don't want to waste all this time just to get nothing in the bag. It's one flush for now. That's one single measly point they've been able to pick up for all this util invested and all this time as well.
Oh no! Ooh, that is perfect for Myanmar. They will find Egypt. Egypt unfortunately just couldn't make it in. The zone was too much, and they've been caught in a lot of crossfires back up towards the northern side in the last couple of minutes. So Egypt not going to make it in. 3 points though. It's not a completely thrown away kind of round. Sure, it's not going to put you at the top spots, but at least they've made something happen. Egypt has been waiting for this for quite some time. Down to 12 players. Excuse me, 12 teams. 12 players would be crazy. 12 teams.
Look at France. They're just set up here at the bottom side of the field. They should absolutely destroy Myanmar coming in from the blue here if they're ready at all. If they have any sidelines, which they do. Shots come out. There's the first. They should be the second. Godspeed, he has to jump out immediately. He's still on the fire. That car's blowing up as well. Nowhere to go. A far knock comes into France. Helps alleviate the pressure a little bit, but Myanmar is not going anywhere. This is phase 4. It's ticking down. 3 first aids on Lewis James. But he should not be getting into placements here. Any chance at all. He has a chance to maybe ruin the game for France a little bit if he finds a knock in the backlines, but he's deciding to go elsewhere and try to find a different entry.
Good on him. Good on France as well to get a couple of shots in, even though they didn't secure any frags whatsoever. It's going to give them a little bit of confidence. They've been waiting for it to find advantageous fights. They haven't up until this point. Things up against Saudi Arabia. They must have made it across some way. I don't think that was through the bridge. I think we would have seen different fights if that was going to be the rotation path. But either way, a lot more skirmishes on the north side coming up. All of these teams need to rotate in, and Myanmar is going to be the first one to be taken down from all these teams that do need to make their way across that open field, as they will be out in 12th place.
Chapo picks that one up. A bit too much to deal with for Myanmar. Nice shots come out from Romulo. He's trying to do the damage. He's trying to get some points on the board. For a desperate Brazilian squad, the spray's not bad, but it's such long range. 7 hasn't made landfall yet. Looking for an angle, but he's well known. You saw Easy, he was ready for it. They decided to not take the bridge. They decided to swim across, it seems, but not sure how much they can reward themselves with here. Wherever they go once the circle closes, they have nothing left on their side. That's Romulo knocked as well. Turkey, on the other hand, they were looking good this game. They're picking up piece by piece, picking up a few frags on that eastern side, and they've now picked themselves one of the best positions in this circle as well. Looking like they might make a stand for the board this game.
Oh, clean. That's a good shot.
Nice.
Scarface takes down Lazy. He's being stolen away, though, by Ukraine. And Ukraine thus picking up the third frag as well. Turkey has been farming. That position should be farming as well. Let's see what else they can do with it. It's a position that you can play out of relatively easily. But also you have to watch so many different angles that sometimes it's just all a bit too much for that team playing up there. But Sokai, he's already ready for it. I love this. They know no one else coming to the eastern side because they were the team that moved into the eastern side. And thus, they can easily focus on everyone fighting towards the south. This is big for Turkey. That information alone might just make it a whole lot easier.
Beautiful spot for them to be in. Look at the map as well. Brazil still with one single player in this, trying to heal through this blue. Not for long, I can guarantee you that. A knock comes into Turkey, but it's all just an opening for Chile to try and close out these warehouses. They really want to take the aggression here and now. But they are getting peppered from range. The util has to be so good. They have to blow up the team inside. Romania has to fall for Chile to go anywhere with this game. But the circle has shifted so hard south. They might slow this down now, and they might try and reset away from this. They've lost a player for it. But they might just not want this anymore, Felix.
They might not. Chile has fallen back. They want to win one more zone, apparently. They have the job as well. Was that a Groza? I think that was a Groza, wasn't it? Oh, it might have been the AUG, actually, never mind. Either way, good spot, good utility on some of these players. A couple of nades between all of them. But, yeah, the big opportunity here is still missing out for them. I think it's going to be tough.
Look at Turkey, though. They're setting up for this warehouse already. They're not even just hiding out in their dip. They're not just playing the high ground. They are getting closer to the warehouse and trying to close out the angle. The field in the north, meanwhile, is exploding. France solo taking down Carryboy, actually eliminating Morocco with the help of Ukraine. Gets himself into placement points. That's unexpected points here for France from a game that looked horrible to start with. Ukraine, though, they're starting to take the first bits of damage, but they're still holding strong in their compound, and they're still just in such a power position. Look at a team like Bulgaria in the field. What can you even do?
It's by far, and we've seen this time and time again, it's by far the strongest position anywhere around that area.
Yeah.
By far. It's almost impossible to get breached at. If you defend it correctly, you'll have the information that someone is breaching you relatively early on, which is why it's fought for in phase 1, 2, and 3 very often. Especially in phase 1, I've seen teams so many times fight for phase 1 because there's only so many endings as well.
Yeah.
You always have a way of rotating out, and if it does shift south, you have an exact scenario that we see right now. Everyone for the northern side needs to move in. It's just a shooting gallery for you, and you'll pick up frags for absolutely nothing. No danger involved whatsoever. You can play on top of the roof. You can play outside the buildings. You might even have Turkish position sometimes because no one else is really having sidelines to deny you. So amazing stuff coming out from Ukraine, and they know exactly why they wanted this position. This is one more reason why there's another frag being picked up as France goes down.
France goes down. They're looking to pick up 2 more on Bulgaria if they can. They don't want Turkey to steal that away, but that might be out of their hands. But they will wait until their backs are clear, and then they will start making a push towards that Turkish squad. And many times, Turkey will be busy. Teams to their south. There's a few good shots through the smoke. And Bulgaria, you just have to feel bad for them at this point. They're just getting peppered. They're not going anywhere in this. They're getting slaughtered in the field. 1 player left standing, and this is what I meant. You can see it there. Turkey has split their attention very, very well. They left the player to watch the warehouses, make sure nothing fancy happening there, nothing happening without them knowing. And then they have Solkai off as well a little bit, just playing a different position in the circle, getting themselves a separate angle if they do need it. Another circle shift, another beautiful one for the compound. But that warehouse area on the southeast, Felix, that's going to blow up, and it's going to blow up fast.
Yeah, you're saying it's a beautiful one, but yeah, Ukraine is not at that much of an advantage anymore. But I think they're going to take home relatively safe placement performance. All these teams that right now will have to move, and Saudi Arabia is one of them. They're going to try and take down Chile, that now had to move in just towards their right-hand side. Not before taking down Easy, though. And that's got to be the goal for now for this phase. Make sure Easy does not get flushed. If he gets flushed, it's going to be a whole lot of trouble for Saudi Arabia in terms of playing into it. Because you can see, on the west-hand side, everyone is ready for Saudi Arabia to make a move out of their compound, and that happens right now. You can see he's already being shot at. Nawaf has to cross towards that ridgeline. He does, but he realizes that ridgeline is not even inside the circle anymore, so he has to commit to that shack. He's being dropped off. Rest of his team drives on further. They want to save Easy, and I said this has got to be the goal. They want to make it happen on that edge. They need 4 players.
There's Solkai, though. The trap has finally been strung. Turkey was ready for this. Ready for a long time. Finds one knock over the top. Lawrence can't make it work. Christian takes a whole lot of damage. 2 players landing for the Romanian squad. Not a whole lot of HP in between the both of them. Scarface over the top does a little bit more damage, but does he get any of the confirms? He really needs them right now. The nades are looking beautiful right in the middle of the squad. And that's another knock. That's a flush, and that's perfection. 1 player left standing for Romania. Turkey is holding strong, but Turkey did lose a member in this, and that's massive, Alex.
Yeah, and he's being shot out of this one. Did it go towards Turkey? That's the question. Yeah, I think Ketch was able to catch him off guard. And they have picked up the 12th frag. That's nuts. And now Ukraine activates. They know that Turkey has been dropped down to just 1 player, and they have just rotated out of the compound and immediately found another knock. And that's what we want to see, Ukraine activating at the perfect timing. 3 players now, and I think the 4th is somewhere as well. Yeah, you can see the mini-map, so it shows 3, but Ukraine is still with 4 men left standing, and they are taking control of that eastern side any second now.
This is what they've been waiting for the whole time, waiting for Turkey to show some weakness. Now Ketch caught out as well. Once again, down to 1 member. They just have to find him and clean him up, and there they go, Ukraine. They're not waiting around, they are taking control. 9 E-lives and counting, the strongest team in the late game, and everybody else is ready with each other. Kyrgyzstan, they're looking hard in this, but they don't have time to set up for a fight. Ukraine can do whatever they want with this.
Yeah, they can. Spark knocked down as well. Nabaf knocked down. All sorts of trouble. Saudi Arabia has to fight left, right, and center. There's another car driving into the mix. No takes down the Nabaf. And even Hidan doesn't stand a chance. It's just Easy left standing as Saudi Arabia is being taken apart by Kyrgyzstan. They've all the space in the world, but to be fair, Saudi Arabia had the toughest entry out of all of them. They had to cross the street. There's so many positions you can play. And thus, it's kind of an easy one for Kyrgyzstan to clean up that edge. Question is, and that's the big one for this round, Ukraine, how much more space can you take before Saudi Arabia gets taken down? How much more space in this current safe zone as well can you take without Kyrgyzstan having angles on you? And I think just based off of the topology of that terrain, I think they should still have the advantage. The sidelines should be a little bit better on their end.
I think the solo in the shack is a big problem as well for Ukraine. You saw the shack still barely inside, and you saw how much of that ridgeline he makes harder for them to play. They would love to just sweep on down there, start getting some ground below Kyrgyzstan, get closer towards them. Now they have to worry about it, use all these smokes. They should still be fine just based on the numbers and based on the angles that Old Boy can get them from the compound, but Easy is making things all but easy for Ukraine right now. This could be a clean cut late game. Just his shack is enough to make this tricky. The question is, does Ukraine sit it out? I think they will, and I think they should. Because yes, he might still be barely inside right now, but he won't be inside phase 8. And then once he makes the move, Ukraine and Kyrgyzstan can pretty much just go straight at it.
Couple of shots. Havlik taken down to about 20 HP. Almost would have happened. Almost. That would have been a massive, massive knock. But now the rotate comes on through, and that's got to be the big stretch now. Sending Old Boy into that dip. Let him play the ridge line, support him from the distance. And it works out just fine. Kyrgyzstan hasn't put up anything against them. They couldn't have, because Havlik was there to watch the angles. And so was Slonik on that west-hand side. Still, the only disadvantage they have going against them, and that, you know, Kyrgyzstan has gone for them.
Oh, look at the double nades.
Easy is still alive. Double nade comes on through. Nothing being picked up, though.
Good damage onto Flyke with the 3rd one. But they are trying to make the plays. They are trying to speed things up a little bit, put the pressure down. But with the circle taking another while to close, there is some time for Kyrgyzstan to reset. You can see, though, they have almost no space, no angles. not really a whole lot to work with. They need to go for some crazy play. They need to hit a massive drive-by or something of the sort. Otherwise, it's going to get very hard. Oh boy, left alone now, and that's a risk. That's a big risk to be taken. If Kyrgyzstan can isolate that, it doesn't even have to be a good pull-up. Just fly past him with 3 cars, pull up below him. If you get the knock, you suddenly have a fair 3v3 on your hands. And it's not going to get any better than that. There's no better chance for Kyrgyzstan to do anything in this round. They would love to find a 1v3 somewhere. They would love to find a way into this zone somehow.
So much space has been taken though in the meanwhile. Ukraine has used the opportunity that they have been given to absolute perfection, make sure to send their old boy and Havlik into that dip as soon as possible, and that's what they've done. And that just leaves Kyrgyzstan with almost a sliver of terrain left standing. And Easy is still on their side as well. Ukraine has delayed this so very long.
I think they're just waiting. They're waiting to get the secure kill. Oh, bit of a whiff from Nord, but there's multiple players there. Effect had the angle as well. They want to get this kill in the second place before they do anything, right? They realize they're at a massive disadvantage versus the Ukraine. So they want to make sure they get one more placement point, one more kill point, but they have failed at doing that, and that makes things a little bit more tricky now. A knock onto Ukraine could go a long way, though. It's not to be found. It's on the other side, though. Flaky finds one. Small mistakes make this all so doable, but we talked about it. There's no space for them. They need to get out of there, Felix.
Yeah, they need to, but look at this. Slonik is being taken down as well. That's the second. Oh, Kyrgyzstan, they might just turn this around. 12 frags for Ukraine, and they're looking to make it 15. More cars now being driven as Effect somehow makes it out of that dip without being shot at almost entirely. I think a couple of shots right down towards the top. He hasn't been touched at least. And that means 2v3 now. They've got the angles advantage. Suddenly, this is all turned upside down.
This is bad for Ukraine. They're about to fumble another winning endgame. Now they have to an extremely hard 2v3 to win. Look at the angles. Kyrgyzstan has been able to get themselves. Old boy, he's just treading dangerous water here.
Oh, he needs to hit this.
Nade goes past. And once again, Kyrgyzstan slow it down. They were almost stagnant, almost inactive for 2-3 minutes of that game, but it's paid off. The mistakes were made by Ukraine, and sometimes that's all you need to play your own game. As soon as Old Boy gets spotted, he should be taken out here. Effect is the one that gets taken down to 20 HP though. Nod with another spray, doesn't connect again. He needs to connect some of these bullets soon, and there it is. There's the damage dealt, but the knock comes out of Effect, and it's an instant trade. 2v1 now.
Yeah, Tulika down on the ridgeline. Flaky has been taken down. It's just Nord in Effect. He's got the Asphalt stay close, and he's already being shot from the distance. It doesn't even matter. Kyrgyzstan, in the end, they do win it in a turnaround of events that I don't think we expected at all. The first play, I think, was Havlik that's been taken down on that ridgeline towards the western side, and I think Flaky was the one to win it, actually. That was the key moment in this round. Unfortunately for Ukraine, that's the third time they've fumbled this. Yes, it's a second place, but look at that faces. They're not going to be happy about this. This is the third time almost where they could have taken it away, and they should have as well. Perfect scenario for them all around.
They end up close to winning this tournament, and they end up in second place at the end. They're going to know what the games were that cost them. This one hurts. This one, they played really well for a very long time. But to give it away in the end is always the most painful, and Kyrgyzstan really wasn't making crazy plays. They were just waiting for a mistake. And unfortunately, Ukraine just sort of ran into the trap, right? They take knocks on two sides. Suddenly it's a 3v2. Instant reaction from Kyrgyzstan as well. As soon as they get the knocks, they drive on over, they take all the space. It's well done by them, but they shouldn't have never gotten that chance.
No, never. I think Easy staying alive there for so long was the reason why we thought Kyrgyzstan wasn't really going to do anything.
Yeah.
And at that point, I was even more certain that Ukraine was going to win it, right? Because they've essentially put themselves
in a corner.
In a corner, and they wanted to do so as well, right? To secure that second place and then have like a 3v4 out of there. But man, that was just a tiny bit too early for Havlik to make that push up there, and for no one to get the trade even, right? And I'm also got to give it up for Flaky. Not letting himself get isolated there was key component on why they won this round. So massive stuff coming out from Kyrgyzstan. The reigning champions as well, be reminded, these guys are not up there for no reason. It's because they are incredible fraggers. And these are the types of situations that a team like this might just take away from you if you're not careful enough.
Team play again. beautiful on their team. We watched that late game, right? They have two different angles. It gets a little bit tricky. But as soon as there's a player, I think it's Tulika, pushing up on the ridge with the DBS, close range player does nothing but hide behind the tree, lets the long range player do all the work because he knows if I get knocked, there's a chance we lose this. Doesn't give them the chance, doesn't let them take any more risky. And I think honestly, like we said, right, I think Kyrgyzstan had kind of given up the idea of winning this game, and they said, we're going to make sure we get second, and then we see what happens. And they saw what happened, and I just fell into their arms pretty much.
If they haven't, I had given up on that, to be honest. I had given up on that round for Kyrgyzstan, but they turn it around. Ladies and gentlemen, we have an interview coming up, and that is going to one of the players from Saudi Arabia, so stay tuned.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with Easy from Saudi Arabia. It's going to be a bilateral and bilingual pretty much of an interview taking place over here. فإيزي عطنا عربي وباش أخبارك شو مسوي؟
والله بشرك الحمد لله كل شيء تمام.
الحمد لله. Pretty much feeling good about this. Now for the first question للسؤال الأول. الحين في الزون الثالث والرابع كنت تواجه كل الناس جايين من المنطقة البحرية. كنت في الضفة الخلفية رحت في الأمامية. شلون؟ وليش؟
في الزون الرابع والثالث خلاص لازم نصفي ظهرنا ونلعب عشان نلعب قدام بريحية يعني مو قصة بحر ولا غير بحر يعني في أي زون بنلعب كذا نصفي الظهر بعدين ندخل الزون.
يعطيك العافية. So pretty much we're asking him on the third and the fourth zone. Pretty much he was facing everybody coming from the seaside. He took it from the back side and then he went all the way to the front. Pretty much he wants to clear the backs before he goes to the fronts. الحين للسؤال الثاني. في الأخير قالوا الفرقة وكل شيء وخلصنا بس ما سويتوا ريجروب تفرقتوا ليش؟
طبعا خلاص نهاية الزونات لازم تفرق عشان تاخذ مساحة أكبر لأن الزون على شوي بيسكر عليك أنت تخلق لنفسك مساحات عشان تلعب الزون اللي بعده.
يعطيك العافية. So the second question was pretty much at the very end we had less teams. Instead of regrouping, they went pretty much everybody in their own way. The answer is that, you know, at the very end, we don't want to take the risk of taking as a group and pretty much being annihilated. Each person should go in a different place to cover as much space as we can. أي كلمات أخيرة؟
ولا شيء والله الله يوفقنا إن شاء الله.
Well, pretty much wishing everybody the best. And now back to you, talents. Let's go.
Finally, the reigning champions of 2023 strike fast and they strike hard by getting their first winner chicken dinner in game number 3. Wait, Ukraine, what happened? What? Honestly. What happened? What did you do? This is the third time, like the casters mentioned, that they dropped the ball at the end of the game. But here's the thing, let's not take away the fact that they still managed to get, again, 11 eliminations by the end of the game. And I think they still ended up with more, if not same amount of points as Kyrgyzstan with the winner chicken dinner. But DK, come straight to you with that. So break it down for me. It was a 4v3v1. You had only one person as an Easy from Saudi Arabia on your flank. When it comes to the side of Ukraine, you had the center zone. Yeah. You had the game in the palm of your hands. All you had to do was just back up Old Boy, maybe cover the flank a little bit from Easy. It's just one player. I don't see why they devoted so many resources towards it, like they threw all the nades. So I don't get it. I don't know what they were trying to do in that situation.
I mean, if I look at the initial position that we had coming through from the Ukraine side, right? What I think would have made a little bit sense there is taking Old Boy from that scouting angle out front, falling back, coming back to the team, or having the rest of the other 3 players move up and kind of join them up in front. I agree, focusing all the effort over towards that eastern side maybe didn't make all too much sense, and it opened up the opportunity for Kyrgyzstan to come and really strengthen their angle. And we saw how they were able to turn that whole situation around, turn it in their favor. And I mean, they were able to bank the chicken as well. So I think this is definitely where you got to try and figure out what is going to be the best positional angle to play for the squad based on what you can read off of the zone. Ukraine, for them, it was to focus their efforts towards the eastern side. We know now maybe it should have gone down towards that southern side instead.
Yeah, because if they gave back up to Old Boy and you just had one player watching the eastern side, I think it would have been perfectly fine. Yeah. You can throw a smoke or two, you have yourself some cover. And here's the thing, even in that situation, I think Easy might have had line of sight on Kyrgyzstan if Kyrgyzstan were taking a fight with Ukraine. So they could have actually benefited from leaving him alone, letting him third party, and you'd actually give him second place and take down Kyrgyzstan just to make it easier for you. But honestly, I'm not sure. Neptura, this is the third time, like we mentioned, that Ukraine have made similar kind of mistakes.
Yeah.
But I don't think they're going to repeat them anymore.
No.
Like, I was going to say, like, third time's the charm, but
Yeah.
it's like, this turned into a fool me once, shame on you, fool me
it
twice.
did,
Now
it
it's
did.
thrice, so, like, does it go back to me, or is it on us? Or
You know what? I don't know. I
Yeah.
think we're going to have to let them do that. I almost want to say, though, Sandstorm, I almost want to say that was a lack of information. I think they got it messed up because the way they were playing that game up until that final moment was not the team that makes that kind of mistake. So
Yeah.
I almost want to say, not knowing what they're saying, what's behind the scenes, at the desk, right? I'm going, they didn't think that was a separate team, or they thought there was more than one player there. Because you don't do that. That's silly. That's silly if they think that's what happened. So I'm thinking that's a lack of information there that's caused that miscommunication.
Could be, because they were thinking maybe if it's if it's actually a 4v4 rather than a 4v3v1, definitely changes the way that the game gets played out. But we have Scarface from Turkey, who managed to get 6 elims, 9 knockouts, 1.4k damage. Absolutely insane. And we were waiting for something from Turkey. We were talking about how they're one of the strong contenders, again, with Fireflux, very experienced lineup, a lot of synergy between them, a lot of events together. You'd think that we'd see a massive performance from them, and then finally, Game 3, they managed to show up.
Yeah, I mean, they showed up in with some heavy numbers.
That they did, yeah.
Being pretty evident right there on screen. But this is the kind of pacing that we want to see be built on, right? Good way to come back after a bit of a break. Now, build on that, right? Take that momentum, push it forward, move into Game 4, into Game 5, right? Kind of trying to get that good flow going. Because we've seen this happen with Brazil, right? Match 1, Match 2, phenomenal play. Match 3 come in, still looking good in the beginning, but then having a little bit of a situation down towards that southern side, the zone catching up with them, things not going all too great. But then it opened up the gate for Turkey to come in, to really start bringing in that extra bit of flavor to the whole situation here. And of course, I mean, Ukraine also, right? They looked really good. Like, we were pretty convinced that they were going to bag this one.
It was supposed to be their game. Yeah. Again, they were the full squad. They had everything they needed.
Yeah.
And I mean, look, at the end of the day, they still benefit. Regardless of the fact that they didn't get the chicken dinner, they still have the most points in 18, 16 to Kyrgyzstan. And I do have to mention that Saudi Arabia in Game 1 and Game 2, they may not have been consistent in terms of placement points, but they've been getting a decent amount of elims. Going into Game 3, they were in 3rd place, and the consistency is still there for them. Turkey finally showing up as well with that game. And Brazil, despite them being eliminated early, they still have 6 eliminations. So they're not taking their foot off the gas. They're gonna try and keep going and building on the points that they got in the first couple of games as well. But I think it's time to have a look at the overall leaderboard. Yeah, I want to see. I mean, it's still gonna be Brazil in the lead.
Oh, yeah.
But there we go. Ukraine without a single chicken dinner, only 2 points behind. And now we're starting to get a little bit of an idea of who's competing for that top spot in Neptura.
We really are. I'm just seeing Saudi and Turkey as well, tied at 27.
Yep.
So very, very close there. Then you've got Kyrgyzstan at 29, and then there's a little bit of a gap because I think
Just a
that's
tiny one.
It's to be expected, right? You've got Brazil and you've got Ukraine. They've both been having really, really good back-to-back games there, but it is still close all the way down, really, to 11th place. You've got 10 points there, which isn't that hard, right? You know, for Jordan to get 10 points now, they need 32 points. I'm not saying they're going to do it, but they could at the end of the day be up there.
Look, let's be honest, anything is possible. When it comes to PUBG Mobile, there's so many different things that we can see. I mean, again, no one expected Kyrgyzstan to win the fight at the end. Everything was going in Ukraine's favor, so anything can happen at the end of the day, DK.
But also at the end of the day, well, we said that a few times now, but so Kyrgyzstan also, they're the defending team. Right?
That's true.
They're defending the title, so there is quite a bit on the line here. So it makes sense that Kyrgyzstan is really starting to try and pick up the pacing, pick up the momentum. But another team that I was looking at as well here is Morocco. 11 eliminations.
0 placement points.
Right? But maybe there's a bit of something cooking there, right? So they've now showcased rather that they can get aggressive, right? They can lock in those points. Now we need to see them take it to the point where we can get the placement to come in as well, right? Take that aggression into the later stages of the game. And they did that in the qualifiers. They were quite aggressive in the qualifiers. So where's that Moroccan team? I want to see that.
they're cooking. It's
Yeah.
I think they're lowering the heat, letting
Well,
it simmer
lunch is
for a little
passed
bit.
already, so
That is true.
Yeah, what
that
are they
is
waiting
true.
for?
Yeah, and we did have chicken in case you were wondering.
Yeah.
I mean, surprise! It's PUBG
Maybe
Mobile.
that's
Winners
why.
get chicken dinner. There
They're,
you go.
they're waiting until dinner time to get a chicken dinner.
Is dinner time going to be before Game 6? Well,
hope
we'll
not.
have to find out. Well, we might actually have to give them some chicken dinner after that. But
Yeah.
yes, I mean, look, the first couple of games, we're basically like halfway through. We have one more Erangel to wrap up Erangel, I guess, and then we're going to be wrapping the day up with 2 Miramar. So make sure that you stay tuned because we still have quite a lot of PUBG Mobile action. And of course, we also have like Counter-Strike running. We got a lot of things going on over the next couple of days. Like we mentioned, $1 million on the line, 6 tournaments on 4 different titles because I believe we have men and women competing at the competition as well, which is fantastic. You love
Yeah,
to
that's awesome.
you love to see that. Just everyone getting an opportunity to showcase their abilities on a global stage. And when we're talking about a global stage, you guys mentioned already Kyrgyzstan won last year, and they're starting to feel a little bit of the pressure. But I do have to say, after a game like that being gifted to them, they gotta feel good about themselves.
Right. Yeah.
It's gotta motivate them, DK.
I wouldn't say gifted. They worked to get that point.
True.
Right. I mean, they kept the positioning going. Yes, coming into the later stages, they were kind of huddled up on the edge of zone, so things weren't looking too great. But when that shift popped, and they were looking golden, then it's like, now's our chance.
Yeah, the timing.
They stepped up and they clicked in exactly when they needed to. So yeah, they earned that chicken.
Yeah.
So well done. And of course, they just reminded us why they won the previous year.
Yeah, it's just they waited for the right moment. Yeah. All good things come to those who wait, and they waited. I mean, sending 2 players from the Ukrainian side to focus on easy, but completely forgetting about the fact that Kyrgyzstan now has a line of sight on you, taking down 1 or 2 of your players. It was a level playing field then. Old Boy was feeling a lot of pressure, no support there, and at the end of the day, Kyrgyzstan, this is the 3rd time, we got to stop. Kyrgyzstan still managed to come out with that chicken dinner. But now I want to ask you for your predictions for game number 4. And, everyone watching at home, let us know, who do you think is going to take the 4th game of the day? DK, Naptura, give me I'm not going to ask you for like a winner prediction.
Okay.
Give me like a top 3 prediction.
I've got 3.
Go on.
You've got 3 for the top 3.
So Morocco,
Okay.
Ukraine, and Brazil.
Is that in order?
No.
No, just no. Morocco,
You
Ukraine,
said top
Brazil.
3. You didn't say rank.
Okay.
That's true. Yeah,
Just top
I
3.
don't want it in order. Natura, what do you think?
Gosh, that's a hard one. I want to say
Not France.
Pakistan. France, right? That's right on there. You nailed that coffin yourself. All right. Yeah, we're going to go.
You're just applying the caster curse here, so I mean it's not my fault. It's your fault.
Come
If
on,
they
I don't have
lose,
that.
now it's your fault.
Help, please. Okay, no, we're going France. We're going Ukraine. I want to see Kyrgyzstan. I think they got that win under their belt. The timing was impeccable. They've got that momentum now for another win.
I will personally go for. I'm gonna join you on Ukraine. I'm gonna go. You know what? Ukraine, Brazil, and Kyrgyzstan. I think those are gonna be the top 3 for the next team. Why? Because they're the top 3 in overall ranking, and that is in-depth analysis. Anyways, before we get on the next game, let's see what's gonna happen. Actually, yeah, no, we're just gonna jump right into it. So, Alex and Kovo, what do you guys got? Game number 4. Here we go.
Thank you so much, Sandstorm. Thank you for the professional analysis. That guy has some good ideas. Maybe he should do this for a living or something. I'm not sure what's going on
If
there.
he does, you're out of work, my friend.
Yeah.
You're out of work then.
I mean, it's hard to argue with that. That guy is just like top 3 teams might get top 3, and I'm just like,
Yeah, that's nuts.
what else do you want us to talk about?
The winner is going to win.
The
You know
weather,
about that
yeah,
one?
it's pretty hot outside.
Top 1 gets champion.
I think the team that gets the most points is probably going to win the tournament.
That's crazy. That's great. I know why you guys haven't qualified to the grand final just recently. Now that all makes sense. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, running to the next game. Predictions.
Predictions.
Because
I heard of France in there.
Yeah, that's
I
just
heard of
delusional.
France in
That's
there.
delusional at this
Yeah,
point. At this point, that's delusional. Yeah.
That's rude.
I'm
rude.
just kidding. Of course, I'm a fan of
Maybe-
France. So generally,
yeah.
that's the team closest to Germany actually now participating from all these teams.
I felt really bad about their Sanhok, how that went, because I think they were in a good position to be taking a
in
good
this game as well. And
then just,
Turkey stole everything away.
Yeah, I mean, that game, I feel like they never really had the control, right? They had a bit of a hunker down position, but they weren't really going to get out of that alive. The Sanhok game just felt like ruined by a mega play from Indonesia that they weren't expecting. But we have another plane. It's another not super central plane, but we've seen worse, right? We've been hardened by the planes. We now know that they're not going to be all too fair, and the players are ready as well. This is the first time we're going to see Brazil in the George Paul area again, because finally a plane lets them go there. That's analysis, Sandstorm.
Yeah.
Take notes.
Also, I would have expected them to go on military base again, but it looks like out of all these drop spots that can be reached and they
want to go Georgia
they
Pole.
want to, exactly, yeah. So they want to go Georgia Pole, which makes sense. It's a pretty strong loot spot. Is it? I mean, in this instance, I'm surprised because you have Prio on military base. You fought it before.
Yeah.
And you kind of know what to expect. Whereas here in Georgia Pole, you're not only late out of the plane, you also kind of don't know what to expect. Because last time, it was barely enough to reach North George when you had a contest. This time around, you can reach South George, but even then, you're probably going to have a contest because you know Bulgaria is really close to you. At least, the one thing going for them is the circle, and it looks like no one's really contesting them deep in South Georgia Pole, as we can see. They will once again land there relatively safe, as Bulgaria is deciding to go for the crates once more.
There's almost no circle that could have been better for them. This is really, really good. To join together with the plane path again, right? The plane path has somehow, by being western, forced a lot of teams to jump east. Not sure how that went down, but barely anybody around the western side of the map. Tons of space for Brazil to grab, but this is a compound with a whole lot of players in it. No space to be found here. Mongolia find a few. Indonesia on the other side. I think it's just one left standing. The flick with the S6 is not enough. But what is that? There's another pull-up. Romania wants this as well.
Yeah, they want to get a piece of the cake here, apparently. Piece of the points.
Oh, if they know how many are knocked, they're flying in.
They should as well, though. That's the thing. They should. They were in distance to definitely read the knocks and the kill feed. And Indonesia down to just one player. In the meanwhile, has used that time to get one of the players back up just this very second. And maybe even another one any moment now. But they have to be fast. If Romania wants to make this breach happen, they already should have driven down there, but it doesn't look like they will. Maybe I'm mistaken. Ladies and gentlemen, we will see ourselves a breach, and that is interesting now. Indonesia might just be the second team in big, big trouble, as 4 angry Romanians have now just reached the compound. Everyone is back up alive, though, and that makes it a 4v4.
What am I witnessing? That was delayed so far. Now the shotgun in the door might find the first. It is traded, but it's already a knock towards their side. That's a 1 HP player vaulted on in. Christian does quick work with it, and they're still at a massive advantage here. Don't get me wrong, they've just given a lot of time for Indonesia to reset this, but it's not going to be enough. Just one left standing on the outside, and just like that, it is the 4 frags in the end. It was looking weird, it was looking wonky. But it is the... What is happening?
No, there's no way.
Nah.
Ain't no way.
That's not real.
I can see Pakistan just drive on through as well. This round, it's not 3 knocks in the compound, though. Quite the opposite. Everyone is live. Everyone is standing. And if they do this breach again, I'm not so sure.
I have no idea if they have meds.
Is going to come out on top again.
I have no idea if they have meds, and I've seen that they don't have a lot of bullets.
But they don't either. Look, Pakistan don't either.
Pakistan also doesn't know this, right? You can see that 2 people are knocked. You cannot see that 2 people don't have first aids, right? So I don't think they're going to go for this, but they could still get some absolute freebies here just by holding down these angles. There's 1 car that I see in that compound, and that car is being camped by 4 Pakistani players right now, all just set up and waiting.
Good stuff.
Very obvious to me, though, that Romania knows about this, because otherwise they would not be just frozen in the compound here.
Yeah.
They've heard them coming.
Most likely. Looks like they still don't want to budge, though. Really looks like they want to have an angle on this compound, and they're not leaving this until Romania does. Shamir here, you can see.
He's going to smoke the car.
Inside there was a tower. Yeah, he might. But Romania knows this apparently as well. Everyone's just...
they're well aware. Yeah. They're well aware. That's what I'm saying.
Everyone is aware.
There's no way they would be freezing in the compound like this. But what are their options? Their options are running away on the south and hoping that there's no angle, but they don't know what angles Pakistan has and what they don't. And then they could also smoke the car, but that is so risky too. I'm thinking smoke the car, have 1 guy try and drive it to the south side of the compound.
Really?
Yeah.
You go for the car play?
I think so.
I wouldn't touch that thing with a 10-foot ball,
but
to be honest.
Do you want to play the game on foot from here?
Yeah.
Do you know that Pakistan only has high ground angles? Like, maybe they have 1 player somewhere towards the southern side. If you're running out, you're dead in the water, so...
Maybe.
Either play is
but
just...
like, realistically, you take the car where you drive it. Into the middle of the compound?
No,
let
south side of the
everyone
compound.
get in?
South side. Try to get around back of the 1 story.
Maybe.
That's what they're smoking for as well.
Yeah, that's what they're doing. We'll take a look and see if it works. I highly doubt it, but he's made it all the way past. He's got the car. And he jumped in the compound. There's a trade as well. How is this happening? Pakistan loses a player in a situation they should never have lost a player in.
Romania still leaves here, surely.
Romania, I want to see them just engage this at this point. Just drive it down.
Oh my god, they're sending.
Drive
oh
it
my god, they're
down.
sending into the solo. 4 guys, 1 car. What is going on? They instantly find it too. Oh, it's disaster for Pakistan. Goku has no HP to react on this alley and wants to do something with it. There's 2 knocks. There's nobody just had any HP to work with on that Romanian squad, but they're happy to claim another kill point here by the looks of things, and now they're finally disengaging away from it. It's an absolute mess. But I can't fault them for the aggression.
I think it was perfect. I would have isolated that player as well. I mean, you have that much
If
of a mess.
if they even knew he was there, maybe that was their play they were trying to make.
It seemed relatively straight on.
Yeah.
But yeah, I agree with them. Maybe they didn't have the information. But he was the only one ever peeking. So if anyone got spotted, I think it must have been him. So makes a whole lot of sense that they tried to isolate him. Either way, it didn't work out perfectly. Romania down to just 1 player, but 5 frags being secured. Far from a bad round, especially considering they had this very, very troublesome contest in phase 1.
Now, the quiet after the storm. Just the most wild pull-up by Romania into that compound. But 5 frags is not all too shabby. 5 points a game is not how you win a tournament, though. 5 points a game is fine for your bad games. Not for your average. Brazil on the other side, we said they would have a lot of space on the west. They have claimed some of it. But they still have to figure out what they want to do with this in the long term. How they want to set themselves up for success. But not a whole lot of moves are going to be coming out in the next 20 seconds before the circle pops. And tells us a whole lot more about where we're going in this. Oh, hi, that's Romania.
Yeah, welcome back.
And goodbye.
Yeah, goodbye. They're going to be the first ones, at least in comparison to Pakistan, inside the safe zone, but the first ones to leave as the next zone shifts all the way towards the eastern side. Brazil is not going to be happy about this. Kyrgyzstan is not going to be happy about this either. And I gotta be honest, I can't even fault them. I would have committed towards that western coast side as well. It's way easier to rotate out of it than to get into it if it does shift west.
Big shift to the east. Gatka still free as well. Whoever drives past figures that out. Got to get themselves a nice compound to play the game out from. Turkey realizing the yellows are free. Ketch is checking the double whites, but Ukraine is there faster and more joined up. The only thing I would have maybe liked to see from Brazil is actually start driving before the circle pops, because you didn't really have a pressure on the west, so get yourself ready for the eastern shift, but they were happy to play that with a little bit slower pace, and will now have to wait and see what they do with it. That's Kyrgyzstan finding one. That's a team you don't want to meet. That's a team you don't want to give frags to either. It's a second one as well. It's looking like a breach is in full effect, but Kyrgyzstan is clearly getting the better side of things right now.
Looks like it. Brazil now in direct competition on the overall leaderboard with Kyrgyzstan, and looks like it's a quick frags effect goes down as well. Zerek flashed out in just a matter of moments afterwards, and that just leaves Flyke and Nord now left standing to fight off the 2 Brazilian players. It's down to a 2v2 to be exact. He's going to come out on top here. Flyke's got the Iesf beta back and forth, but it's a double crossfire coming in from Brazil on the other side. Where's his teammate? Nord now being taken down to really low HP. It's just back and forth and back and forth. What a double nade coming out from Brazil! And Flyke, as well as Nord, goes down immediately. And that's Brazil now picking up the 4th frag. Is it really worth it, though? I think we're both shaking our heads. It really isn't, to be honest. It really isn't. But nevertheless, Brazil can afford this. Kyrgyzstan, not so much.
Yeah. And I mean, at the end, right, it's a messy fight. Both teams lose players, but they bring it back so nicely. The bait and switch around the compound, dancing around the door with the DBS while your teammates cooking the nade. Probably not something that they orchestrated intentionally, but something that, again, just works out beautifully.
Yeah.
When it comes to team play from Brazil. And it is the winners of the last game that do get caught by it.
Saudi Arabia back in the compound. One of the few teams that haven't really seen anyone just yet. Everyone seems to, I mean, it's a crazy round, to be honest, in the early game. Match 4 seems to be yeah, a whole lot of skirmishes all around, except for the center compounds for some reason. And that's been kind of the key advantage for Saudi Arabia. Look at the split they have. They've got essentially the 2 best center compounds in the circle. So for any Saudi Arabian out there, you kind of want to take a closer look at this round because it might just be a really good one. Yeah, next circle shifts towards Mount Everest as the circle center. Bulgaria being the huge favorites, but I say huge favorites, at least position-wise favorites. I'd still much prefer Saudi Arabia's position, more kill potential, and you're almost always going to get contested up on Mount Everest. You cannot hold that as just one team. There's too many positions up there.
Speak about Holden, Morocco has committed all of their resources and all of their time to hold out Brazil here. They don't want to let them get into the circle. They have identified this team as a threat, and we want to eliminate them as soon as possible. Now this end comes out. A few bullets would be enough to knock out Adrian. And there's the first few shots connected. Romelu down to 1 HP. Adrian down to half. They're desperate to send it somewhere that they can actually heal up from. But they have maybe just created enough distance away from the Moroccan squad to slip out of their fingers, just barely. One bullet could have done the trick, but lots invested here for Morocco and very little to be gained.
Let's see what Bulgaria does with this. They're in a pretty good position, but to be fair, as we've said, this is usually not a position that you can play uncontested. So someone at some point is going to make their way up that hillside, and if that happens, it's a whole lot of trouble usually. And these fights very rarely go clean for any side, really. But this time around, it might be different because we only have 11 teams in phase 3. Which is just crazy to think about. So many early skirmishes, so many teams, despite going out early, still picking up frags though. That's the even crazier part about this. Romania, 5 frags, 5 eliminations. Indonesia as well, 4 frags. Even Kyrgyzstan picks up 2 Brazilian players. And at least, I mean, if you go out early, at least you want to hurt your direct competition. So yes, you've kind of given them 2 frags, but you're also taking 2 frags. So at least something has gone your way.
You just hate to be sitting out these games, right? Even if you get a few frags, you hate to be sitting out these games and seeing a team like Ukraine just set up, start playing out of their compound, trying to take space, potentially playing a big game out of here. Boy gets himself ready. With Tulika on the close range. Solkai wants to go for some sort of reposition with the car here. Tries to find the information without going for a straight up fight. This definitely is favoring Ukraine side for now. There's another circle closing on in though. Might just send us somewhere completely else. Brazil on the other side, they've watched this. They're still being hunted by the Moroccan squad. Look at the map. They're still trying to close them out from the circle. They have very clearly made an enemy here.
Circle closing in 5 seconds. Yes, they do have time, but it might just be less than they want to have. And the next circle, wow, it goes the way of Pakistan and. Excuse me, it goes the way of, yeah, that's not the way of Pakistan actually, never mind, and Saudi Arabia. And also Morocco now that have just rotated in. Brazil in the meanwhile is going to be eliminated. It was a matter of time until these guys have a bad game as well, so I'm not too worried. 4 points still, salvaging as much as they can. But I'm talking about Morocco rotating in. Interestingly enough, looks like they wanted to breach Pakistan, but they realized this compound is taken, they immediately turn around. So good on Morocco. I would have understood that breach as well. It's the best position and no one is there to third party, but they want to take things slow.
It's a hard breach as well. You're flying over the ridge. You don't know how the enemy's set up. You don't know if it's a 4-man in the compound. Plenty of potential to drive into nades or crossfire setups. So stay composed. Play your game from the northern side. You might just find yourself a nice bit of space if Jordan and France engage in a fight here. So plenty of chances. Turkey coming the same way as well. This might clash, and this might clash big here in a bit. Turkey seems to be the one that actually ends up with the best pathing. France really unsure where they want to go with this. And then Jordan still stuck in the warehouses as well. That northwestern side has to explode here, folks. Oh, that's one way.
Drive on through, takes down
What?
He almost took down the second one. Clever is being traded out though by Carry Boy. Oh, they're still looking for his first couple of frags. Chapo now takes down France as well, who've just arrived in the dip down below, but that third party might just be a tiny bit delayed as the fights all around that hillside have already been cleaned up. So the sidelines are back in Jordan's and is kind of as well in Morocco's favor. None of these teams have really lost a player to each other. Clever down there might even be able to get rest. You can see that everyone's trying to get some angles on it. Ragnarok is covering for his teammates. So yeah, taking down Clever is going to be a little bit of a predicament for Morocco. And as I say that, yes, he does get the flush, but he's being traded out. That was not worth it at all. Rest of his team is already down on the hillside, down towards the compound, and that means Jordan knows this, and they will try and close the distance. This is dangerous. Marshall needs to put up another performance. He takes down one. He's being taken down on his own, though. And at the very least, now there's no support that can really come anymore. 2 players left standing for Morocco, both of them in the compounds. No chance to get them back up.
Lazy's still up close, but he's alone, and it's a messy fight. Now Carry Boy is getting flushed out. It's not what Morocco would have wanted. They had the control, they had the space set up, but they can't hold the aggression from Jordan. They're actually bleeding members at that point. Turkey has made the breach. They have decided to go for the compound all or nothing. They're finding the entries. Good nade to come back from Goku, but he doesn't find the knock just yet. This one could be an absolute banger, though, if he gets it on the outside wall. It's looking beautiful. It's a good bounce.
Wow.
But just with a sliver of HP, they survive it. Oh, it's a mess. He's dancing, he's dodging and weaving, but just needs to connect something soon, because they have reset. They've gotten the numbers back up. They're now closing out his space, and it's getting harder and harder for him to survive. More nades coming on in. He's got nowhere to go. Clean breach from Turkey. It's the first time we've really seen them pull things off in such a dominant fashion.
Yeah, amazing. They've secured themselves deep circle center, and they've done it cleanly. 3 frags being picked up and haven't lost a player, but it shifts back to Saudi Arabia. And this is the thing that I was talking about like 3 phases beforehand. Look how strong that position is, right? Look how much space they can get from just being split around that Gak area, no one contesting them. And this is the good thing about this. Now you kind of reap the benefits off of your kind of structured play in the first couple of phases. So yeah, want to see Saudi Arabia now get a couple of frags. That's the only thing that they've really been missing out on. And look at the leaderboard. There's a couple of teams out there that definitely haven't. Ukraine, for example, immediately back into the mix. And I gotta shout them out once more. They're not having an easy way in there whatsoever. They're constantly fighting, and they're constantly coming out on top. That eastern side is one more reason to have a look at them in the grand scheme of things for this tournament. They've been performing really well up until this point.
And they're scrapping their way on through. Now they should be able to slot in below Saudi Arabia here. The only problem is moving past that compound if they do have to. So they want to keep their options open. I think they want to keep their option to go back up to the east as well open for now, because crashing that compound is mighty hard and driving past it is nearly impossible. So if phase 6, 7, whatever, if they go north, Ukraine, they want to be able to wrap around here. That's why they're not committing to anything just yet. Jordan, 3 members up still. They've got a solo in their back that they have to worry about, that they don't seem to be all too aware about, as they're focusing all their attention up towards Bulgaria.
Jordan, I've been waiting for a round like this as well. Just frags being secured each round. This time around it's 6 already and we're only in phase 5. But there's a lot in front of them that they have to conquer to get into late game. It's not as easy as it looks. You can really tell by the amount of angles other teams have on them. There's the Myanmar players, maybe I think it's the France players actually right behind them.
Yeah, France.
And there's Bulgaria right on top of them as well. And these types of angles are so dangerous because you get an arc, you can't really do anything with it. They get an arc, they just rain down on top of you. Ukraine is now engaging the next team. This is important. Whoever wins this outside has got an easy entry to the next zone. First player goes down, and that's from Ukraine. Halfling trades things out. He has to do things right because he unfortunately was one of the reasons why they didn't win last game, and he did in this instance.
Look at the HP.
Ukraine takes 2 more players and stays alive as 3.
Old boy with the drop shot gets away with 1 HP. The fight on the mountain, meanwhile, is heating up. The nades are barraging down, and Little does Jordan know this isn't the only problem they have. That Fran solo is still around. There's a snake in the grass, waiting to bite them in the backside. But it's Bulgaria that are finally sweeping down from Everest. They've had enough. They've waited around long enough. They are trying to make the run. I see Bandita on an angle that looks mighty fine to me. He's going to peek around that Miracle. He shouldn't have anything to work with here at the tree anymore. He's got a few nades though. He's got 4 more of those. If he just lands a few, he might just buy the time he needs. But look at that. He's so overwhelmed. He's so outgunned. It doesn't matter. He's the one who connects.
But he gets traded out immediately. Sicario's there. The drive-through. Leave trades things out. And he takes the headshot
No way.
against Supra. And that brings things back, but he's the last player left standing, and the shots from up top are just a little bit too much. The angles are too good for Bulgaria. So yes, they will pick up 3 frags, but at what cost as well? Like, what a defense coming out from Jordan. That's massive.
That's a
7
disaster.
points as well being picked up, and a couple of placement points to top that off. Really well played. Bulgaria is gonna fall short to Saudi Arabia, who've just now gotten themselves that last frag on them. And there are still 4 players alive as well.
Where does Turkey go here, though? They're looking for the field. You can see Scarface. He wants to make the play. He wants to clean out this angle. They want the lower ground here. They want the ridge. The first knock goes towards Morocco, though, still severely outnumbered. And it's a pull-up into the field that should get them the angle, that should get them everything they need. Catches almost caught there, though, but Solkai finally. That's the angle we were talking about. That's the angle that cleans it up. And Turkey, they should be able to consolidate here just barely. Get the res on through. 4 for Saudi Arabia in the compound. 3 for Ukraine on the south. And 4 for Turkey. But where do they go here, Falix? They've got no space. They've got nothing. They got a breach. Or they can try and delay. But really, it's a tiny dip on their side of the road that's in. That's not how you get any more points. That's how you survive 1 more circle. But what do you do after?
It's tough. And Saudi Arabia realizes all of that as well. Look how much space they take, how much angles they have on almost every single one. And they can count as well, I assume. So they know, Turkey is probably still up as a 4-man. They saw them fighting. They haven't lost anyone. So that means there's only 3 players left alive. And they can probably guess it's Ukraine. So that's why they can split out as much as they can. Ukraine couldn't earlier, right? They didn't know Miramar was alive in the game that we've just seen. This time around, it's a lot more easier for the teams up in the center to kind of figure out who's really left standing and who do you have to expect where. So a lot more structure play is what we're going to see in this late stage. Phase 6, ladies and gentlemen, as we are approaching the last 3 teams.
Time is ticking on down. Love to see that Saudi Arabia is flexing out more. Not sitting in the compound, in the comfort of where they've been surviving. Easy getting himself up on that mountainside for more information, for potentially an angle as well, right? If Turkey breaches the north side of the compound, he'd be in their backs, ruining it completely. But Turkey is happy to wait it out here. They've got a phase 7, and they've got a phase 8 coming. They're thinking that maybe, just maybe, they can find some openings here before they have to move. It's very unlikely that the phase 7 is going to keep them in. It's very unlikely that they're going to be able to make a whole lot of plays, especially now with the blue closing on in. They don't have space to speed up cars, right? Whatever they do, they'll be very, very slow coming over this ridgeline. But then again, Saudi Arabia has pushed so much of their focus towards other sides of the map. Could still be doable. I don't fancy their chances. But we'll have to wait and see what the zone does. And there it is. Tough zone for Ukraine, even worse for Turkey. And it has to be a miracle here, Falix, for the home team to not walk away with the win.
Well, we've seen a miracle already. Just last game, Kyrgyzstan somehow pulling things back. This time around, it's Ukraine with a man disadvantage against these 2 top teams. So, who the hell do we know? What do we know at this point, right? It could still very much happen, but yeah, it looks really, really unlikely, especially since Ukraine and Turkey are looking to fight against each other. And there comes the push. Scarface, a couple of smokes right in front of him, but he's going to have to hit a couple of really big shots. Oh boy, takes down Catch, but that's Scarface with a good trade. Is it going to be enough? Happening takes down another one, and Catch is being taken apart from the WAF. Suddenly, it's only Tulika, but even Turkey has lost 2 players. And it looks like
the one team that's really going to run away with this is going to be Saudi Arabia. Easy, we've just seen him in an interview as well. Takes down one more, and there goes Turkey, and there goes Ukraine. Just one player left standing, and he being taken down from very, very far. Ladies and gentlemen, we have another winner. A team that we haven't seen in the one spot up until this point. It is going to be Saudi Arabia.
Well deserved there in the end, flexing out on all sides, making sure nothing could ever happen to their compound, making sure that they get the kills that they want as well, right? Not letting Ukraine clean up that fight at all. Easy steps over the P90, confidence kicks in, and they clean it up in the end. Well played. Like we said before, you got to win those. You can't throw these away.
Yeah.
Damn, is that another second place for Ukraine?
I think that's another.
Are they just the second place kings?
I think Tulika was the last one. Tulika Havlik was one of the last players to get taken down. Turkey died just before that. But another good game for Turkey as well, right? I mean, we've got to give it up to them as well. I said that they were going to be one of the favorites coming into this tournament as well. One of the longest standing rosters, and that in and of itself, playing in so many mixed teams is going to be a huge advantage, right? You just know what your teammate is going to do when you push certain ridge lines, and this is a good scenario of that. If maybe, who knows, maybe Turkey would have had a chance if Saudi Arabia didn't react as proactively as they did, but good on Saudi Arabia to do that. So yeah, well-deserved win. Remember we said it phases beforehand that they were going to be the team with the best position.
They were the team to beat. Yeah. But also, I love how they played it out. They were flexing out of that compound, making sure Ukraine doesn't get too antsy around the east, making sure they have an angle to the north. But then when they realized, okay, the zone's closing on in, Turkey doesn't really have anywhere to go anymore, they shift their attention a whole lot more towards the west, so far that they're easily able to flex out of that compound. Yes, they should always win that game, but they get themselves 3 more kills than they maybe would have to if they were just sitting in the compound making sure they win the game. So well played by them. And well played by Turkey as well, right? Like, they're stuck in that dip, 4-man up, sure, but they've got like 2 vehicles to work with, a few nades. They have to make a really rough send, but the trades are there for them. The DBS has come out, and they get themselves another few frags on the board.
Yeah, the only thing I could have imagined that maybe would have worked if Turkey would have breached the compound instead. I think that would have been a chance, but they only had like 2 cars or something like that, so at that point it becomes really, really unlikely.
And then you're fighting the 4-man team as well, and you're fighting the harder position. You're kind of playing for the win, but your chances to win are so...
But you are playing for the win.
Exactly.
But I get what you're saying, but yeah.
I respect the play for second place. Gets himself 2 kills. Doesn't get them the second place,
it makes
but gets
more
himself
sense,
2
especially
kills.
since they knew Ukraine was only a 3-man. So they knew going into this fight, they would have had the man advantage. So yeah, good on Turkey. Once again, second or third place, only a point difference. I think up until this point, they picked up 2 frags against Ukraine as well. So that's essentially, 2 or 3 more points. I guess that was the correct decision. We'll have to wait and see the overall leaderboard at the end of the 18 games, to be exact, to really have an idea on whether or not they should have played for the win. But that's too early to tell.
I think that was pretty well played towards the end. I can't get over how that early game went. I can't get over the fact that we had 4 teams in one compound, essentially.
Yeah, and like 5 countries being eliminated before phase 5. Before phase 3 or phase 2.
Pakistan saying we're going in as well. we want in on this one.
Ladies and gentlemen,
the winner's on the stage. We've had him before. We have him again. It's the home champion from Saudi Arabia. Easy with the interview.
And ladies and gentlemen, congratulations for Saudi taking this map. نقول مبروك وألف مبروك. شنو إحساسك؟
الله يبارك فيك. هذا الهدف إن احنا نلعب ونحصل نقاط كثيرة إن شاء الله اليوم.
Pretty much, they're out there to get as much points as they can. So the question will be as the following, ladies and gentlemen. In the previous interview, he said, it's all about, let's split the team and pretty much conquer as much space as we can. But in this one, they went as a group. فالسؤال هو في المقابلة اللي سبقت قلت إن لا خلينا نتفرق خلينا ناخذ مساحة أكبر بس هالمرة لا جيتوا كجروب شو اللي تغير في الكلام؟
حلو لما يخدمك الزون وتجي أنت سنتر الزون لازم تجتمع تجتمعوا في كمباوند واحد ولا تجتمعوا في أي مكان لأنك أنت سنتر زون بس الجيم اللي قبل الزون طلعنا فصفينا ظهرنا وأخذنا مساحات لأن ما عندنا كمباوند ما عندنا نقطة تجمع فيها ما في إلا أوبن فالأوبن لازم تاخذ مساحة أكبر في الجيم.
Okay, يعطيك العافية. Pretty much it's all about the strategy and the zones. This time it makes more sense for us to come as a group due to the size and the space of what happened in the strategy. الحين we are done with Erangel. Going to Miramar. شنو استعداداتكم? What's your preparation?
هدفنا في كل المبات ان احنا نحصل اعلى نقاط ممكنة في اليوم يعني يطلع باعلى نقاط ممكن ان شاء الله.
Well, pretty much they are ready. Main point doesn't change. Let's kinda collect as much points as we can, as much as we can. Now you are the in-game leader. How do you feel about that? كونك أنت حين القائد في الموضوع كله.
اكيد مسؤوليه كبيره بالذات انك تمثل المنتخب وبلادك يعني فان شاء الله نمثلهم خير تمثيل ان شاء الله.
Inshallah, pretty much he feels proud of being the in-game leader and pretty much to be the representative of Saudi Arabia. And now, heading back to the analysts. Take it away, talents.
The hometown heroes fight back and get themselves a chicken dinner in the final wrangle of the day. What a spicy finish. And once again, second place. Who had it? Ukraine. What doing? Honestly. At this point, I mean, look, we're not wrong in choosing them as one of the teams to constantly be there on top in terms of gameplay and strategy, but in that situation, it was once again a difficult thing. But I want to get to that a little bit later. I want to focus on the compound breaches that we had at the beginning of the game. Neptura, walk me through it. How many times, how many squads just, you know, met their fate in that small compound?
It felt like the whole lobby.
Yeah.
It really did. It was one after the other after the other. Great timing from everybody, right? You have that one fight coming in.
Well, except Pakistan.
And
That
then
was a little bit.
they were there, and this is what I keep talking about, right? It's like the IGL. He goes, "Hey, they're not doing so good. We could take advantage of this." They get there, they set up, and it's like, "Oh, actually, maybe we should wait a little bit." It's like, no. The timing. Let's go. You had the timing. It was such a really good fight from all of those teams concerned. But it did end up happening where Pakistan just really just delayed it. They delayed. They came out in the end. I really liked how Romania did push that solo. It didn't work, but I liked the thought behind it. But, I mean, DK, it was just a little bit of a mess. Ever so.
Yeah.
Lovingly.
Yeah, we'll go with that. We'll go with that. Say it was a.
It was a little mess.
It was messy. Let's go with that. It's a messy fight.
Yeah.
It's tiny bit.
Ronaldo, but it's fine.
A very little tiny one that we had there. But another amazing play that we also saw coming through this match, right, was the confident push coming through from Jordan.
Yeah. That was very well timed.
Such a smooth execution. They just moved in. It just looked so comfortable. Right, yes, it didn't quite pan out exactly the way they would have wanted to, but the I don't know, it was so great to watch. I mean, it just looked so comfortable, like it just had to be that way. And if we can see more performances like that come through, I think we're going to have a few more teams that are going to be smiling quite comfortably. And speaking about comfortable smiles, of course, here we have it, right? Our winner chicken dinner team stats going straight over to the side of Saudi. But I mean, the Saudi team as well. What a play this game.
They held their ground in that compound. They, like Easy mentioned in the interview, yes, their idea and their plan was to kind of split up a little bit, get more information, work on covering more ground. But the zone that they were given, straight to the center of the zone, make sure that you have one of those compounds, and all they had to do was just wait. Another team that had the similar kind of idea was Bulgaria on Everest. But we were looking at them for a long time, and we're thinking, like, why aren't they taking shots at the people that are passing by? Like, what's going on? And at some point, it was clear that they didn't have that much ammunition. And DK, like, you noticed why they didn't have that much ammunition as well.
Yeah, because I mean, what happened with them is they dropped down, went into the container yard, grabbed weapons, and just headed up to Everest. Right, grabbed the weapons and left, and they stayed there as long as they could. So it explains everything. Why we didn't see too many engagements coming in from their side. I mean, one person that we did see quite a bit of engagement though come from is none other than Easy.
Yeah, and you're talking about the IGL of the team as well. Like an IGL fragging out on a stage this big, that's definitely gotta boost his confidence. And definitely, I think we're going to see an even better performance from Saudi Arabia. And the thing is, or rather, the fact is, they've had a good, consistent performance throughout the 4 games that we've had so far. They've been getting good limbs, they've been getting placement points, and they're having a nice balance. But other teams that needed to get those placement points, and you predicted it as well, DK, it was Morocco. They managed, again, I think they got top 5 or top 4 with a couple of limbs as well. So good catch on that one.
I mean, so we asked who the top 3 was going to be, right?
True.
We got one.
Close enough. You know, I'll give you half a point for that.
Did better than us.
Yeah.
Half a point's better than no points.
Yeah, true.
Right.
Speaking of no points,
No. No. We're not going there.
Oh, yes, I am. Whatever happened to the French lineup?
Okay.
Neptura,
Okay.
walk me through. What happened?
My boys.
Yes, what happened to the boys?
Qu'est-ce que tu fais, hein? Because
they're not even
what
on
are they
the
doing?
damage chart.
No, because they were there. They had the
In
circle. It was fine. And then they unfortunately pushed into like 2 different teams. Never a good idea. So that was a little bit of a mishap. I had high hopes for them until that point. So please, do something else. Or at least get some info before you rotate, right? I don't know if that was like a panic thing or what, but like, you know, get it together slightly. You know, I still believe in you. Let's just do it.
I mean, look, it's only day 1, and
exactly.
With DK, we talked about this in the pre-show as well. We mentioned how like you're allowed to make you have room to make a couple of mistakes in a tournament like this with 18 games in total. But again, try not to make too many, I guess, on day 1, because it's going to be very difficult for you to not make any mistakes day 2 and day 3. You can work on them as much as you can, but there's still going to be, I don't know, maybe the zone might not work for you. Maybe some teams will prep something for you in day 2 and day 3, like we've seen with hot drops. Maybe they're going to start studying your rotations a little bit more from this tournament rather than just the qualifiers. But quickly, let's have a look at the scoreboard. And once again, Ukraine up there in eliminations, 2nd place, 6 points in placements. At this point, just I mean, production has their work cut out for them. They don't have to change Ukraine's position in the leaderboard at all. It's just give them the 6 points, check how many elims they have.
I was going to say, they do have to change it because they go to first. As you were saying, I was like, wait, Brazil went out early. Ukraine had a really good game.
That is true.
Now we have a new leader.
Yeah, that's true. Ukraine with 55 points, 9-point lead. They have 9 elims more than Brazil. Same amount of placement points, but of course without those chicken dinners. Saudi Arabia in 3rd with 44. Turkey as well, coming up there with 39 points. So, I mean, they're getting up there. They're getting a little bit closer. And you mentioned as well that Jordan needs to get a couple of points, and then they're going to jump up a little bit in the standings. They did that, jumping from the 2nd page to 1st. They just need to do a little bit more. I want to say, like, the goal for these teams is like, from Indonesia all the way to the bottom is if you want to compete for that 1st place, try and cross the 35-point threshold.
Agree. Yeah, 35 sounds really nice there. It's not impossible to do in the final, what was it, 3 games we've got left? 2 games?
Yeah,
Only
we
2
got
games?
2 Miramars, yeah.
Oh yeah, there's still plenty to do. Especially how Jordan has been performing in the last couple of games. They're starting to ramp up a little bit, and I think they will actually do quite well there.
I mean, seriously, looking at the points though, from 5th place up, they've got a good balance of aggression, placement points.
Yeah.
From there down, it's still anyone's game.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right? And they can catch up like that. Now, what gets interesting moving into match number next, right? We're heading into a little bit of that desert action all the way over towards Miramar. And what I'm looking forward to here is teams that are in need of points did amazingly well in the qualifiers. Not getting 1 chicken dinner, but multiple chickens. I want to see that now come onto the battlefield here. Even it being day number 1, I want to see them come in and just, you know, just kind of flex a little bit. So like, you know what, Erangel, keep it. Sanhok, keep it. Miramar, it's ours.
Nice.
We'll show you.
Yeah, but the question is it gonna be enough for you to just I mean, if you just focus on Miramar, you got 6 games in your favor?
For today.
Yeah.
For today, it could be enough.
Oh, I thought the idea was just Miramar.
No. We're still on day 1. Right? We're not day 2,
Sorry, I
day
jumped
3
to like
yet.
day 3, game 5.
No, we're not there yet. We're not there yet. But I think for day 1, day 1, definitely looking at that Miramar pacing, right? I think that could definitely shift quite a bit with regards to the performances to some of the teams that are yet to lock that final mode. Right, day 1, we'll call it the teething day. Right, just trying to get into the hang of everything, get in their comfort zone, and then once they've clicked, I mean, we've seen this already happen in the first few matches of a few of the teams, right? Brazil, phenomenal, just so aggressive, and then just dialing back a little bit on the throttle. Now I'm expecting other teams to kind of replicate that effort. Even though it might be a little bit of a slower start to the day, I definitely see them taking it all the way through to the end. So I'm curious to see whether or not the teams are going to be doing that. And who I'm referring to in that, of course, is a team like, I have the name just here, Myanmar? Yes.
Yep.
So Myanmar, going to be looking for them. And
they do love their early fights, I do have to say. They do love their early fights.
Yeah, where's Egypt been?
Actually, that's a very good question. Yeah. They haven't been having the best start to the games today. I won't say like they're on the struggle bus right now, but I think not many. I think they're in second page, maybe from 14th to 16th. They didn't have that many elims. They didn't have that many placement points. But now they have a chance to kind of take a moment because we have a little break lined up for them. Get them some dinner, make sure they're nice and refueled and ready to go, and then we're going to be jumping into the action with the next couple of games. Only 2 games remain for day 1, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to go for a short break. Make sure you get yourself a cup of tea, make some coffee. I don't know, whatever you guys prefer to drink. But again, reminder: do not listen to us when we're talking about making food. We talk about games. We are not good in the kitchen. I sincerely doubt that. But go for a break. I'll see you in a bit.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're landing in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, for the World Esports Championship.
In a world where victories can be measured in gold and silver, some things are priceless.
Fully expected, and it's Baron find him. Can shine for one with a quick trade from Impulse.
Some things are not bought with money.
Open. Now Philippines is now taking the base of Indonesia. Remember their name.
The feeling of standing alongside your fellow countrymen, the emotion, the home crowd, the weight of a whole nation on your shoulders.
Sometimes I get emotional by the fact that I got chosen to be one of the representatives of my country. And yeah, it's just a dream, honestly.
Here it's not just about the game, it's about the pride that unites us. Every match tells a story.
He needs to some missed shot sound, picking up another one, another headshot. No way! 4 kills! What has happened?
From every corner of the globe. All eyes on WEC 24.
Early 1970s, the world was discovering the boundless possibilities of esports. While esports offered endless enjoyment and addictive allure, it lacked a certain depth and a sense of purpose. It needed something more, something larger than a trophy, something beyond individual gratification. That's when a vision emerged. A vision of uniting the world through esports. The International Esports Federation and the World Esports Championship were born. Its mission was clear: to create a stage where nations could unite and compete for the ultimate title, World Esports Champion. For these athletes and nations, the World Esports Championship was more than just a competition, more than just a game. A chance to make history, to leave a lasting legacy, to inspire a generation, and to represent their nation. Over the years, Iesf started achieving greatness, year by year. Korea, Indonesia, Israel, Romania, worldwide. The World Esports capital changed, each year expanding significantly, getting bigger and bigger. Fast forward 15 years, Iesf was determined to show the world the most valuable World Esports Championship. 140 nations gathered in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. The WEC 24 story. 2024. Saudi Arabia prepares to host the 16th World Esports Championship after a spectacle made in Iesf, Romania by Iesf for WEC 23. New president, new challenges, and quite a bumpy road ahead. As the calendar turned to January, the national qualifiers took place, breaking dozens of records. In a wingspan of 3 months in every nation across the globe, athletes competed to get one step closer to the World Esports Championship and represent their nation on the global stage. However, as fate would have it, the road to WEC 24 was far from smooth. Things went south. 2 out of 3 offline regional qualifiers were forced to go online. Even though that barrier occurred, the online regional qualifiers shattered previous viewership records. The hype for WEC 24 was real. Meanwhile, Africa. Iesf showed just how much potential is hidden in Africa. Over 180 athletes, 17 nations, and thousands of fans. All in one place for one specific reason: esports. The bumpy road came to an end. The slots for WEC 24 were secured and everyone was ready. The much anticipated 16th World Esports Championship set sails. WEC 24, Day 1. or I might just throw another fit. You know I can't help but this, 'cause they know they can never touch this. So baby, let me talk my shit, or I might just throw another fit.
Well, there's no problem. If you had a gun, shoot him in the head.
This gun was loaded when he was brave, boys. Decide to go for the run. Just a fire. Just a fire.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's been some time. Welcome back for this quick pause. We will be heading right into the action, back into the action after we've seen the first 4 games. 2 more to be played. We've seen Sanhok, we've seen Erangel, so it's down to Miramar.
We're down to Miramar, and it has been revealed to us that Ukraine is planning to win 6 games out of the next 2. So we're all very intrigued how they're going to pull that one off. But they're going to have to start flipping some switch, because right now they're looking for pretty much every single game a second place. But they're confident that they can close things out a little further, and they get close, and I think they've been doing their job, if we're being realistic here.
They absolutely have.
You can't win every game. Yes, they fumbled some of them. But that last game, for example, that wasn't theirs to win. That was just out of their hands almost completely.
Yeah, I'd much rather fumble like 3 games or maybe even 4 games and still be somewhere at the top and know that I have a chance in this lobby to take the absolute top spot than just not have anything at all, have like maybe like 1 din out of 4.
Yeah.
Because I'd much rather be consistent and consistently bad at closing out games than the other way around, you know, than not even to not even get into the position. That's what I'm ultimately trying to say. So, yeah, Ukraine in a good spot. Plenty of these teams are in a good spot to grab some more points, to solidify themselves going into the next 12 games. After today, we'll have 2 more game days being formed. So tomorrow 6 matches, and then the day after another 6 matches. And there we have it. He's been under a bit of pressure today, I want to say. He's been having lots of impact frags. Some have gone his way, some haven't. But he's been one of the key players for them, and there's Old Boy as well. And there we go. The Turkish roster as well. They've had that chance in the last game. Unfortunately, they couldn't quite close it out.
Again, well-played game from them. Wasn't really theirs to win. Also, remember, funny thing.
Oh,
they tried.
They tried.
They did try. Yeah. Remember that mid-game? We had Ukraine set up at the double whites and Turkey right to their north. And then they realized, hey, this team in front of us kind of knows what they're doing. Maybe we're going to go somewhere else. Ukraine send it all the way around the south. Turkey goes all the way around the north. And they meet each other again in the top 3. Just a bit of mutual respect there, right? Realizing, maybe this side is not the one we want to play in from. And they do both find themselves easier sides to actually play the game from and get themselves a whole bunch of points.
And now we have it, Brazil. The #1 spot right now. You have to realize he's on camera. Yes, you are. If you want to greet someone, make sure to do it now. Morocco, they've had their ups and downs up until this point too. Some really good scenarios, some not so good scenarios. Fighting has been a little bit all over the place. That's understandable. They got to find that groove as well. Coming here from the African Esports Championship is a whole lot different. Someone seems to have, the wrong kind of deodorant on, apparently. Indonesia there.
That man just turned his jacket around. You see that?
Did he?
Yeah, he's got his jacket in front of him.
Like double-sided?
He's like covering his sleeves, but the back's open.
Ah, okay.
He's keeping his arms warm, but he doesn't want to get hot himself.
That's smart.
Yeah, there's some pretty cool tech you can do. We see it in the PC space as well, where people have a jacket on, but it's only on their keyboard arm, so their mouse arm is completely free. People get creative with this stuff. People really optimize and try to be the best player they can.
I can tell. You know what's crazy? Some of these players bring their own pillows. It's not even they take pillows from here. They need to play with the exact same pillow they have at home. Which, understandably, makes sense. Because you want to kind of replicate the position that you play thousands of hours in on LAN as well. That's going to give you the most amount of advantage. And there we have it.
There we go. That's Chile.
That's Chile. We almost had the table tennis game against them in the pause. Yeah. These guys are definitely up to speed, not only in esports, but in sports as well.
I love watching this as well. I've said this before, I love the vibe check, right? You see so many different kind of moods spread all across the teams. Some teams are doing harder, some teams are struggling a little bit more, but there's teams that are in a much higher placement on the leaderboard and look a whole lot sadder than some teams that haven't really been getting a whole lot going. And then you see someone like Old Boy just sitting there, calm as can be.
Yeah, he's just got the poker face.
Yeah, but he's also just vibing out the confidence, you know? You can see it from the outside. While other players, they're fully focused, or like we see in the front there, Egypt, you know, they've had a day to forget so far, and that shows. You can see that sometimes. Players will reset into each game as much as they can, but it's really, really hard in PUBG sometimes. Sitting around waiting for everybody else to finish their game because you've gone out early again can be absolutely brutal. They've done a lot today.
Oh. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I'm seeing headsets being picked up. That is going to give us the signal that we might just head on over into match number 5 any second now. The French players have got the phones ready and waiting for the game start as well. So we should be heading into the match any second now. You've waited long enough out there. We feel you. The players need a pause as well. They need to get some water in, get some food in as well. Always important to stay hydrated in any kind of sport, and same goes for esports.
Absolutely. 2 more games. We're switching it up. Do new map. We're going to Miramar. We're gonna be... There's the drop maps again. Love to see those. My little nerd heart starts beating faster.
Everyone's got them as well. They've got Miramar out there. They know where we're heading.
They're ready for this. They're ready for this, and we'll have to wait and see what the plane path allows them to do. We've had some crazy ones today, especially on Erangel. We've had some really, really edge case ones, but hopefully we are getting into a plane. We're getting into a match. It's match 5, the second last match of the day. We're finally going to Miramar. I can't wait to see what the players have in store for us. 2 more games today. Let's get it.
Let's get it. It's been one-sided up until this point. A couple of teams, well, it's been 3-sided to be honest. Plenty of the same at the very top of the leaderboard in all 4 matches that we've seen. First and foremost, Brazil, who's been just dominant in 2 of these rounds, especially Ukraine in 3 of these rounds. And a couple of other teams being at the very top as well. Ladies and gentlemen, we baited you. We baited you all. It might just be a rehost. We might have some more technical issues, but if it is, we'll be right back with you again. Would have been too easy to start it off like this anyways, right?
Let's see where the zone goes anyways.
Let's see where the zone goes, and then we decide whether or not we want to rehost.
Did I just double bait? Are we just going to end the game like a second before the zone shows? Play zone's there. It's not on the church, at least. It's not on Chumacera. As we do have Chile loading away. Kyrgyzstan in the distance. That's effect. The man's absolutely been dominating on the global stage. Already qualified for PMGC finals. Just comes on by for a swing. Just says, hello, I'll play a bit of WEC. Sure. Get me in. Get me in for the repeat.
Definitely one of the most experienced players in this roster. And yeah, we might have just baited you. I'm guessing there's not going to be a rehost. Maybe there is, maybe there isn't. Either way, we have 1 fight that's already going on. That's Jordan. One of the teams, one of the countries that we have high hopes for. And, well, ultimately it is going to be the rehost. So we did not indeed bait you. We did not indeed bait you,
Did we or
unfortunately.
didn't we?
No, I think it's going to be a rehost.
Double bait.
Yeah.
Yeah, we kind of got double baited.
I don't think you saw the zone now.
We saw it wasn't in Chuma.
Yeah.
But we saw that Kyrgyzstan was in Chuma.
Yeah.
And we saw that we had some hot drops. Well, that's going to be interesting. Because now these
Are we gonna
teams
see hot
know
drops
as
again,
well. These teams know as well now.
Yeah.
Oh, we're contested. The other guys aren't backing out.
Now, but question is,
There is
once
a
again,
lot of teams that will pretend like they will hot drop, and then the first game comes around, and they're not there.
But did they know at this point when the hot drop came through that it was going to be rehost? That's what I'm asking.
That's a good question.
Because it felt like, especially that Mongolia fight, felt like maybe they had some kind of idea. Because I'm not expecting Saudi Arabia to fight phase 1 against Mongolia. That's honestly not what I'm expecting. I'm not expecting that to happen again, but we'll have to wait and see.
Then on the other hand, if you're Saudi Arabia, you're feeling mighty good right now. You've had 2 good games. You got yourself double interviews if you're easy.
Yeah.
Confidence is pumping. You might want to fight for your loot spot, especially when you're considering we're playing a whole lot more Miramars this tournament. This is just the first one.
Yeah. 6
Throwing
Miramars.
away one of them for a hot drop, reasonable.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we'll keep you up to speed as soon as we have more information. For right now, it looks like, once again, it's going to be a rehost, so we'll restart the match. Everything's going to be reset. So for any Mongolian Saudi Arabian fan out there, nothing's happened. All right, we still have 2 more Miramar games to go with all your favorite players left standing, left alive. Easy hasn't been touched anyway, so even in that case that it's not going to be a rehost, it wouldn't have been. I think you guys would have been fine too.
Kind of crazy, right? That he's IGL in this squad while he's clearly the top fragger at the moment. Maybe the stats would tell a different story, but I don't think so. He's been the flashy one. He's been the one picking up the kills for them most of the time. And he was the one as well closing out that game with a P90 that they just won. So he's been really putting up numbers while IGLing in a lobby that is extremely hard to maneuver, right? In an extremely unpredictable lobby. So hats off to him. I didn't think he'd be the IGL. I think he'd be the top fragger, you know, that just focuses on his own game. But little did I know.
Well, headsets are being put down again.
That's because of the rehost, ladies and gentlemen. And a couple of more minutes, we will be back.
Oh, sunglasses coming out.
The game. Yeah.
Hey.
I mean, they need them in Egypt, as well as in Saudi Arabia. I mean, it's kind of the same temperature and sun to some degree. I was very surprised here. When I originally got here, I checked the internet for what the weather is going to be like, and for some reason, it showed me that in the winter here in Saudi Arabia and Riyadh, it was going to be like 18, 20 degree. And I came here, it was like 30, and I was like, something went wrong in my research. I was not prepared for that heat, but it's a very comfortable heat.
Yeah, it's pretty
good,
dry.
Good humidity.
Yeah, I'm a big fan.
Really good humidity. It's nice. I could
truly
go on vacation here.
You truly know casters are desperate when they start talking about the weather.
Well, you know.
You're up in the deep end at that point.
You know.
Players are getting themselves back into lobby now. We got the headsets coming back on. And there he is. You know, that's what I mean. Ooh. That man loves the camera. Yeah. That man's happy to be on camera. He's happy to be smiling.
Stay on him, production. I dare you. Oh, look at these guys.
Look at these
look
guys.
At this.
Having
These guys
a
have
good
been playing
time
together forever. And it's been working out relatively well.
Oh, that was a downer. Wow. And it's been
I
working
meant to
out.
say incredible, but it's like, are they going to agree with
well.
incredible? Yeah. No, it's been working out incredible. Oof. They will once again have a shot. They had it last year. They had a shot at the championship last year. Obviously, the year before that as well. An even better shot, to be honest. And this time around, it looks like they do as well. Quite convincingly, there we have Mongolia. Smiles all around. Players very happy with the organization. Tech delays, unfortunately, you can never really predict or kind of work your way against something. I mean, 64 players. Something is bound to happen at some point.
France look pretty well-spirited.
Yeah.
Even though the analyst desk has analyzed them into bits.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
They put all the pressure on them as well.
Yeah.
Right,
they've made them a topic. Yeah. Not a thing you want when things aren't going well.
And there we go. Marshall and his squad. Kerry and so on and so forth. These guys definitely know how to play as well. 2 months ago in the African Esports Championship, these guys have been performing incredibly well. Some of these guys in the crowd back then said that, well, they're somewhat retired. Half of their roster doesn't really play that much anymore, but they came back for the Iesf World Esports Championship because they know, when it comes to representing their nation internationally, they're still some of the most experienced players of that country.
And they got themselves second at the African Esports Championship, but the team in first, Egypt, they looked dominant back then. They look clean as hell, undisputed, and they've started with a horrible day. They've just not got anything going. They have really just, like I said, right, a day to forget. It doesn't seem to be picking up for them. They have 2 more games to turn this around, but the hardest thing for them right now is to sort of turn their own mental around and just forget what happened.
Yeah.
And just really start playing from scratch. It is the hardest thing in the world. When you've gone through 4 games of PUBG, tons of dying early, tons of watching, sitting around, trying to just not dwell too much on what went wrong. They played 2 good games here, they're in the middle of the pack again, but they have to start turning this around sooner better than later.
Yeah. Same goes for plenty of these teams as we are heading once again into the 5th match of the day. Everyone with the same kind of equipment, in case you're asking. Same kind of level playing field for everyone all around, apart from obviously the pillars you can bring yourselves, and maybe some of the accessories like hand warmers and so on and so forth that we've talked about, meaning no one's really got an unfair advantage. And you can see already, game's ready in 3, 2, 1. Ladies and gentlemen, this time for real. We're heading into the 5th match of the Iesf World Esports Championship, the WEC, $130,000 up for grabs, 40,000 is going towards the very first place, and we've just about reached part of the end of the first day. I want to say
We've just
halftime,
about
but
reached
no,
parts of the end of the first day. Ladies and gentlemen,
here's what I'm trying to say.
Strap in. We're going into parts of the end of the first day. It's Miramar. Are we going to see the hot drops again? That's what everybody's been waiting for. I already see Mongolia dropping out of the plane. So that's something in the Cobreria area. And then we'll have to wait and see what everybody else is doing. France dropping off more towards Oasis water treatment kind of vicinity. And then El Pozo should be Jordan. But a few logos might still be overlapping here. That could be Bulgaria in the mix there. Could be two teams in Pozo, Felix.
Could very well be. One thing's for certain, Mongolia's not gonna be able to fight Saudi Arabia. Happily not being able to fight Saudi Arabia in the first phase. So I'm guessing both these teams will be starting as for phase 1. Even though plenty of teams are going towards the St. Martin area or past it, El Azhar is probably going to be the destination for one of these teams going past St. Martin. I'm thinking Indonesia and Saudi Arabia, at least one of them is going there, as Morocco is making their way a little bit further towards the north-hand side. But other than that, I don't see any real contest. El Pozo, obviously, as you said as well, might be a place to watch and might just be the most likely scenario in terms of contest.
It is a place you could share, but when you're looking at vehicles especially, you don't really want to share it anymore. You're not really happy with giving up half of that. And there's the first knock in the kill feed already. Chile makes it here into the rainbows, safely escaping the fire from the church. But as we said, first knock in the kill feed, I believe. That should be Jordan versus Bulgaria. And it's Bulgaria that takes the brunt of the damage here. Knock and flush. Nice and early. The worst thing that could ever happen to you in a hot drop. You lose so much momentum, you lose so much information, manpower, space. It's a thing you absolutely hate to see, especially when it's so fast right off the bat. It just cancels the option of really fighting for this.
Smart little parkour tricks. It is still PUBG Mobile, it's not Assassin's Creed out there. Someone remind him, please, but it works out either way. Miracle, as well as Club and Ragnarok, making their way towards some of the Bulgarian players. I'm not sure they're well aware of this at the moment. No one really seems to have sightlines on that southern side, and they're really trapped at some of these warehouses and some of these brick buildings. So it might not be too easy to defend. Lots of angles already being taken by Jordan.
They look like they want to fight this as well. We just saw the parkour coming out, right? No bullets in that micro Uzi as well. They had to pull it back a little bit. Now Notorious is trying to make something work. He might get 1v2'd here in a second though. He has to be really careful. He has to bide his time, use the util to try and deal it. He's got a DBS, so that is a gun that you can always find a 2 versus 1 with, especially with a bit of help from range. Ragnarok has to be careful. If he steps out onto the balcony, he might be in bigger trouble than he does realize. And there's that DBS. There's a little bit of fire damage coming on through. Shotgun on both sides. But now he can find himself a 1v1 in his own concrete. But once again, it's a slowdown. It's a reset. It's a first aid coming through. And time is not in favor of Bulgaria. Time plays against them. That's a Winchester knock. That's an opening.
I think that's the first Winchester knock I've seen in Iesf competitions. That's nuts.
Yeah. Instant headshot.
Yeah, hits the headshot as well, I was about to say. Which is going to make things a tiny bit more interesting. But is it really? Because Ragnarok should have his teammates right around the corner. And Notorious can't really walk up the staircase without fighting another shotgun. But yeah, at some point he's going to have to. If they want to win this duel, he's going to have to take that 1v1 upstairs. But he's just waiting and waiting and waiting. And maybe now pre-fire shots with the DBS. But
it's the best fight he's ever going to get.
Yeah, but he's not being caught off guard on the other side. Just yet, at least. Oh, Leif! He takes him down! The one shot with the shotgun is enough. And now that's really going to make problems now for Bulgaria. Even the jumping shot gets caught off guard here. As Bulgaria is desperately trying to make more things work. River from the distance is going to take down Supra. And that's just in Sicario. Even he's being caught off guard. Shot in the back, no chance whatsoever. Jordan clean wipe 4-0. To start things off.
And you could really just feel it in that fight. They always had one more angle. They always had one more player. They were always that little bit more ready. Not even the Winchester headshot is enough to make that work for Bulgaria. Losing a member so early cost them dearly. And even though they've shown some signs of brilliance, some little sparks, good team fights here or there, they're going to go out of the first Miramar with a big 0-pointer. And with a big 25-minute break that I've been talking about so much. There's nothing worse than sitting on a stage, watching everybody play the game you love, get points on the leaderboard, as you're just forced to watch.
Jilla rotates on in. Similar situation for them. Plenty of space here, but doesn't really mean much just yet in phase one. Catched in the meanwhile. Headshot to take down one of the Indonesian players. Must have been a catch and rotation. I don't remember these guys being particularly close in terms of loot spot. So even that might give us an indication that Turkey is playing the way they should be. Right? Aggressive, early aggressiveness as well. And that's what's brought them into the later stages just last game too.
Things slowing down now considerably. Not the crazy early game we had last match. No 4 teams in one compound with a 5th team looking to third party. That's not what we've got on our first Miramar. Everybody is really taking their time, looting up, scouting in slowly, as we just saw there from Mongolia on the plains ridges. We'll start seeing people eyeing up compounds and figuring out splits and figuring out what to crash and what to maybe aggress in phase 2 very soon. But we might just see a full minute until that circle pops and the action really kicks off.
I'm about to say that it's a minute, but Brazil is starting a little bit earlier than that. Takes down one of the Chile players again. I think a flash at that distance is unlikely, but at least a couple of pop shots being taken back and forth is going to make things easier if they do need to fight next circle, and they are relatively close to each other.
It's good info as well. Nobody else peeking in the compound, no other cars spotted. They pretty much can just read this at this point and say, well, this is probably a 2-man in that compound. It's the best compound in phase 2. You can fly in there if you want to. It's at your discretion at that point.
More shots now. Mr. Blue being taken out in the blue zone. Certain French fans in the crowd are not going to like that, as it looks like it's going to be a very dangerous fight for them all around. They are stopping in the distance, and those there. One of the more experienced players from that roster, I want to say the most experienced roster. He's played with the big names back in France as well in the recent couple of years. But right now, nothing really seems to go their way. And this is another round where they are weakened in phase 1.
Pain. Absolute pain. Lose a player so early makes you feel a whole lot less confident, a whole lot less powerful. Opposite is true if you get a kill early. It's always a nice little dopamine, endorphin boost. Phase 2 has popped on in, and we'll start moving in 15 seconds. I'll have to wait and see where that actually went, but I can tell you it did not go towards France.
France keeps on doing the same, rotate now through that southeastern side of their edge. And Turkey as well have lost catch in the meanwhile. Trying to rotate from the southern side up towards the northern side. Trying to do their best they can, as they will find a pretty good compound over towards the brick building, just south of Picado. It's a relatively decent place to stay, even though I don't think the circle is going to shift that far downwards for it to really be valuable anytime soon. But, well, we'll take a look when phase 3 comes in. Chile in the meanwhile just below them across the street as well.
I hope you're ready for a bloodbath. We've got a whole lot of players alive in this one. Phase 3 is going to eliminate the majority of them, potentially. Egypt looking good in Picado right now, holding on to their loot spot. Very, very center. Ukraine getting some knocks going towards the side of Turkey. Picking it up where they left off. Fragging early game. Securing points before they have to make big moves. And now when they can track this, and they can realize that they've just weakened the compound team in front of them, that's another big piece of information. It's going to make their late game a little bit easier.
Ukraine has once again started phase 1 and phase 2 with a frag in their pocket and elimination on the board. Lots of space all around them as well. They're playing into the deep southern side. You have to be careful though. There's two contenders right in front of them. It's Kyrgyzstan towards the left-hand side and Turkey right in front. Depending on how the next circle shifts, they might just have to opt for a very deep scouting rotation. There's very limited information you can gather towards that north and western side. And look at this, circle centers up, which might give us an idea that Ukraine is in a bit of trouble.
They'll find their way. I'm a believer at this point. They've shown us time and time again that they are very, very good at getting into position. Luxi popping off a few shots towards the Moroccan vehicles. Almost takes out Carry Boy, and there it is. The second try gets it done, and then the kill stolen away. Nothing is going the way of Egypt today. Ah, that's annoying. You hate to see that happen. They finally get a kill on the board, they finally start a game off well, and then it gets stolen away. Not their day, but a good position, a good setup into this zone as well. They should be in a prime spot to gatekeep Morocco here.
Still, I'm not sure I would commit to Picardo. If I had to choose, I wouldn't commit to Picardo, but now that you're kind of stuck in that city, I mean, at this point, you can't really recommit anywhere else anyways. But yeah, time and time again, also some of these teams have been rewarded, right? The circle very well can shift into the city or in somewhere around it, and at that point, you have great access onto these ending circles and lots of kill potential as well. But I'm going to have to wait and see. No one is really allowed to make a mistake up until that point, though. None of the Egypt players is allowed to really get taken down unnecessarily. And the same goes for Morocco. They have to play this really, really disciplined. And they have to be careful of not giving away too much information as well. That's the first bit of information that's now being given towards Egypt.
Just not in a prime position here, not in the powerful spots. And there's the kill feed. There's Ukraine finding themselves an opening, right? The zone doesn't give them one. They bully a team around them. And with the way that France's day's been going, they might just even see that as encouragement. I might just say, well, we're absolutely popping off today. These guys are having a rough one. Why not force the rest of the fight here while we can? That's the tire almost getting popped though for Old Boy. He's trying to save this car desperately, but he doesn't want to go down for it. Havlik found on the other side. That's got to be a res fast and quick. They should be able to get it in time. You can heal up, and then they can regroup in to that phase 4 that's coming up.
Next zone, as you said, coming up any second now. It's going to give us a lot more clarity on where it's going to shift. Around 5 seconds from now, we'll have that answer. Brazil is in a pretty good spot to rotate on through. Kyrgyzstan has a lot of information. And obviously Chile and Myanmar in the very deep center of it. This is, okay, so it shifts away from the rocks. This is interesting now, because that center compound right south of Chile is open.
Yeah.
Is Kyrgyzstan or Brazil going to take it? Both should have information. I saw some of the Brazil players kind of stretch out towards their southern side to get more information. So both, actually, he looked at the admiral, I think. That's what he's doing, but he should have still had info on that center compound. Strike that though. We have more fights coming in towards the northern side here. Towards down here. Good bridge line coming in from Pakistan, and they will defend this valiantly. And they are getting support from Saudi Arabia as well. One player has already been knocked. Somehow, he just cannot be taken down.
He's dancing, he's diving, he's trying to stay alive. 3 bullets in the S12K. He wants to fall away from things. He realizes he's just 1 nade away from death. Saudi Arabia on the other side as well. This is all but over for the Mongolian squad. They just do not know it yet. Pakistan realizes, hey, there's maybe a little bit too much here. Maybe we're biting off more than we can chew. No, Alian wants to go back in. He wants to get some of these points, but he does realize, surely, that this is too much. Now he does fall away. The knocks come through onto his teammate, though. They gotta reset this nice and quick before Saudi Arabia runs over them as well.
Uh-oh. There's Esports out. Spark, he can take him down. Spark is still alive. Now it goes down to the blue zone. But that is unfortunate. Even below the monster truck, he cannot be saved. Endless secures that frag. But it's only the one. It's only the one. I don't think there's going to be much. But after that, to be honest, looking at the circle, he needs to move his way down there. Yes, he's got a couple of cars, but realistically, there shouldn't be a way.
There shouldn't be a way, but this still really, really stings if you're Saudi Arabia losing a member there. It's just hampering your chances of playing a big game so much. Now the send there for Morocco. The pull-up on the arena is what they have chosen. Damage comes in, but no knock just yet. They have found a single member here. They're going to try and run him over. Shotgun instantly picked up, and oh my god, Lazy is so in the open, but Zuxi, no time. Whips out the shotgun, tries to delay. The shots come through, but it's the pincer from both sides. It's a little bit too much. He got so close on both of them. But he doesn't get anything going, and Egypt are actually getting punished for this.
Good stuff. Really good stuff from Morocco. Lazy overcommits just a tiny bit. That should not have happened. Very unfortunate for them. Well, the zone wasn't perfect anyways, but at least he would have made it in alive, and they could have worked themselves out of this building. I think there would have been a car towards the northern side to potentially make some kind of rotation down towards the other street side happen as well. But unfortunately, yeah, no chance. I don't think he's going to come out of this one alive. This flush is probably going to come soon after if it hasn't already. That means big advantage now inside the city for Egypt. Saudi Arabia, meanwhile, making their way down the hillside too. 6 eliminations have been gathered as they are driving past Jordan. And surprisingly enough, no one's really shot out. Maybe now the Nawaf is going to be shot out, but Kleber misses enough shots for him to make it pass.
Barely makes it across the road. Stays alive for some critical seconds here because time is ticking for Jordan as well, right? They have all the angles right now, but not for long. This is becoming a much more even fight here, just in a matter of seconds. Nice shots, though, from Light. And Brazil is still looking over this, making this very, very tricky for everybody involved. There's the nades now coming out. They want to clear this. They want to end this. They want to grab these kill points. But can they flex out enough? Can they get the util going? You can see as well, they don't even want to turn around. They don't even have the time to worry about it. Gotta be careful with that buggy. But he does get the reposition off, and so far they're staying alive in this, Falx.
At least for the time being, they are. Inside the city. Morocco has made it past. I think that was the car that I was talking about earlier, and somehow Lazy has even been revived. Yes, he's been knocked down again, but even that revive should come through. So it's not as easy for Egypt as they might have thought after that initial knock. Nades raining on through. Even these don't have any effect whatsoever. So this is still open for grabs. That city is open for everyone still.
Oh, I love
more
this.
fights on their northern side of the meanwhile.
I love this from Miramar. The flex out of the compound, getting aggressive on the shack. They see a weakness, they instantly punish it. Grab all 3 kill points. Now they're looking to make that more towards Saudi Arabia. As the city is completely blowing up. Nades all across the board, both sides. Expanding all of their util to try and stay alive in this. There's the pull-up from Saudi Arabia. They're coming back into this. It's a shotgun inside the shack, though. Not easy to contend with. A little bit of cover around the edges. Find one knock. He is running around. He finds the second. They might clean this up as well. Myanmar is pulling this out of the hat. And just like that, 6 elims in the matter of a minute. And one of the best positions of the circle has been shifted away from. But they've gotten the points either way.
Great stuff. They have this ridge line right in front of them that they can play off of. So as you said, yeah, it might not look like the perfect position, but it is actually a pretty good one. They only need to really be chilly at it. The team that's right in front of them now. Godspeed, unfortunately.
just been caught by the play zone. Brings it down to a 3-on-4 now. And with Chile not having any fights whatsoever in the last couple of phases, means they have a lot of opportunity now to use the remaining utility they have on this Myanmar fight that's about to come up. There is one more region I could imagine Myanmar driving to instead of taking this fight directly towards Chile, which is a little bit further towards the eastern side now that Picado's shifted out of it, but we're going to see what they're going to do in a couple of seconds at the very latest. Egypt, meanwhile, has rotated out. Morocco has lost that fight. The zone that was given to them, and Picado, unfortunately, too big of a disadvantage to really make it work.
He knocked that. That was
Did he really?
Yes! He just put him down with the 6x. Yes! Absolutely incredible. Spots him out, pre-fires him, claps him down. Now going to try to make the run for the shack. I respect that play. They know their position isn't good enough to get them anything substantial. And even though they might not make it to the shack, I respect the risk. Chile has been completely overrun at this point. Myanmar, where have you been?
Unbelievable
Where are you
scenes.
pulling this out from?
Absolutely unbelievable scenes. Now one player left standing. He takes that one. He takes down two, but it's not enough for the third one.
Should be a double
Marnitz
rest.
is there for the trade, and yes, as you said, he should be there for the rest. 10 frags though being picked up in the meanwhile. Brazil realizes this. Brazil, ladies and gentlemen, these guys do not waste a minute. Any second now, they're all going to be in this compound, and that means 4-on-3, maybe even 4-on-2, depending on how that nade from 7 is going to work out.
Yeah, but he's got to really start guessing where he could find these players. He's got to get a bit lucky here. Now the team's coming in with more util. I'm not even sure if... surely, yeah, they want to make this fight easier. They don't want to just wait for a 4v3. But a knock comes back. It slows them right down. And they will have to wait for the blue zone to push out that building now. They really want to start setting up angles that make it impossible for Myanmar, but man, these guys have been so on fire. They've got 10 elims this game, Felix.
Yeah, Brazil only has that one. Normally it's the other way around with Brazil in these types of games. I quickly want to touch on Ukraine as well. Ukraine has made their way inside now as a format through the southern side. We said how deep their entry and how tough their entry really had to be to make it work. And they did. And so did Kyrgyzstan, by the way. The two teams that I thought were not going to be able to coexist down on the southern side, but they are apparently, yeah. Now that I say it, though, it's a quick 1-1 trade between them. As we have Brazil and Myanmar now commencing their initial engagement. And it's 7 actually is the first one to go down. One of the Myanmar players, though, he gets spotted out towards the left-hand side, and Adrian is going to be able to take him down. Rafa with a quick shotgun. A trade too. And just like that, it's down to a single player who gets free fight on the staircase. Quick and easy finish from Brazil. They do lose 7, but he's going to be able to get picked up any second now as well. I say that, but never mind. Zerik from the distance takes down one more. And yeah, they might just have to leave these guys behind.
They might be happy if they can get one of the reses here. I don't think they're getting both. I don't think they're getting both in any circumstance, but we'll have to wait and see what they do with it. The angle isn't super oppressive from Kyrgyzstan, but the blue zone pushing on in is a big problem. Gonna definitely attempt the first res here. They have time, in theory, because they can shift down from the ridgeline, they can make it down into the lower ground next to the road. So, as they do get their players back on their feet, they should be able to reset this once more. Rest of the circle, mighty static, mighty quiet. Haven't had to move all that much. And like you said, the only one that's got 4 players left standing is the absolute force that is Ukraine today.
No real favorites so far. More nades now coming out from Turkey. 7 frags is what they've secured as well. It's definitely far from a bad game for these guys too. But it's been the struggle for Turkey in recent times just generally, right? They can perform, but it's never enough to really close out the big games. That's what we have to start seeing. Same goes for Ukraine. Old boy opening the can of points that is potentially to be on that southern side. Look at how stacked these guys are, how close, and how direct that approach is as well. The fights that they need to take are essentially all right in front of them.
This is a tricky area to maneuver, though, especially if you're Turkey in the middle, right? You're just dancing in between swords. But then even if you're Ukraine here, You don't want to give anybody an opening. You know Kyrgyzstan is in the compound to yourself, just waiting for you to slip, waiting for you to make a mistake. You don't want to get knocked. You don't want to give anyone a chance of coming into this. They've got to be careful, but they still want to flex out. They still want to get these frags. They don't want to just be sitting on by. So everybody is playing that dangerous game. Whereas Brazil from the north, their game is much simpler. Push what's in front of us, kill what's in front of us, and don't die. They don't have to doubt anything here.
Not really much for the time being going on. No one really needs to fight. No one really has any motive to make a move. But as soon as the zone starts creeping up on Brazil, that surely is going to be the first team to fight in this late game, in this top 5 scenario. We've seen Brazil. They've been coming out on top of these duels almost every single time, and there goes another one. 5th rag being picked up. Brazil entering the top 4 once more with already 5 eliminations.
They're the cleanup crew here, but they've got to make a run through this entire ridgeline and hope that Ukraine doesn't find the time or the angle to punish them. It's possible, it's doable, but it sure ain't easy. And now he's going in deep. Rafa with the shotgun is going to be an absolute disaster here for Turkey. The angle is perfect, but they've got to be so careful here. He cleans them up.
Wow.
And Ukraine does not react in time. Ukraine hasn't done any damage just yet. If Adrian doesn't go down, there's Romulo going down. That's the damage Ukraine needs. That's what they want to sweep. But once again, Kyrgyzstan, they're just waiting for this to pop off, Alex.
And look at this, they have third party now. Sergej takes him down. They're going to breach this as well. More frags now being picked up. Tunica with one, Tunica with the second one. And I think that's the second flush as well. And look at that. It's suddenly Brazil all out of this match. Ukraine has done it. They have secured their side. But there is one more team that they have to take care of in order to take that chicken dinner. Are they going to fall short again, Kovo? Or are they not? Are they going to finally be able to take home that 10 placement point gap that they so desperately need to catch up to Brazil?
They got the reset, and they got it nice and quick. Getting a second knock there towards them would have been the end of the game. That would have been Kyrgyzstan flooding over the top. Effect was ready and waiting to pounce. Now, position-wise, it looks like Kyrgyzstan has way more space, but I think Ukraine is more than just fine here. They can wait this out, and whenever this circle starts closing on in, Zerich won't be able to be in the compound anymore. Nord has nothing to play at all. It's looking like they've got the space here, Kyrgyzstan, but it's quite fake at this point, and I think the better cover is in the hands of Ukraine here.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, they have all the sight lines, they have all the positions, and look, they have made this mistake once before. They have 100% discussed this after the round. I mean, we were literally there when they discussed the mistakes they made. There's no way they will repeat this. There is no way Old Boy and the rest of his squad isn't experienced enough to remind themselves right this very second, like we've made this mistake before, let's consolidate, let's play together, let's stick together, let's trade each other out, and win this game, essentially, because we haven't for the last 4 times.
Essentially, don't get drive-by and don't get naded. That's the 2 jobs they have right now. Zerich is on a pull-up, doesn't take a whole lot of damage just yet, but now their angles have been reduced to a tiny sliver of the map. It's Ridge versus Ridge, but Tulika finds the first bit of damage. Effect already down to 1 HP. A nade could follow this up, a nade could close this out, and just like that, it's a double nade, and Ukraine, they finally take what's theirs.
They take it, and they take it convincingly. In a round that was not meant to be theirs, in a round that had really tough rotations, they make it look easy. We said it before, one of the teams with the longest rotation path coming into the southeastern side, just off of Los Leones, and they made it all the way through, despite having Kyrgyzstan besides them and coexisting with them throughout the entirety of this game. Not an easy path, not an easy chicken dinner, and they finally make it work. I mean, props to Ukraine. These guys are the most consistent team right now to watch.
They are crazy today, and they are insane at what they've been pulling up. Remember when you said in the kill feed, oh, they're starting to trade frags now?
Yeah.
Kyrgyzstan is the one that actually lost a player there.
He's smiling a little bit.
Kyrgyzstan was the one that actually lost a player to Ukraine, and that wins them the game here at the end. That 3v4 would have been so much harder if it was an actual 4 versus 4, with Kyrgyzstan playing out of the comfort of the compound, picking the timings that they wanted. But in the end, it is a 3v4, and it's clean. Clean from Ukraine this time. They don't fall into their own trap, they don't make their own mistakes, and they finally get what's theirs.
Yeah. Brazil with another chance as well, though. We cannot we cannot negate that performance because they have actually been the team to win two dinners. They have another chance at something as well. So they're almost equally as consistent. And they had a chance in this one as well. I mean, it was down to a 4-4. You were worried there for a second as well because Ukraine had nothing going against Brazil up until that 4v4, despite there being two teams in the middle.
Yeah.
So Brazil was able to clean them up and still get into a 4v4, but at that point, it was just...
the thing I was most worried about is it's a 4v4 on the ridge, and there's a 3-man in the compound just waiting, right?
Yeah.
So whatever team wins that 4v4, if they don't win it cleanly, they lost the game.
Yeah.
And Ukraine somehow, with that double nade, they open it up, and they close it out instantly. No time wasted. Flying over the ridge, shotguns coming out. They only take 1 knock. If they take 2 knocks there, again, the game's over. So, shout out to them. They cleaned that up very, very nicely in a game, like you said, that wasn't theirs to win. This was not like the Saudi. This was not like the Saudi win on Erangel. A game you have to win. This was a game they hard fought for. And well, they're just, I don't know, they're just different today.
They are just different today. As we said, one of the most consistent rosters, and we'll be having an interview with them any moment now as well. I'm excited to see what these guys have to say about that last round because, yeah, as you said as well, it wasn't a round that was necessarily meant to be going that way, but they have done it anyway. So, yeah, I'm especially interested now in the overall leaderboard as well because that's going to spice things up. We're going to take a look at that after a quick interview. So let's head on over to the stage.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are here with Team Ukraine. Mabruk, congratulations, or may I say, Vitayo, man. Congratulations for winning this one. How do you feel, old boy and Tolika?
I feel good.
Me too.
Amazing stuff. So now, so far, you've been like top 5 in every map. So what's your strategy, and do you feel that pretty much you're gonna take the win? Or do you feel like, no, there's a journey to take? It's a 3-day thing. So how do you feel about that?
В топ-5, что ты можешь сказать по поводу того, что, ну, как твои ощущения по поводу того, как мы отыгрываем и так далее? В таком контексте вопрос.
Учитывая, что у нас очень много опыта, мы стараемся играть умно и не лезть лишний раз в ту ситуацию, которая нам не нужна.
We watching how much experience we have, and we trying just don't push positions what we don't need to push, and just play our game.
Well, Oba and Tulika, I feel there's a lot of confidence. You're being humble, but at the same time, you're being super confident at the same time. Well, let's see what's going to happen in the next one. And boys, back to you.
If at first you don't succeed, try again, again, and again, and again, and then one more, again. 5th time's the charm for Ukraine. They finally break through that wall and they get themselves the chicken dinner. That has got to feel so, so good after getting 4 second places in a row. But honestly, they managed to get revenge on Kyrgyzstan for that last game. They played a lot more cool, calm, and collected, I feel, DK. But walk me through Ukraine and what they were able to achieve in this game and how they were able to get there.
Remember when I said they were cooking?
Yeah. You said
that?
Morocco is cooking, or is everyone here cooking?
I mean, it's cooking, right? Pubg is cooking today.
Fair enough, yeah,
but
they are cooking.
So the thing that really worked out quite well here for the Ukraine is as they got into that last few stages, I think the thing that really drove their position home was their angle within the zone, right? Once that shift came, it didn't move away from them, but it also didn't favor them. It was just kind of neutral, right? And then they decided, you know what, this is it. This is the opportunity. Now we're going to step up, we're going to move in, we're going to lock it in. And that's exactly what they did. Right, and they played, again, a normal aggressive game like they've been doing all the previous matches here today. Right, we've been seeing them just banking on those elims, and they brought it in yet again, just driving that point as far as they could. And I think making it all the way to game number 5, as you said, trying several times and then securing it, just makes the victory and the chicken dinner that they actually achieved just so much better.
I mean, they did mention on the desk, and you guys had a conversation with Old Boy. He mentioned he wants to get 6 chicken dinners out of 2 games. He got 1. Now you got to get 5 out of that last one.
Yeah.
How? I'm not sure how the math is going to work on that
I'm not
one.
quite sure if it's out of 2 games, right? But it's like 6 chickens a day.
Yeah.
Right.
He wants to
so
break the
it's not
record.
going to beat today because we only had 2 matches. Now we're down to 1. Right. So there the math doesn't make all too much sense, but that was DK math, so we'll blame it on that, right?
Okay, fair enough.
So maybe day 2, day 3, we'll see that could maybe be the you know, the opportunity for that really to come on through. But who knows, right? We have to actually make it to that point to see what the teams are going to be bringing in as we step into the second day. So far, day number 1, though, I like this change up that we're getting, right? Ukraine has been showing a lot of consistency, progressively building, and they drove it home. Now we're going to see what's the response going to be to this play.
Yeah, that's true. And let's see the response from Myanmar, who, I mean, they came out swinging in this game. I think they ended with like 10 or 11 eliminations. Very, very good and fantastic performance from them. Marna MVP with those 4 elims, great damage as well overall. And they had a couple of breaches, a couple of really good pushes on the Synaptura, and like we have to kind of discuss that a little bit, because they did have a little bit of a slow start. Even though, you know, they had hot drops, get 2 elims and then struggle a little bit. Hot drop in game 2, get 4 elims and then again back on the struggle bus. But this time around, they were able to benefit a lot more from the game.
Yeah, they were. I mean, as DK said right before the game, he was like, nah, just you wait. They're a Miramar team. We're going to see some cool things. And we really did. I think it was a really good, strong start for their journey, right? We haven't seen that much of them coming into game number 5, but perhaps this is just the start, right? We've gotten a really good game from them. They're starting to feel like they're going to be a little bit more confident, like, okay, we got this, you know, we can spread out a little bit, we have that little bit of momentum coming through. Now let's really kick it and get it into gear. And I think, yeah, it could be really, really good, particularly because we have another Miramar coming up. We'll see.
The question remains, Ukraine finally got the chicken dinner. Does that mean we might see another second place or another chicken dinner for the? You say,
or 16th.
Yeah. Or wow. No, listen, they're not.
Listen,
France.
I'm not.
Hey. So moving over to eliminations and damage. Once again, Ukraine. They always put up some big numbers. Brazil as well, like they did in game 1 and game 3. Myanmar. And I do want to talk about Indonesia specifically. Like, what is going on over there, DK? Because coming into this tournament, we talked about them being one of the most experienced lineups coming into the games, and I thought they were going to have a much better performance. I was putting them up with the likes of Ukraine, and I thought Turkey as well would have a massive performance, and they are getting elims. They finally got into the groove of things, but when it comes to Indonesia, nothing to write home about really so far.
I think it's a situation of finding that rhythm, finding that flow for the team themselves, right? Because you got to remember, the players that we have aren't necessarily a permanent team, right? So this is just the national team representing their country. Some of these teams, they've had the opportunity to play with each other for some time. Others are relatively new in their pairing up, right? So you got to allow for a little bit of that, you know, development to come on through for the teams really to get in their comfort zone and start to connect and sync up. Once you see that happening, I think that's where you see quite a bit of a drastic shift in how the team overall performance really goes on through. And I mean, speaking about syncing things up, right? Ukraine syncing that consistency into the leaderboard, finding themselves up at the top with nearly 20-point lead and only 1 chicken dinner to their name.
And they have more placement points due to that consistency. Brazil, they still have a chance to catch up. They started with a back-to-back. Maybe they can end it with a chicken dinner and have one on every single map throughout the day. Saudi Arabia, after getting their chicken dinner on game 4 as well, 31 eliminations, tied in 3rd place with Turkey, but the tiebreaker being they have a chicken dinner, Turkey doesn't, so they have a higher place. Kyrgyzstan getting a chicken dinner rather, and getting themselves a top 2 as well. So we're seeing their rise continue throughout the second half of the day, and I want to see if they're going to be able to get a little bit closer, maybe breach that 50-point mark. If they can, day 2 and day 3, I feel like will be a lot easier, DK.
Yeah, I mean, another team that I'm also quite satisfied with the performance on Miramar was Myanmar. Right, I know
like
that rhymes as well, but
yeah,
you know, that's just happenstance. Like I mentioned before we came into here, that in the qualifier, they also scored 2 winner-winner chicken dinners there, right? So we know that they can perform on this map. So I was really satisfied to see them really stepping more into their comfort zone here. And the beauty by having yet another Miramar left is they can now try and complete the circle, right? We've seen a little bit of a glimmer. I want to see more. I want to see Myanmar really step into their own on Miramar.
Okay. Well, honestly, I want to see if they're going to be able to, kick it off with a bang like they have in our first game in Sanhok, in our first game on Erangel. They were always popping off in the first couple of stages, so they have one more chance to start off and keep the streak going. And maybe they'll be able to compete with a couple of teams for that first place. I mean, yeah, Ukraine starting to kind of run away with it a little bit. I mean, what, 78 points in 5 games? That's an insane ratio of points to games that we've had so far. The highest that we've seen in this tournament so far. And I think it's going to be quite difficult for teams to catch up if they don't, I want to say, like, try and take them down a little bit early. Maybe not let it don't let them run wild, basically.
Yeah. Don't let them get away with it, right? I mean, they're really trying it on for size. That is for sure. But it's something we often see, though, and I don't want to put a damper on a fantastic day that we've been having so far. But the thing is, with teams, especially like this, day 2, sometimes not so good after a really good day 1. I mean, we started seeing it with Brazil, right?
That's true.
With first 3 games, or first 2 games, really good. Third game, not so much, but you know what? I'm going to let them have that one because the zone really didn't go in their favor. That's what they prefer, and it didn't go their way. After that, we started seeing them slow down a little bit. Yeah, they had an okay game, but it wasn't what we saw in the first 2, right? So it's something that you see with a lot of teams where it's like, yeah, this day 1, awesome. Day 2, you don't hear anything from them. They're just done. And then day 3, maybe something. But it does happen. So it's another one of those things where you gotta go, listen, we gotta chill for a little bit, maybe not go so far forward, and just try and even it out. Now we've got points, go back to consistency. Don't go too far.
See, that was going to be my next question, is because of them having a very strong performance in day 1, do you change up the way that you play, or do you keep going with the style that has worked for you there so far? DK, honestly, open to both of you. What do you think would be the better choice? Like, do you stick to the strategy? If it ain't broke, don't fix it, or do you try to change it up to surprise your opponents a little bit more?
I mean, there's power in both, right? If you adapt your strategy for the coming days, right? I definitely say play into your strengths.
Okay.
Right. So if you know that you are super capable in executing a very specific strategy, moving through, look for those opportunities and play to your strengths, right? On the other hand, though, changing it up completely and surprising your opponents could be a thing that works, but it also could be something that bites you.
Right? Surprise yourself.
Because you know, like it's such a surprise. You're like, and then that's the end of the road. You don't want that. You want the points.
It's not. We're past Halloween now, right? We don't want to get jump scared. No jump.
Pretty sure we're past Halloween.
Yeah, a little bit.
About 2 weeks.
Yeah. I'm just saying, don't be
look,
scary
if we were
now.
closer to Halloween, I'm pretty sure they would have had us in costumes.
That's true. I'd have loved that, actually. That'd been fun.
That would have been pretty cool. Honestly, I straight up, I would have been player unknown. Straight up, just shirt, black tie, and like it's smart casual too, so it works, you know.
I'd be a pan. Just be a pan. Why not? It's iconic.
Okay, fair enough. You know what? I'm gonna give you the question as well. DK, what would you have gone as?
Ooh, maybe the mummy.
Ooh,
I like that.
Nice.
The mummy is so hard to get.
All right, well, you know, this is what I like to have on my desk. Very in-depth analysis. But, ladies and gentlemen, back to serious business. The 6th and final game for the first day of WEC 2024. Let's see who's going to wrap up the day and if Ukraine will remain on top with the final game. So, boys, take it away. Felix, Kovo, let's wrap it up.
We will try and wrap it up, and I will try and wrap my head around how you can be a pan for Halloween, but I haven't done that just yet. But we'll see.
I have no idea.
Somebody has to explain that to me.
We don't. Have you had a costume for Halloween?
No. I'm boring.
Look at this guy. Too cool. Too old for that stuff. Actually, let me put it that way. Too old for that stuff. Yeah.
Let's wrap it up.
Yeah,
let's stop wrapping up ourselves as costumes, and let's wrap up today. We've got one more Miramar for you, ladies and gentlemen. Is it going to be continuance of the Ukraine show, or does somebody else step up to the pan and take it away?
I like what you did there. DK is going to be proud of you when he hears that back in the VOD. Either way, ladies and gentlemen, we're going into match number 6. It is going to be, this time around for reals, at the end of the very first day of the Iesf World Esports Championship 2024. And at the end of the 18 matches, I'm saying 16 because I see 1 and 6, 18 matches, we will be crowning the one country that is going to be at the very top. And and will be able to call themselves the world champions in PUBG Mobile. Bunch of different games going on as well, so in case you don't see PUBG Mobile being online here on YouTube, just head on over to the rest of the channels. You will not be disappointed, and you might even catch your favorite country or even your country competing there as well.
Your favorite country or your country?
Well, you can have a favorite country which is not your country, you know?
Fair enough, fair enough. And you can have a winner that's not Ukraine or Brazil. It just doesn't happen very often, right?
Yeah.
We will have to wait and see what's going on in the last match. I can't believe the first day is almost over. I can't believe we're already through a third of the games at this point almost. Yeah. And I think some of the players will be looking back at today and thinking, wow, that went fast. And some of them will say, what a nice day. And a few of them will say, damn, we really just didn't use our chances today. We really have to pop off tomorrow.
Surely going to happen. I think Brazil and Ukraine are going to be some of the contestants for that first thing that you just mentioned. When it comes to talking about this day, these guys will be very content. They'll be going into the next couple of games tomorrow and the day after with a very good feeling, lots of confidence. No one can really take it away from them. And also, the first day is really important in regards to how does your job spot really work in this type of lobby, and they've got that answer already. Yeah. Right? Nothing's really going to change of the first day. And I think that is one of the most important takeaways when it comes to the first days.
There's one hot drop here in El Pozo, and it is Jordan once again squaring off against Bulgaria. First flush comes on through for the side of Bulgaria, but we also have trades coming out a different part of the map. Myanmar versus Mongolia. Myanmar, one of their biggest pop-off performances was in the last Miramar. Now they're already scrapping right off the drop spot. They have gotten the res, though, it seems. They have been able to reset just a little bit. The only player going out is one of the Jordan members, as this hot drop is not going to go as cleanly for them as the last one. This is a team we need to talk about as well. I think they're kind of living in the shadow of Ukraine right now. The first 2 games was Brazil. The rest of the 4 was pretty much Ukraine dominance when you just look on about the averages, right? Like, they didn't win every game, but a crazy amount of placement points for them. Crazy amount of elims to boot as well, so solid day from Kyrgyzstan, but just hard to contend with a team like Ukraine right now.
Yeah. I also think Kyrgyzstan has not lived up yet to that potential. I think there's so much more to unravel when it comes to that performance. And I think we're going to see this sometime soon as well. I think at the very latest tomorrow is going to be a whole lot different than it is today. I'm very certain of that. Jordan still looking for any kind of opening after Miracle's gone down. Bulgaria has lost that the first time around. The second time around seems to be the charm. Even though they're not really making any moves, any strives to finishing this fight off anytime soon, they seem to be just holding back, being very content with the positions they have at the moment. Or maybe they're just preparing for the storm to come. Circle is very far towards the eastern side, favors Turkey, favors Indonesia. Even though, let's be honest, that face is still open for absolutely everyone. I mean, it's really hard to pinpoint what that circle is going to end.
And how sad are you if you see this zone and you hot drop in San Martin? You would have access to essentially all the prior compounds that Indonesia is not taking for themselves. You would have a brilliant spot to be setting yourself up in phase 1. But no, they're fighting for the drop spot. They couldn't get out of that. They couldn't get away from that. And they have decided it's worth contesting. So everybody else in the lobby will have a ton of time to move around them, scout out everything they want, and position themselves for the rest of the game. Godspeed, the anchor point, and then 3 players just below the roof. Looking for the angles, looking for an opening. Lewis got the Uzi and the shotgun. He's got the perfect loadout for the building. I'm not quite sure if they're aware of all the positions of these Mongolian players, though. Because there is one below him.
I think they might have not realized that just yet, but they should have heard it. I mean, realistically, they should have heard it. But they are holding strong for now. He's trying to bait someone into running him down, but no one's really catching the bait just yet. Dangerous bait as well, because he's got the micro Uzi and the shotgun to back it off, which is kind of like the deadliest combo you can have in close range.
He really wants someone to jump into his arms. Would be nice if the rest of the squad could use the time that he's buying right now, because he's keeping a lot of people busy. The rest of the squad could clear out some of the other angles, some of the other rooms. That'd be time well spent. But so far, not meant to be, and Lewis is playing a dangerous game. And you can see they're toying with each other. They're fishing for peaks, they're fishing for mistakes. The hooks are out. And I don't think Endless has made a single step this entire time, Alex. He's the one that's hoping to slip through the cracks.
Yeah. He's now nading the first door. Unfortunately, no one's really going to be there. Excuse me,
smoking it off.
Yeah, smoking. Unfortunately, really, that only real exit where no one's meant to be. Now Lewis catches Endless off guard. That should not have happened. I don't think they expected him to be on the staircase itself.
Oh my
he takes
God.
down the second one as well. How does that happen? And he's got the opportunity now for a third one. Doesn't even matter. Boy comes in through the back lines. And they take down 1, 2, 3, just like that. Miramar cleaning up shop.
And how ironic is it? It's the player that never made a move. It's the player that never played in the top floor. Steps into the top floor and doesn't understand the angles yet. Instantly caught. Instantly, it all crumbles. Hope's got a DBS. But Myanmar have been looking good so far. They've been looking cohesive. They've been looking like they know how to take a team fight. Smokes come out, make the push so much harder. And he's hoping to catch somebody outside. He's hoping to catch a free 1v1 before they start reaching up the stairs. Now he wants to peek on in. A bit of damage is done. But the trade's there instantly. Nothing to be gained from Mongolia. They're the first team to go for an early dinner today. And Myanmar picking it up again.
Oh, pretty well played. I mean, they seem to be consistent in the way they fight. They just haven't been able to do it convincingly, unfortunately. And often enough, and in the right positions, right? The fights that we've seen them in, most of the time, is fights that don't really necessarily give you any kind of better spot in the circle. They're just for grabbing elimination points. And if they're going to switch this around, I can see Myanmar being a top contender as well. But then again, so many teams, so many favorites as well need to catch up to Ukraine and Brazil in the first place.
Yeah.
I mean, that overall leaderboard does look 2 or 3-sided at the moment, and I'm expecting it to be that way after this game as well.
I'm not surprised either, because we've seen Myanmar, right? We've seen what they can pull off in team fights, but that's not even half of PUBG, right? Team fights are big. Shooting people in the head is very helpful. But rotating around the map and maneuvering your way into situations when the zones are against you, that's almost the harder part. And it might be the more important part, depending on which game you're talking about, which map you're talking about, especially when it's not Sanhok. Figuring out what you do here when you're Brazil, figuring out how you play this if you're Ukraine, that's the hard part about PUBG. If you're Turkey right now, maybe times are a little simpler, but you don't get that every game, and you don't get to just pick and choose what you want to play so many times. Bulgaria, very long hot drop for them in that Pozo area. They come to this game extremely late. Same is true for Jordan. Just entering the circle now. Both of them, yes, it's just Jordan who've lost a player, but they've both paid dearly. If you look at the HP on that Bulgarian squad, not a hot drop that benefited anyone.
Oh. Zarek. Oof. Finding one of Egypt again. Kind of seem to be arch enemies at this point. It's happened before, and Egypt was the team to catch the shorter end of the stick, unfortunately, back then too. Looks like Zuxi is going to be taken out entirely now. That's another frag being picked up by Kyrgyzstan. Important. Very important if they're going to catch up to Ukraine and Brazil.
Oh, Arthur's trying to get away, but I don't know where his vehicle is. I don't know if he has one. He seems to be completely caught on an island. They don't know exactly where he is yet, but he is so isolated. If he gets spotted, they might just converge on this. Kyrgyzstan is not a team that shies away from fights. But he's got a lot of time here, and he's buried bird deep. He should be okay for another bit. Problem is, how does he make any progress? How does he get any help? You can see the range here, again, is not in a position to do anything about this.
Yeah, and if you pick him up, you're just going to be dead in the water as well, because your position will be given away. And with a buggy, you might as well not even try. It's a suicide mission if I've ever seen one. Yeah, Will Smith would be right there in the car with you, to be honest. Either way, they're not even going to try, as you can see. And it is going to be back towards phase 2. Preparation for them again. France, I want to say stuck in this compound, but their options are relatively limited as well. Good thing is they're in the circle and Romania is not.
There's a team that was struggling to make their way on in, instantly falling. Romania on the other side, not having a much better time at it, not having a much better go at it either. It's the strong fragging teams that continue what they've been doing so far, and it's just rough. It's rough if you're one of the teams that continue to get picked apart, but I can't fault anyone. Some of these teams are playing such good PUBG right now.
Oh, Pakistan. Yeah, I was about to say there's a dangerous rotate, but they should be fine. Except for that one soldier that's in the house. Really, they don't really have any competition. And yeah, Marshall's obviously trying his best to kind of deny them any open space because he's the one player only in that compound. But that should also kind of be a dead giveaway. Pakistan, you do not rotate off of this, do you? They immediately rotate off. That's interesting. They're too scared of this one single player from Morocco. That's a good defense if I've ever seen one. That's a really good defense, actually. I didn't expect them to be that scared of him. Question is, where else did he rotate off, though? Or was it because Miramar is rotating to your backline to pay the time? It was because they're scared. It's because Miramar has suddenly now breached the compound.
Oh,
they've immediately found the first 3 frags.
Good trades, though. It's big trades. It's both teams falling apart. This was looking like it was over, but then suddenly they're coming out with knocks from all sides. Now a good nade, a good pre-nade around the corner. Could get himself all but the finish. He puts it away. He doesn't trust himself to get it into the right spot. Molly's beautiful, though. Sets him on fire. Or at least forces him off the angle. And OP really wants to hit that reset now. The pre-fires are coming out. UMP on the other side. This is an absolute battle, and it's a battle for so many points. Everyone has teammates bleeding on out. OP just can't find a nade to get around the corner, but the UMP will do the trick. And he does clean it up in the end. How many reses can he get? I think 2 is the absolute max. We'll see how much he can pull off. But there could be another team third party in this here pretty soon. If you're Bulgaria, you're going into this.
Oh, it's crazy to me that they turned the situation around. It looked so dominant. I mean, 3 immediate entries and they still somehow lose that team fight. That's something that you don't see every day, to be honest. And now Brazil in a similar spot at the moment. They've lost the first player and still got 4 players right in front of them that they need to take down in order to advance.
Big fight for them. Chile on the other side, the battle of the South Americas. These were the top 2 teams in the qualifier, the teams that were solidly battling for the top, no competition. But Trigger comes out with a big one, and it's another completely bloody battle. Nobody's coming out clean here. And it's, oh, what is that?
Wow! Inhuman reactions if I've ever seen some.
He spins on a dime, just claps him down, gets the first hit off completely as well. Gets 2 bullets in, that's enough to get a kill sometimes. Oh, they both know that there's a reload coming through that DBS. The Saiga around the corner, and it's Rafa with the triple. Gets all the reses as well. If you want to, Romelu is the one that will bleed out first. I'm not sure if he picked the right res here.
Yeah, neither am I. I think he should have gone for 17, maybe. I think it's still going to be enough. I think it's still going to be enough. Depends on how much he moves. But
I don't think so.
I think Brazil, no, actually, never mind.
But I think regardless, he would have only gotten 2 of them. There's no way he would have gotten all 3 in that time.
No, but if he would have rested the first one, he could have rested someone else as well.
They would have both been.
No, I think he would have had enough time. But either way,
right.
But yeah, bled out. Brazil down to 3 players.
Oh, there's a third party.
Now being third party, as you said, Pakistan is chiming in.
That's a good reason to res inside, actually.
Yeah.
That's a very good reason not to run outside and try and res Romelu. Maybe they just knew they were being pulled up on. Egypt on the other side. They're getting something going, potentially. But they're getting peppered from afar. One frag is all they have for now.
Everyone kind of made their way into Minas. Not an easy spot to play off of. Especially if you have to coexist with like 3-4 other teams. Oh, that's the first one that doesn't really have a good idea on the sidelines of everyone else. No, you can't really blame him. So many different angles, so many different players. At some point, it gets really easy to get caught off guard if you're not overly careful, which is not the way you want to play around this area anyways.
Oh, they're going for the res. They're trying this. Look at the minimap. They're actually going to try and get this res, but I'm not sure if they can. I'm not sure if Turkey's going to let them.
I mean, they've got 2 players to support them from the distance, and I think the res has already come through. I think he's just now been rest. And yeah, that's down to the fact that Turkey has also so many different angles that they have to be careful about. The angle that we just saw, for example. So they can't really overcommit. So Kyrgyzstan is going to be down. Or I'm saying down, it's going to be back up to 4 players as a result. So they salvaged that situation despite that immature knock, I want to say. They are back as 4. And phase 5 is approaching sometime soon, about 25 seconds. Might be enough to get from the 4th position up towards another side.
Oh, that's a nice shotgun coming out. Saudi not done just yet, but almost. Easy's driving straight into a nade here. Got to be a little bit careful. The MG3 once again. That man loves looting his drops, but he's all on his lonesome now. Yusel coming up the top, and of course it's Easy who comes out on top of it first. The nades are too much to deal with. Jordan cleans up the Saudi Arabian squad. Doesn't let them get it into gear. Duo on that northern side. They've got a single Romanian player waiting for them. But they have a chance here. If they get below the rocks though, their close vicinity is still fine. But playing a good game out of here with teams on top of the mountains, it's going to be so hard.
It's not impossible, as Ukraine has shown us, who's been really, really quiet, by the way, in this game. They haven't really done much. They didn't need to do much either. Just been a smart rotation that gets them into late game time and time again in this game as well. Whereas Pakistan is a lot more proactive, not only in this round, but just in general in these early stages. Next fight is coming up. It's Bulgaria on the other side this time around. An enemy that I don't think they have met so far in the Iesf World Esports Championship here, live from Riyadh. And the nade coming on through, that's going to be the flash. So, either way, first frag is going their way.
Pakistan, another one of these teams that shows us signs of brilliance every now and then, shows us really good team fights, just then fall flat the next few games. Circle is completely popping off right now. Kyrgyzstan, France, Romania, all on that northern side, fighting for their dear life. Nice nades coming out of Turkey from the top. They want to clear out Morocco. This is all but doable. Now, the bounces could be good. This could be Morocco just being sent into absolute oblivion, and it is. It's another double. Turkey say goodbye. And they pick that up. And not just that, they're just not letting anybody get anywhere close below them. Look at this. They're farming as a duo.
Unbelievable. I mean, that's down to the position as well, but also to the fact that these guys just love to play exactly that way. Take initiative, not being scared of absolutely anyone, and grab as many frags as you can. Even that means endangering yourself and your team, but it works out most of the time. Just closing out around, as it really hasn't up until the Turkey's 6 frags though. Maybe that's going to change now. Ukraine gets a double knock, I think.
Yeah.
In very quick succession. One of the players has almost been flushed out too. Have to be careful of him not bleeding out prematurely, but I think that's what's going to happen. So, you know, it might give us an answer on how Ukraine is going to play this game.
They're going to try and go for these reses for sure, but they're so hard. Egypt just above them, right? The high ground is just too much to deal with for Old Boy. He wants to go get a player back on his feet. He wants to get Tulikat back into the game. But he has to play his own life first. It's the most important thing right now. They're about to get into placement as well here. But they're not safe at all with Egypt above them. In a bit of a power position, and then Brazil just lurking in the background. There's the second one. That's Tulikat done. That's Ukraine down to 2 in what will probably be their worst game today. And a final bit of a breather for the lobby and a chance to catch up for anybody else.
Just patiently waiting for anyone around them to make a mistake. They have a tough crossing into the next zone. I knew that even before the zone shifted, because I mean, it never shifts down south that much. So they have to kind of cross this vast open space now. I don't think they have too many cars left. And they will drive straight into Ukraine. That's kind of like the bad thing for Brazil. But then again, I mean, we've seen tougher scenarios, not only in general for that lineup, but in this tournament, in this first day of the finals as well, that they have overcome tougher obstacles that they had to manage.
What is Kyrgyzstan doing here? Where did they go? Do they pull up straight below Turkey and risk getting shot in the back by France, or do they try and wrap down into town where they don't really know, where they don't really know what's going on, where they don't really know who's there? Do they drive to where Morocco just got blasted by nades and still potentially get shot in the back? That's a tricky zone to handle for them.
There's barely any positions that you can really play off of at the northern side, because there are positions, but there's no positions that Turkey hasn't got an angle on. Yeah.
And like, we can see positions they could send to, but we have the map. We know that there's space in Minas. They don't know that.
Even then, I wouldn't necessarily send it. I mean, it's also tough to take down Turkey, because once again, it's kind of the thing with like the high ground.
Close to impossible.
You take one down, the other one is just not going to peek at the rest, and they're 2 back up. You can't really do anything about it. And tossing nades up there, I've seen that go horribly wrong. I mean, not only for others, but for myself. I mean, these nades tend to just fall down in your face, back into your face, like a magnet whenever I tried at the very least.
Their biggest problem is as well that whenever they pull up right below Turkey, which is a fine play, they will instantly start getting shot in the back by any team below them. Kill me though. Egypt is really waking up, Alex.
Yeah, they really are.
This is by far the biggest sign of life we've seen from them. They're now taking out Oldboy, they're putting down Ukraine to a single member. They even knocked out one of Brazil, who probably is in the blue at this point. Egypt's waking up in Minas, but there is that Kyrgyzstan play that we've been anticipating. And it's not looking so good for Flykey, but he does make the cross. Now, is there a third party from the French player? They've been mighty passive in situations like this before, so maybe that's the saving grace right now for Kyrgyzstan.
Sergey. Someone makes it across, but catch. He's going to be able to take him down. That's the first player going down. That's already, I mean, they had 2-man advantage, but that's already one of the big advantages that they had going into this with the northern side. Gone, done and dusted. That's it for them, and that means 9 frags. There's more to come.
That's the thing as well. That's the player you basically just accept to lose, right? You leave him back on the ridge so he can hold for the other 3. He's a massive problem for Turkey while they're driving at them, and then he's just almost dead in the water because nobody that's close below Ketched and Solus can ever peek, can ever try to get their teammate close. So they've basically accepted that they've given that up. Now they're hoping that their northern side clears up and they can start playing the game, but they're always just going to be at a disadvantage versus the team from the top, which is, yes, it's just a duo, but it's so oppressive.
More shots are coming in from Pakistan, who've made themselves at home to the northwestern side.
Egypt.
And yeah, as you said as well, Egypt now the team to watch. Ukraine, meanwhile, has gone down as well, by the way, without a single point. That's going to make it interesting on how Brazil is going to place here, as they once again are one of the biggest competitions when it comes to the overall leaderboard. Nate comes out. Maybe they can do something about it. Take a look and see. So far, nothing's really connected. And Egypt down to 3 players as well. Does still have a say in this.
Still an open fight. Smokes have come out. At some point, this might get awkward as well. Whenever the North buys a bit of time, and the North is mighty busy right now. And that leaves the Southern teams to just square off here. Push comes out from 7, not punished just yet. Looks like Arthur is playing this mighty slow around his side of the corner. Good bunch of damage is coming on in, but no knocks just yet. Now he's severely outnumbered, and he's instantly getting traded here, surely. But no, he gets both. Oh, he finds the both. How? How has he done this? 1v2, no problem at all in Egypt. They're coming alive in this. They're finally here to play.
African Esports Championship wasn't enough for them to win. They want to close things out here as well, the World Esports Championship. And this is, as you said, the first sign of life for the Egyptians. 9 frags, tying things with Turkey, who's lost a player, by the way, here as well. Now, with France being eliminated, it's out to the top 4. Pakistan being the only team left standing with all 4 players left alive. And not only that, they've got a great position as well. But that's to be an argument for Kyrgyzstan, because the position they have bullied Turkey away from is still the very highest position on the map. And if they can really use this to have advantage, maybe catch someone from Pakistan off guard, it's very easily down to a 3-on-3.
This is possible for Kyrgyzstan. Also, just you gotta give them credit for being so good in team fights before, right? You're just expecting a little bit more from them and from everybody else in the lobby right now. Absolutely massive game for Turkey regardless. Big bunch of points garnered. Same for Egypt coming alive. And still not out of the running here either. But you gotta give it a little bit to the high ground here for Kyrgyzstan. It's just so strong. Look at everything they can see here.
Again, he's waiting for it. He takes down Flyke. This is a massive knock. That gives them a little bit of space. Maybe he can take down a second one. That would be incredible. Way more than he should have to do all on his own. He's gotten that 1 frag only up until this point.
600 damage though.
Yeah.
That man's been knocking people left, right, and center. He just hasn't really gotten any of the kills just yet.
Exactly. And the middle of all of this essentially is catch. In the middle of all of this. And he's still very dangerous to Kyrgyzstan.
Yeah.
I mean, one wrong move. Yes, they know he's somewhere there, but one wrong move, and he's done and dusted as well. He's out of this one.
I feel like he's what's slowing everybody down, though. He's going to make this a little bit harder for Kyrgyzstan than maybe it should have been. I think he's getting the nades up and over. He's looking for effect with those, and you can see them flying up. It's not the nades that catch him, it's the shots from, again, he gets himself another knock. But knocks do not get points, but look at the util there. Look at that again.
He takes
time
down the second
and
player.
time again. Knocks him down, claps him away. Circle's pushing on in, time is ticking. And the more work Egypt is putting in, the easier this game gets for Pakistan.
Yeah, exactly. Pakistan's just been sitting back, patiently waiting for the zone to make its move, and let all these teams on the eastern side fight themselves. And that's exactly what they do in Egypt with 2 knocks. Yes, it's not resulting in any eliminations just yet, just based off of the fact that they're that high up and they can get these reses easily. But it's still, its vest's gone, its helmet's gone, its medic stuff that has to be gone. And now they're jumping into the last Turkish player as well. Flyke takes one down from Pakistan though, and that was the anchor player. I think he was all the way back. That means it might just come dangerously close in this one. Double nade coming out from
There's
Egypt.
catch.
How are they doing this?
Egypt's walking on up. They're trying to close this one out. They're going to get the last one as well. Ketch got his with the nade now. DBS versus Egypt. 11 elims already. Pakistan, have they gotten the res back up? I think they have. Ketch is keeping Egypt busy. He buys more time. 4v3 now on the rock. Is this in any sort of shape or form doable? Yes, there's another knock. The high ground is paying off.
There is another knock, but in the meanwhile, they are getting that revive in the first play. And that's been knocked by Flyke, if I remember correctly. It might have been someone else from Kyrgyzstan. Either way. So yeah, it's all down to him now. He's isolated. The rest of his team is trying to res the last player back in the distance. He's been taken down. Arthur takes him down. Flush comes through immediately after. And suddenly it's down to a 2-on-3. Pakistan
look at this angle.
has just thrown this away, unfortunately.
Look at this angle. This is everything they could want. That's another knock. Egypt. Horrible day for the African Esports Championship.
Unbelievable.
But 15 frags in that last match. What is that?
I mean, the African Esports Championship has shown us that these guys can perform, and give it up for Egypt. Wow, this has shown us that, yes, you were talking about the sign of life has been brought back. I mean, 15 frags, yes, they are still somewhere near the middle of the pack in terms of overall points. But if that doesn't give you a good feeling going into the next games tomorrow, then I don't know what does. That's perfect.
You can see it still. They're not even happy at this just yet. They got themselves 25 points in the last game, and they're still not happy about it because they know they can't do better. We've seen them before. They have higher standards. But what a game. What a game from Kyrgyzstan as well. What a game from Turkey. Some of the top dogs here still massively coming out and fragging. But Egypt were the stars in this, and again, especially. I don't think he got the most kills. I don't think he got close to the most kills, but he might have been top damage because he was constantly getting knocks in the kill.
You're talking about again?
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. One of the most impactful fraggers in that round. And yeah, we also got to give it up for, as you said, Kyrgyzstan. I think they had one of the toughest roads in. Turkey constantly trying to, you know, pick them apart from up top, and they didn't really have anyone else to focus on. So that was a really tough battle getting themselves in. And you said as well, they had to sacrifice a player to even get into late game.
Yeah.
So yes, it fell apart at that one point because they were struggling between focusing on Turkey and Egypt towards the southern side. But even getting to that point, I think, is kind of a success story in and of itself. So yeah, give it up for Kyrgyzstan as well. I think great day overall for them, and they're gonna be close towards the top as well. They're gonna be one of the contenders going into tomorrow.
Absolutely. I think there's a clear pack of favorites, right?
Yeah.
And then there's Ukraine, who kind of stand out a little bit, but at least in this last game, that was a 1-point game for them, 1 placement point, 0 elims.
Yep.
Gives everybody a bit of a chance to massage that scoreboard a little bit, make it look a little bit more doable for the last 2 days. Brazil as well, few points here there, not a crazy game for them. Turkey and Kyrgyzstan really popping off. And then Egypt not putting themselves back in the conversation just yet, but at least they're back in the game. They're back in the lobby.
I would have loved to see another big Ukraine game now to just solidify their position somewhere close to Brazil, just because, yeah, these two teams have deserved it today. I think that's some of the toughest roads in plenty of these games, and they've made it work. But it's not meant to be. Ladies and gentlemen, we will have one more last winner interview for you here before we head on over to the desk.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with the strength of the Pharaohs, making it with a win here at the WEC 24. Well, it's gonna be a bilingual interview, ladies and gentlemen. This is Arthur. أول شيء مبروك، شنو إحساسك؟
الله يبارك فيك، إحساس حلو طبعا. نحن أخذنا آخر جيم تشيكن.
يعطيك العافية. Pretty much feeling amazing for this win. Now for the question. السؤال هو لمدة 8 شهور كان نسجل حافل بالإنجازات، بس الحين لليوم أول 5 خرايط أدائكم كان نوعا ما مو ذاك المضبوط، بس في الخطة السادسة أعطيتم أداء جدا ممتاز. شو اللي تغير وشو اللي صار؟
واحنا في بداية الجيمات يعني كنا لسه بناخد على جو البطولة وبنتعود يعني على لعب التيمات اللي قدامنا، اللي احنا ما كناش بنترين معاهم، يعني ما كناش في سكريمات او حاجة ان احنا نلعب قصاد التيمات دي. وطبعا علشان في يعني كلاش ريجونات كتيرة في البطولة، بس قدرنا ان احنا نتعود وفهمنا خلاص طريقة اللعب، وان شاء الله يعني بكرة احسن.
Inshallah. Pretty much the question was like for the last 8 months they had an amazing record of achievements and a build-up for this day. But the first 5 matches their performance wasn't really up to the mark, but on the last one, taking the win, they did amazing. So the answer from his side was that in the first 5 maps, they would just, you know, pretty much see what's the vibe, what's going on, what's the flow, what's the psychology, and what's the professional skills of all the players. On the 6th one, they came in, like I said earlier, with the strength of the Pharaohs. الحين شنو إن شاء الله بيصير بكرة بإذن الله تعالى؟
ان شاء الله احنا هنقعد مع الكوتش بتاعنا وهنقعد نتفرج على الجيمات وهنشوف الغلطات بتاعتنا، وان شاء الله هنخش بكره بأداء أقوى من كده بكتير.
Inshallah. So, I guess for tomorrow they're gonna go do a group meeting, see what happened today, and tomorrow is gonna be a better and crazier day. Well, Arthur, thank you so much, and it's back to you, beautiful talents.
What a way to wrap up the day with a banger of a 6th game. 15 elims, the most that we've seen throughout today at the WEC 2024 PUBG Mobile Tournament. 25 very important points for a team that needed every single one of those. It will pave the way for an easier road for them over the course of day 2 and day 3, but how did they get to that point? That's what my question is going to be. 15 elims. DK, talk to me about Egypt, like how the sudden resurgence from the team.
Well, I'm firstly just happy that to see that the teams that I said that needed to step it up, to need to bring that extra bit of heat, did so, right? Myanmar, they stepped up. Egypt, they stepped up. 2 teams that we knew were going to be performing quite well based on what they were doing in the qualifiers. So really enjoy what they're bringing in, as much as we have some celebrations in the background there as well. But so what we heard from Egypt, from the team as well, is that, you know, they were just testing out the waters, trying to figure out what the approach is going to be moving into the remaining games here after the day. And of course, game number 6, things not only went click, they really went click, right? We saw a super impressive performance coming through with just that sheer amount of eliminations. I mean, that was their best play so far. But I want to see them build on that, right? Take that into day 2, take it beyond, take it to day 3. And not only on Miramar, but show some of that Erangel play. show some of the Sanhok even, right? Bring everything that they can out onto the battlefield. And I mean, if they keep the momentum going, this could be a really great start to a phenomenal run here for Egypt.
I agree, because when we were talking to them and listening to the interview with one of the players, and Bara, the player did mention that, you know what, we've been practicing for 8 months, day in, day out, trying to work on as much as we can. But we haven't had the chance to scrim against those teams, so we're not used to their play style. Now they've had a full day to play Noctura, they have a slight idea, and again, you know, breaking the record, most elims in one game, that's definitely got to boost their confidence. But what are some of the most important things that they definitely need to work on going into day 2? They already mentioned they're going to do VOD reviews and stuff like that. But what were the biggest mistakes that we've seen from them throughout the day?
It's hard to say actually, because I think a lot of the time they were just very quiet. So often the stream, whatever, was not actually on them. It's really hard to observe if we can't see them. So it is, you know, it's a little bit difficult. But honestly, I found in Miramar, obviously, much better map for them. But both times they did really well. They were in a compound and they were in the center of that compound. You know, first it was Picado and now it was there. So it does seem to say that this team really is far more comfortable with having that hard cover, having a compound that goes, this is ours, it has a clear parameter, and we can work within those boundaries, right? Otherwise,
but you can't rely on that though, can you?
You can't, that's the thing. But, you know, some teams like those compounds, some teams like open ground. I know several teams who like that open ground and go, we can take as much as we want. Maybe for Egypt, it's not so much that way, and they go, as long as we have a compound, we're good. And that's not always going to be in their favor, but as long as you know that's your boundary, then you can adapt with that.
Yeah, and I want to see how they're going to adapt and what are the things that they're going to learn from watching their games of day 1. And another team, definitely have to mention, Pakistan also managed to get themselves top 3, decent, well, top 2, a lot of elims, but a couple of mistakes at the very end there, DK. What could have Pakistan done to get a better performance, get a better amount of points?
Honestly, I think it all comes down to not only the positioning, but how you utilize your positioning.
Yeah.
Right? Because, I mean, we had Pakistan on an interesting kind of setup that they had moving into that final circle, right? We had also quite a bit of variety with regards to where they're going to play the elevation, right? We did see Brazil and Egypt, of course, coming through from that southern side. So, based on the kind of the angles that they had to try and work with, it's difficult to choose because you could either go up or down, right? And
yeah,
you got to choose which one is going to be the easiest one for you to fight at that moment. Now the difficulty is you don't quite know exactly where the opponents are, right? So it could either be an uphill battle or an easy downhill one. Which one, you only know when you take the fight.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, they're going to have a lot of work to do. 2 days left, 12 games, 12 opportunities to try and get to that top 5 spot. And I want to say, when it comes to points, Kyrgyzstan, once again, the second half of the day has been sensational for them. Another top 3, top 4 finish, and a decent amount of points means they're getting closer to Ukraine, they're getting closer to Brazil and the fight for that top 1 spot. But we have to look at those players. We have to look at the stats. And yes, they did lose Zuxi early on, and the fact that they were able to do it as a 3-man, 883 damage, 844 for the likes of Krona as well, and Arthur, 8 limbs for him. Incredible performance for the Egyptian side. And I can't say this enough, this has to be the spark that ignites the fire that gets them back into this competition. Yes, you made it easier by ending with a chicken dinner, but you, like we mentioned before, you're only allowed an X amount of mistakes. Have they made that amount of mistakes? That's my question to you, DK. They have suffered quite a lot, and they've been at the bottom of the leaderboard for the majority of the day. Is this going to be enough to boost them?
According to the team, and it wasn't a mistake, right? It was planned for, right? So
was it now?
Apparently. Right? Apparently. So, you know, who am I to argue with that?
Well,
Right?
so,
they know
so
what they were doing.
give me a technical term for it. What, a calculated misplay or?
No. That was just a strategic wait.
Strategic wait. I like it. I like it.
Okay, but so also usually what we see is like if a team comes in, they get the chicken. It's quite difficult for them to replicate that in the coming match.
That's true.
What works in their favor is the next match is tomorrow. It's not today.
Yeah. Brazil had the opportunity at the beginning of the day to get a back-to-back, and they built on that. Can Egypt, I want to say, like replicate that in day 2? Nah, I like that. We'll have to wait and see. And again, the pressure on them is going to be a lot. And another player that
didn't really feel the pressure, it seems, was catch with his eliminations. 1,360 damage and 6 elims by the end of the day. And Fireflux, I want to see more. Turkey, I want to see more of you. We know how incredibly strong you are on the international stage. We want more.
Yes. I have one thing to say to Catch. Is ding ding ding, bell of 1,000 damage. I don't know where I got that from, but every time there's 1,000 damage, I have to say it. He's gotten over 1,000 there.
Okay, so he
all
gets
on his
the
own.
bell.
He gets the bell of 1,000 damage.
Now we need a bell.
Yes. Can we get that done?
Yes, someone get on that. It is important. It is vital. It has to happen right here, right now. But the rest of the players, and Soulless as well, had a very standout performance. 4 limbs, but yes, he did have an incredible amount of damage alongside the likes of Arthur and Chrono from Team Egypt. Now, I want to see the overall ranking. I want to see, like, I think Ukraine still hold on to the lead, but it's getting closer and closer, like we're seeing here. First time that Ukraine hasn't actually managed to be anywhere near any kind of damage or any kind of limbs, and it's just sky high for Egypt, Turkey, Pakistan. Incredible performance from these 3. And I'm liking the fact that we're seeing Myanmar again, Jordan, Brazil, ever so slight performance from them, but it's good to get.
Yeah, and then of course we've got to point out that the other team that you were teasing a little bit.
You mean France?
Yes.
Yeah, it's so funny how he missed out one on that board there. Huh?
I mean, look, when you look at Myanmar, Jordan, Brazil, it's like 3-4 elims per, and like look at the graph for
take
France.
what you can get.
You know what? I'll give them a participation medal for making it on the graph.
It's only day 1. We can count. We can do that.
You happy
That's
with
fine.
that?
That's fine.
Okay. That's good. That's good. That's what's important here. We want to make sure everyone's enjoying themselves, having a great time at DK.
Yeah, I think a good thing also to point out here is Jordan, Myanmar also kind of just keeping that flow going all the way to the end of the day. Brazil also starting with a bit of a comeback. Right, remember game 3 they fell off a little bit. 4 they tried, couldn't quite get it, but it was a little bit better than 3. 5, yes, they played. And then 6, it's starting to look better.
So here's what I heard about Brazil.
Yes.
They have no IGL.
That is the case.
It's fraggers.
That's crazy.
It's all fraggers. That's why they like to take fights. But sometimes when you don't have an opportunity for a fight, it's like, what are you going to do then?
But I will say it makes a lot of sense that they don't have an IGL, because the games they did really well, they went, hey, center zone, and we just frag out.
Yeah.
Right? There's no, when I say no strategy, I don't really mean that, but it's a very simple strategy. We go center and we get kills. That's it. There's no like big plan going on. Like if you would have an IGL, you'd have a big plan and you would this and this and this and this. No, it's just go center. And if that doesn't happen, then they don't have that great a game. But they know that they can frag out enough that when those games do align in that way, they're good.
But the problem there is it doesn't just come down to rotations and tactics and like where you go, what are you going to do? Who's making the call? That's my question. Is it going to be just I don't, like 4 people screaming at each other, like go here, go there, and it's like, no, is it not coherent, or is there like at least maybe 2 people co-IGLing? That's what I want to know, because the IGL's role is extremely important. You make a call, the team follows, simple as. But without the presence of a singular IGL, what do they do in that situation?
Maybe they just move as a unit.
Yeah.
Right? Nobody needs to say anything. They just know what's happening. Right? Who knows? One way to find out.
They're not the Power Rangers. They can't just like move as one.
We can go ask them and we'll know by tomorrow. Right? We'll know exactly what the strategy is. And I think it's actually an interesting question to get the answer to. Like, what's their approach, right? How do they manage? What is their aim, or how do they approach these games? Because as we saw, the first 3 matches, they were just like they were
on fire,
right? But I want to know how that dynamic works, right? And I think that could be an interesting question to actually get an answer to.
Yeah, because the thing is, like, we look at other teams, like Saudi Arabia, you have Easy as the IGL, an IGL for one of the Saudi esports organizations in Power Esports. You can say the same for a lot of the teams, like Fireflux representing Turkey, Boom representing Indonesia. Every single one of those, they're an organization that's, and their players are representing their countries. They have their specific roles. But when it comes to Brazil, that's where it gets a little bit iffy. But yeah, I definitely agree with you. We need to find out exactly how they actually manage to deal with such situations. Like, whose voice is the most prominent one? Who has the most impact? And that's definitely something that we have to look into. But I want to see the overall leaderboard. I want to see what's going on with that. Do we still have Ukraine in first place? Where's Kyrgyzstan and all that? How much did Egypt jump with that game as well? Keep in mind, 25 points.
That's huge.
It is. And my question for day 2 is going to be, are we going to be able to break it? And who do you think would? DK?
Ukraine. Sorry.
Break 100 points.
No. To break the
25.
break the 15-point elims in one game.
Oh.
Yeah.
I definitely agree with you already on Ukraine, because the amount of times they've already gotten like 11 or 12 and second place.
Overall
They're getting
points,
there.
yes, easy.
Yeah,
Like
easy.
maybe second match tomorrow. That might have happened already. Who knows, right? But
So wait, hold on. Bring it back. Second match tomorrow, it might have already happened.
yeah, based on the pacing that they've been showing already today.
But fair. Okay.
All right.
Yeah,
Sure.
because you ask who's gonna break the 50 elim thing, right? I mean, might it happen today? Sure, really good. But based on what we've seen already just in these past few matches,
Right.
But as we know, caster math, it's not good.
Yeah,
So that's why we stay away from.
That is
from
true.
caster
That is
math.
true. I do have a tendency to ask mathematical questions to analysts and casters, and I realize it's a horrible idea.
Don't
There's
you
only
dare.
a bad outcome.
Don't you dare.
Oh, I'm worried.
No.
Listen, see, here's the thing. I'm gonna catch you by surprise.
Uh-uh.
I will. Okay, you won't even see it
I'll
coming.
go you first.
I-
You answer.
Hey, listen, I'm the host. You're the analyst. I ask the questions. This is not
today.
how this works.
Not today.
Exactly today. Honestly, I'm very happy with how day 1 went so far. So let's have a look at the results and see what the overall leaderboard says. Of course, it has to be Ukraine in first, 77. But now it's getting closer. Brazil with 65, Turkey with 65, tied in second place. Consistency is key. Saudi Arabia 53 and Kyrgyzstan is up there. But look at the jump that Egypt made though. 4 points from 16th place to 8th, Neptura.
Yeah.
That's an insane jump.
That is insane. And it puts them in such a good mood for tomorrow, right? Because, yeah, when you have a win at the end of the game, at end of the day, rather, you kind of go, are they really going to be able to bring that forward, right? And into the next day, into day 2, because it's only one game. And then you have all night, and then all day sometimes, you know? So it can be difficult, but they had a great first Miramar, did a great win on the second Miramar. Now they've got a little bit more momentum to work with tomorrow. So very nice.
Well, let's wait and see. That is it for us when it comes to the games for PUBG Mobile today. But we're not done for the day, technically, because we are going to be getting on a short break. And then, ladies and gentlemen, we will be coming back with the opening ceremony for the World Esports Championships 2024 here, live in the heart of Saudi Arabia in Riyadh. So we'll see you in a few.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're landing in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, for the World Esports Championship.
In a world where victories can be measured in gold and silver, some things are priceless.
Surely expected, and it is Baron find him. Can shine for one with a quick trade from Impulse.
Some things are not bought with money.
The base is too open. Now Philippines is now taking the base of Indonesia. Remember their names.
The feeling of standing alongside your fellow countrymen, the emotion, the home crowd, the weight of a whole nation on your shoulders.
Sometimes I get emotional by the fact that I got chosen to be one of the representatives of my country. And yeah, it's just a dream, honestly.
Here it's not just about the game, it's about the pride that unites us. Every match tells a story.
They need to some missed shots. Sound picking up another one, another headshot. No way! 4 kills! What has happened?
From every corner of the globe. All eyes on WEC 24.
Early 1970s. The world was discovering the boundless possibilities of esports. While esports offered endless enjoyment and addictive allure, it lacked a certain depth and a sense of purpose. It needed something more, something larger than a trophy, something beyond individual gratification. That's when a vision emerged. A vision of uniting the world through esports. The International Esports Federation and the World Esports Championship were born. Its mission was clear: to create a stage where nations could unite and compete for the ultimate title, World Esports Champion. For these athletes and nations, the World Esports Championship was more than just a competition, more than just a game, a chance to make history, to leave a lasting legacy, to inspire a generation, and to represent their nation. Over the years, Iesf started achieving greatness, year by year. Korea, Indonesia, Israel, Romania, worldwide. The World Esports capital changed, each year expanding significantly, getting bigger and bigger. Fast forward 15 years, Iesf was determined to show the world the most valuable World Esports Championship. 140 nations gathered in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. The WEC 24 story. 2024. Saudi Arabia prepares to host the 16th World Esports Championship after a spectacle made in Iesf, Romania by Iesf for WEC 23. New president, new challenges, and quite a bumpy road ahead. As the calendar turned to January, the national qualifiers took place, breaking dozens of records. In a wingspan of 3 months in every nation across the globe, athletes competed to get one step closer to the World Esports Championship and represent their nation on the global stage. However, as fate would have it, the road to WEC 24 was far from smooth. Things went south. 2 out of 3 offline regional qualifiers were forced to go online. Even though that barrier occurred, the online regional qualifiers shattered previous viewership records. The hype for WEC 24 was real. Meanwhile, Africa. Iesf showed just how much potential is hidden in Africa. Over 180 athletes, 17 nations, and thousands of fans. All in one place for one specific reason: esports. The bumpy road came to an end. The slots for WEC 24 were secured and everyone was ready. The much-anticipated 16th World Esports Championship set sails. WEC 24 Day 1.